Chapter 585. The Five Elements Chamber of Commerce was the largest chamber of commerce in the Five Elements state. They had branches in every corner of the Five Elements state. The Kaiyang City branch was a branch of the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce in Kaiyang City. It was the smallest branch in the Five Elements state. However, even so, the power of the Kaiyang City branch was far beyond the reach of other forces. Even the three major families were not willing to provoke the Kaiyang City branch. After all, the Kaiyang City branch involved too many people. Once they were provoked, they would definitely be attacked by the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce. The three major families of Kaiyang City were simply not a match for the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce. However, the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce's purpose was to do business. They never asked about the division of forces in the Five Elements state, nor did they interfere with the internal affairs of any forces. However, in the huge Five Elements state, almost no one dared to cause trouble in the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce. It was said that there was a true martial realm expert behind the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce. No one knew if it was true or not. However, the upper echelons of the Five Elements state had a good relationship with the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce. No one was willing to stand against the Five Elements state. Although the Kaiyang City branch was a small one, its power was not to be underestimated. The young master of the Kaiyang City branch, Kai Jun, had always been Li Mingzhu's fanatical pursuer. However, Li Mingzhu had never agreed. As one of the three major goddesses of the Kaiyang City, Li Mingzhu had always had many pursuers. There was no lack of powerful young people. However, among these pursuers, Kai Jun's background was the most prominent. In order to pursue Li Mingzhu, Kai Jun did not hesitate to buy treasures that were hard to buy even with money. However, he had never succeeded. At this moment, when Li Xiaoke mentioned the young master of the Kaiyang City branch, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Since they were acquaintances, things would be easier. He had 10 billion low-grade spirit stones and 6 billion mid-grade spirit stones. These were all obtained at the old site of the Heaven-Raising Gate. In the Five Elements state, these spirit stones could not be used. Therefore, he wanted to exchange them for high-grade or top-grade spirit stones. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles as he looked at Li Mingzhu. His meaning was obvious. Sister Mingzhu, as long as you go and tell Kai Jun, the Kaiyang City branch will definitely exchange spirit stones for Fang Chen. Li Xiaoke said. Li Mingzhu, who was emitting an icy aura, glanced at Fang Chen and said, "Come and find me tomorrow morning." With that, Li Mingzhu turned around and left. Seeing Li Mingzhu's back as she left, Li Xiaoke laughed and said, "Since Sister Mingzhu said so, it means that she agrees." Fang Chen also nodded. He could feel that Li Mingzhu's attitude towards him had changed a lot ever since he helped the Li clan obtain first place in the large competition. After a night of silence, Fang Chen went to look for Li Mingzhu early the next morning. As for Li Xiaoke, she went to cultivate and didn't have time to accompany Fang Chen to the Kaiyang City branch. In the Li family mansion, near the garden, there was a luxurious pavilion. This pavilion was surrounded by lush flowers and plants. Sitting on top of the pavilion, one could see the beautiful scenery in the garden at a glance. This was also the best location for the mansion. This pavilion was Li Mingzhu's pavilion. As the apple of the Li clan's eye and the number one expert of the younger generation, the Li clan gave Li Mingzhu a lot of support. All of the Li clan's resources leaned towards Li Mingzhu. As long as Li Mingzhu asked, the Li clan was willing to do anything for her. Fang Chen looked at Li Mingzhu's mansion and couldn't help but sigh. She was indeed one of the three goddesses of Kaiyang City. Even her pavilion was so luxurious and beautiful. Just as Fang Chen was looking at Li Mingzhu's pavilion, a beautiful figure came out from the pavilion. Fang Chen instantly felt a cold aura rushing towards him. It was Li Mingzhu. When Fang Chen saw Li Mingzhu, a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Li Mingzhu was dressed differently today. Li Mingzhu was wearing a loose embroidered robe. Her hair was draped over her shoulders. Coupled with the cold aura on her body, she gave off a very stunning feeling. "Let's go." Li Mingzhu glanced at Fang Chen and directly headed out of the Li clan mansion. Fang Chen walked behind Li Mingzhu. Looking at the latter's graceful footsteps, he couldn't help but shake his head. After leaving the Li clan mansion, the two of them walked through the streets. There were warriors everywhere looking at the two of them. Actually, these people were all looking at Li Mingzhu. Isn't that Li Mingzhu? She's so beautiful. Yeah, Li Mingzhu and Fang Chen are together. Could it be that the Li clan wants to betroth Li Mingzhu to Fang Chen? Maybe. The potential that Fang Chen has shown is too shocking. If the Li clan wants to tie Fang Chen down, this is the only way. Many passers-by were discussing in low voices. Li Mingzhu and Fang Chen ignored them and quickly headed towards the Kaiyang City branch. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the Kaiyang City branch. This is the Kaiyang City branch. Fang Chen looked at the tall building in front of him and said in a low voice. In front of him, there was a very tall pavilion. A golden plaque hung above it with the words 5 Elements Chamber of Commerce Kaiyang City branch written on it. Go in. Li Mingzhu said these two words and then entered the Kaiyang City branch. Li Mingzhu was famous in Kaiyang City. She attracted the attention of countless warriors as soon as she arrived. The entire hall on the first floor was in an uproar. You're really popular. Fang Chen sighed. At this moment, a fat man squeezed out of the crowd and walked in front of Li Mingzhu. He laughed and said, Mingzhu, why are you here? Seeing this fat man, Fang Chen had already guessed that this fat man should be Li Mingzhu's fanatical pursuer, Kai Jun. As expected, before Li Mingzhu could speak, the fat man said, Mingzhu, why didn't you tell me you were coming to the Chamber of Commerce? Whatever you need, as long as you like it, you can take it. The fat man, Kai Jun, gave Fang Chen the feeling that he was rich and overbearing. He wants to exchange for spirit stones. Li Mingzhu glanced at Kai Jun and said, Yes, this brother is. Kai Jun had been busy these past few days and didn't know anything about the Kaiyang City competition, so he didn't recognize Fang Chen. Young Master Kai Jun, his Fang Chen. He replaced Li Xiaoke at the Kaiyang City competition and stole the limelight, said a subordinate in a low voice. Oh, how did he steal the limelight? Kai Jun looked thoughtfully at Fang Chen and asked. At the Kaiyang City competition, he single-handedly suppressed the younger generation of the other two great families. He killed young Fang with one punch and easily defeated young Shoujian. Even Lu Lianxue didn't dare to go on stage, continued the subordinate. Hearing this, a solemn expression finally surfaced in Kai Jun's eyes. He hadn't expected the person in front of him to have such strength. However, when he saw Fang Chen and Li Mingzhu walk over side by side, his eyes flickered and a complicated expression flashed. He then said, Brother Fang, you want to exchange for spirit stones? Fang Chen nodded. I heard that the Kaiyang City branch can exchange for spirit stones, so I had Li Mingzhu bring me here. Mingzhu, is he your friend? Asked Kai Jun, a martial artist that little Ku saved. He's now an honored guest of my Li family, said Li Mingzhu. Kai Jun stared at Li Mingzhu. He could see that when she was talking about Fang Chen, there wasn't the slightest change in her expression. Now Kai Jun was relieved. Brother Fang, since you're Mingzhu's friend, then let's go upstairs first. Kai Jun laughed as he led Fang Chen and Li Mingzhu upstairs. The three of them arrived at a room. This room was where Kai Jun worked. Sit, said Kai Jun. Fang Chen and Li Mingzhu didn't stand on ceremony and directly sat down. Brother Fang, what kind of spirit stones do you want to exchange for? Asked Kai Jun. I have some low-grade and middle-grade spirit stones. I want to exchange them for top-grade spirit stones, said Fang Chen. Our Chamber of Commerce does this business. Since you were brought here by Mingzhu, I won't beat around the bush. We don't make much money from this business, so our exchange price will definitely be lower than the market price, said Kai Jun. Fang Chen nodded. That's fine. After chatting with Kai Jun for a while, Fang Chen realized that this fat man was actually very smart. He was suitable to be a businessman. Moreover, the way he looked at Li Mingzhu was very passionate. It was obvious that he was a fanatical pursuer. Let me see the quality of your low-grade spirit stones first, said Kai Jun. Fang Chen took out a low-grade spirit stone and handed it to Kai Jun. Kai Jun checked it and said, the quality of your spirit stones is average, but don't worry. I'll give you a satisfactory price. Right, how much do you want? asked Kai Jun. Fang Chen glanced at Kai Jun and asked, "How much can I exchange for here?" Kai Jun also looked at Fang Chen with a bit of surprise. He said, "Although our Kaiyang City branch is the smallest branch of the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce, our financial resources are still very strong. Brother Fang, how much do you want to exchange for?" Hearing Kai Jun's words, Fang Chen also felt relieved. For the quality of Fang Chen's spirit stones, the exchange rate for each grade of spirit stone could be calculated at a rate of 1,000. In other words, low-grade spirit stones were exchanged for middle-grade spirit stones at a ratio of 1,000 to 1, and middle-grade spirit stones were exchanged for high-grade spirit stones at a ratio of 1,000 to 1, and so on. "I want to exchange for 10 billion low-grade spirit stones," said Fang Chen in a low voice. "Yes, of course you can," Kai Jun said directly. 10 billion low-grade spirit stones was a lot for ordinary people. But for Kai Jun and the others, it was nothing. If 10 billion low-grade spirit stones were exchanged for middle-grade spirit stones at a ratio of 1,000 to 1, it would only be 10 million. If it was exchanged for high-grade spirit stones, it would only be 10,000 pieces. If it was exchanged for top-grade spirit stones, it would be a pitiful amount. However, supreme-grade spiritual stones were of the best quality among the spiritual stones. Even for spiritual vortex realm experts, they were of great use. 10 billion low-grade spirit stones can only be exchanged for 10 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. Fang Chen sighed inwardly. When he had first obtained 10 billion low-grade spirit stones, he had been extremely shocked. Now it seemed that he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. Chapter 586. However, after thinking about it for a while, Fang Chen felt relieved. 10 billion low-grade spirit stones was a huge fortune in remote places like the Divine Wind Nation or the Golden Crown Nation. However, it was nothing in the Five Elements province. Moreover, the 10 billion low-grade spirit stones he obtained were of average quality and could not be compared to the low-grade spirit stones in the Five Elements province. Therefore, it would be a waste to keep the 10 billion low-grade spirit stones. It would be better to exchange them for top-grade spirit stones. In fact, if the quality of Fang Chen's spirit stones was better, the exchange rate would be much higher. In the Five Elements province, there were some high-quality low-grade spirit stones that had an exchange rate of 100 to 1. The spirit energy contained in these low-grade spirit stones was stronger than the mid-grade spirit stones in Fang Chen's possession. If you exchange your 10 billion low-grade spirit stones for top-grade spirit stones, you can exchange them for 10 pieces. Kai Jun said, "I suggest you exchange them for high-grade spirit stones. The energy contained in top-grade spirit stones is too strong. With your current strength, top-grade spirit stones are not suitable for you." Fang Chen shook his head and said, "Let's exchange them for top-grade spirit stones." Kai Jun nodded and waved his hand. Immediately, 10 top-grade spirit stones were handed to Fang Chen. After Fang Chen received the top-grade spirit stones, he instantly discovered that the spirit energy in these top-grade spirit stones was very rich. As expected of top-grade spirit stones, Fang Chen secretly said in his heart, top-grade spirit stones were the currency used by high-end warriors in the ancient Sword Continent. It was also a daily tool for their cultivation. Fang Chen put away the 10 top-grade spirit stones and said, "I still have some mid-grade spirit stones." "How much?" Kai Jun asked. 6 billion. Fang Chen said. 6 billion mid-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for a total of 6,000 top-grade spirit stones. Kai Jun nodded and exchanged all of Fang Chen's 6 billion mid-grade spirit stones for top-grade spirit stones. 6,000 top-grade spirit stones was already a large number. Seeing this scene, Li Mingzhu was also surprised. Fang Chen's wealth was so strong. Even the Li family, one of the 3 major families in Kaiyang City, only had an annual income of more than 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. This was enough to show the preciousness of supreme-grade spirit stones. "Brother Fang, here are 6,000 top-grade spirit stones," Kai Jun said with a smile. He was also curious about Fang Chen's identity. How could he have so many spirit stones at such a young age? In the Kaiyang City, the extreme condensing reality realm warriors were like Li Mingzhu, who only had about 1,000 supreme rank soul stones. Fang Chen alone had more than 6,000 top-grade spirit stones, which made Kai Jun very surprised. Of course, there was more to come. Fang Chen had obtained 1 billion high-grade spirit stones from the old spirit stone vault at the old site of the heaven-raising gate. In addition to the 50 million he had before, he now had a total of 1.05 billion spirit stones, which he needed to exchange for top-grade spirit stones. Kai Jun originally thought that Fang Chen's spirit stone exchange was over. However, when Fang Chen mentioned that he still had some high-grade spirit stones, Kai Jun's eyes flickered and he asked, "Brother Fang, how many high-grade spirit stones do you want?" 1.05 billion, Fang Chen said. What 1.05 billion? At this moment, Kai Jun was completely dumbfounded. 1.05 billion high-grade spirit stones, if exchanged for top-grade spirit stones, that would be 1.05 million. 1.05 million top-grade spirit stones, even if the Li family's entire wealth was added together, it wouldn't be that much. "Brother Fang, is what you said true?" Kai Jun asked in disbelief. On the side, Li Mingzhu looked at Fang Chen with astonishment in her eyes. She was also very shocked. Fang Chen's wealth alone was comparable to the 3 great families of the Kaiyang city. This was too bizarre. After a moment of shock, Kai Jun still exchanged for Fang Chen 1.05 million top-grade spirit stones, plus the previous 6010, he had a total of 1.05 million top-grade spirit stones. As for the 10 top-grade spirit stones, Fang Chen put them in a special spatial ring for the little mouse and the Banxianshu to enjoy. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's wealth had reached 1.05 million. This shocked Kai Jun. "Brother Fang, you really are a hero. At such a young age, you already have so much wealth." "It's really shocking," said Kai Jun with a smile. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. "Brother Kai, please help me keep this a secret." "Don't worry, our Kaiyang City branch is absolutely trustworthy." Kai Jun smiled. Li Mingzhu didn't say anything from beginning to end, but she was very shocked. After the exchange, Kai Jun wanted to invite Fang Chen to a restaurant for a few drinks, but he was refused by Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, if you have time, come to our branch more often." Kai Jun smiled. Fang Chen nodded and turned to leave. But before he left, he smiled and said, "Brother Kai, I found that you and Li Mingzhu are quite compatible." Fang Chen had just finished speaking when he felt someone kick him, sending him flying. "Noisy," Li Mingzhu said coldly and walked away. Fang Chen was speechless. This Li Mingzhu was really a tigress. After the exchange of spirit stones, Fang Chen began to plan his cultivation. He wanted to break through to the spirit whirlpool realm in Kaiyang City, then leave Kaiyang City and go to the core of the 5-element state. Now, Fang Chen's soul had reached the late orange level, which was also a bottleneck. His sword body had reached the late body tempering realm, so it couldn't be improved for the time being. As for the phantom sword technique, it had reached the 7th level, so it could still be improved. Now, Fang Chen's overall strength had reached the invincible level of the condensing reality realm, but he was still powerless against a spirit whirlpool realm powerhouse. In the following time, Fang Chen began to cultivate. While cultivating, Fang Chen was also comprehending the Sword Truth Beginner's Scroll. Fang Chen had only taken the first step of the Sword Truth 5 steps, but he believed that he would be able to take the second step soon. After all, he had also comprehended sword intent. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Fang Chen had been in Kaiyang City for 2 months. In these 2 months, Fang Chen had gained a lot. During this period of cultivation, Fang Chen had successfully cultivated the Phantom Sword technique to the 9th level. The improvement of the Phantom Sword technique had increased Fang Chen's overall strength once again. Now, even if he encountered a spirit whirlpool realm powerhouse, he would be able to escape unscathed. As for defeating a spirit whirlpool realm powerhouse, Fang Chen predicted that he would be able to do it when he condensed the 9th level of true qi. After all, the gap between the spirit whirlpool realm and the condensing reality realm was like heaven and earth. It was too difficult for ordinary people to cross it. However, Fang Chen believed that he would definitely be able to step into the spirit whirlpool realm. As his strength increased, Fang Chen increasingly felt the vastness of the ancient sword continent. The five-element state was already filled with powerhouses. What about the ancient sword continent? Therefore, Fang Chen's goal was to increase his strength. One day, Li Xiaoke came to Fang Chen's residence. Fang Chen. Seeing Fang Chen, Li Xiaoke called out. "What's the matter?" Fang Chen asked. "Fang Chen, there will be an auction in Kaiyang City tomorrow. Do you want to go take a look?" Li Xiaoke said. At the auction, Fang Chen's eyes flickered when he heard Li Xiaoke's words. Then, he nodded in agreement. His cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. Perhaps the things he needed would appear at the auction. After all, he had a lot of money. "Okay," Fang Chen said. "I'll bring you out to familiarize yourself." Li Xiaoke asked. Fang Chen nodded and followed Li Xiaoke out of the Li family mansion. Standing on the street, countless warriors were sighing. Every time Fang Chen went out, he would be accompanied by the three goddesses of Kaiyang City. He was really lucky. "Fang Chen, there's a rather interesting place in Kaiyang City. I'll bring you to take a look," Li Xiaoke said. "Sure," Fang Chen said. Fang Chen had been in Kaiyang City for 2 months, but he knew almost nothing about the city. Besides going to the Kaiyang City branch once, he hadn't gone anywhere else. After a while, following Li Xiaoke, Fang Chen arrived at a plaza. This plaza was different from the central plaza of the large competition. Warriors who could enter this plaza were at least warriors who had condensed their true qi. At this time, there were many warriors in the plaza. In the center of the square, there were 10 copper pillars. These 10 copper pillars were connected by iron chains, and each of the copper pillars could fit a warrior. "What are these?" Fang Chen asked when he saw the 10 pillars. He could clearly feel that there was a very strong seal on the 10 bronze pillars. "This is the copper chain formation. The younger generation of Kaiyang City all likes to come here to challenge the copper chain formation," Li Xiaoke introduced. "Starting from the first pillar, you have to challenge it one by one. The most difficult part is the iron chains that connect the 2 pillars. Up until now, no one has been able to pass the 10th pillar. This copper chain formation was also a place to test the strength of the younger generation. Up until now, the person with the highest score was Yang Shoujian. He had successfully reached the 7th pillar. As for Lu Lianxue, she had reached the 6th pillar. Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke had also reached the 6th pillar. This copper chain formation is so difficult." Fang Chen was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Yang Shoujian to only reach the 7th pillar. "Do you want to try?" asked Li Xiaoke. Fang Chen was just about to speak when a snow-white figure appeared on the first pillar. The entire plaza was in an uproar. It was one of the 3 goddesses of Kaiyang City, Lu Lianxue. "Lu Lianxue," said Fang Chen in a low voice. Lu Lianxue stood on the first pillar and began to challenge the copper chain formation. All the martial artists were staring at Lu Lianxue. She had also easily reached the 6th pillar. At this moment, Lu Lianxue's eyes were filled with seriousness. She took a deep breath and began to challenge the 7th pillar. Crash! Lu Lianxue stepped on the chains. Dense spiritual qi appeared around her. Each step she took was incomparably difficult. "What's on your face?" Fang Chen was curious. Amidst the startled cries of the crowd, Lu Lianxue reached the 7th pillar. However, she didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Lu Lianxue still wants to continue. Many martial artists widened their eyes as they looked at Lu Lianxue. After a while, Lu Lianxue reached the 8th pillar. At this time, she finally stopped. Her figure flashed and she landed on the plaza. Reaching the 8th pillar in one go made Lu Lianxue the number 1 person in the copper chain formation. Countless martial artists cheered. Chapter 587. Fang Chen, aren't you going to give it a try? Lu Lianxue asked softly. Lu Lianxue's voice was very bewitching. Hearing her words, all the cultivators in the square felt their blood boil as they looked at Lu Lianxue with burning eyes. This was where Lu Lianxue's charm lay. She was able to attract everyone's attention with just a few words. She was even able to charm all the cultivators in the square. Fang Chen was already restless. After hearing Lu Lianxue's words, He faintly smiled and said, "Since a beauty has invited me, I naturally have to give it a try." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he leapt up and landed on the first pillar. At this moment, the cultivators in the square began to discuss how many pillars Fang Chen would be able to pass. After a fierce argument, someone actually opened a bet on how many pillars Fang Chen would be able to pass. Seeing this scene, Lu Lianxue smiled. Her beautiful eyes stared at Fang Chen as if she wanted to see through him. However, she was disappointed. The more she wanted to see through him, the more she couldn't see through him. Moreover, every time she looked at Fang Chen, her eyes seemed to fall into a fog. She couldn't look straight at him. This made Lu Lianxue even more curious about Fang Chen. "You, just what kind of person are you?" Lu Lianxue looked at Fang Chen on the pillar and whispered. At this moment, Fang Chen stood on the first pillar and began to break through. There was a very powerful restriction around the pillar that could gather spiritual qi. Fang Chen took a step forward and directly stood on the chain. Crash! Just as he stood on the metal chain, Fang Chen sensed a wild aura instantly pouncing on him. "What a powerful aura!" Fang Chen whispered. Then he circulated all the spiritual qi in his body and began to break through. The first chain made Fang Chen realize that this copper chain formation seemed to be a profound grade formation. Moreover, it was a peak profound grade formation. Could it be that some formation grandmaster set up this formation specifically to test disciples? Fang Chen thought to himself. After that, Fang Chen continued to break through. Because Fang Chen himself was a formation grandmaster, he also understood a little about this copper chain formation. He easily broke through to the fifth pillar. At this moment, all the cultivators were shocked. It was his first time breaking through the copper chain formation, yet he was able to easily break through to the fifth pillar. This was too valiant. Some of the cultivators who had bet that Fang Chen wouldn't be able to break through the fifth pillar had pained expressions. Their spirit stones, just a matter of course they were gone. "Damn it, is this Fang Chen a freak?" Someone couldn't help but curse. Lu Lianxue at Fang was. The current Yang Shoujian gave off an unfathomable feeling. It was as if the entire world was under his control. He was surrounded by extremely dense spirit energy. "Spirit whirlpool realm," Lu Lianxue said when she saw Yang Shoujian. Hearing Lu Lianxue's words, many of the cultivators were shocked. They then carefully sized up Yang Shoujian. At this moment, they were shocked to discover that Yang Shoujian had already stepped into the spirit whirlpool realm. The entire square was in an uproar. "Oh my god, Yang Shoujian has actually stepped into the spirit whirlpool realm. A month ago, he was defeated by Fang Chen. Now that he has stepped into the spirit whirlpool realm, could it be that he's here for revenge?" The gap between the condensing reality realm and the spirit whirlpool realm is huge. Yang Shoujian, who has stepped into the spirit whirlpool realm, is without a doubt the number one person among the younger generation in Mizang City. Many of the cultivators looked at Yang Shoujian in awe. Li Xiaoke's eyes flickered as she stared at Yang Shoujian. "Yang Shoujian, I didn't expect you to step into the spirit whirlpool realm," Lu Lianxue said with a smile. Yang Shoujian glanced at Lu Lianxue and said, "If you want to step into the spirit whirlpool realm, isn't it just a matter of minutes?" Yang Shoujian looked at Lu Lianxue with a smile that wasn't a smile as he said such thought-provoking words. Then Yang Shoujian didn't say anything else. He looked coldly at Fang Chen, the man who had once made him lose miserably. Challenge the copper chain formation. Seeing Fang Chen reach the sixth pillar, Yang Shoujian's face was filled with a mocking smile. A month ago, he had lost to Fang Chen. But now, a month later, Fang Chen was like an ant in his eyes. Crash! Fang Chen reached the seventh pillar. At this moment, Fang Chen also felt that it was difficult. "Why do I feel that this copper chain formation is a little familiar?" Fang Chen thought to himself. The first 6 pillars had been very easy. But when it came to the 7th pillar, Fang Chen felt that it was difficult, but he still managed to pass it. The closer he got to the last pillar, the more familiar Fang Chen felt that the copper chain formation was emitting an aura that was familiar. Continue. Fang Chen stepped onto the chain and charged towards the 8th pillar. Crash. When Fang Chen stepped onto the chain, Powerful spiritual auras came from all directions. These spiritual auras were extremely powerful, and they directly pressed down on Fang Chen's body. A spiritual test. Fang Chen released his late orange rank spiritual soul, and it instantly revolved around his head. Hiss. Time slowly passed. Fang Chen's spiritual soul was doing its best to resist, but the spiritual auras coming from all directions were actually tempering Fang Chen's spiritual soul. After realizing this, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with amusement. Fang Chen was trapped on the chain for a full hour, his body motionless. What an act, Yang Shoujian sneered. Yang Shoujian believed that Fang Chen was just playing to the gallery. He was simply unable to step onto the 8th pillar. Being trapped on the chain, he couldn't move at all. Looks like Fang Chen won't be able to reach the 8th pillar, Lu Lianxue lightly laughed. That's not necessarily true, Li Xiaoke directly retorted. For trash like him, it's already not bad if he can reach the 7th pillar, Yang Shoujian coldly said. If he's trash, then what about you? A month ago, you were defeated by trash. Did you, Yang Shoujian, feel proud? Li Xiaoke asked. Li Xiaoke, don't test my patience. Yang Shoujian suddenly turned his head, his sharp eyes looking at Li Xiaoke as he spoke in a low voice. Buzz. Just as Yang Shoujian was speaking, Fang Chen took a step forward and directly stepped onto the 8th pillar. Yang Shoujian saw this and raised his eyebrows slightly, a little displeased. On the square, many warriors exclaimed. Lu Lianxue had just reached the 8th pillar, but she didn't expect Fang Chen to also reach the 8th pillar. What's going on today? Are they all here to break the record? Many warriors were discussing. Lu Lianxue looked at Fang Chen in astonishment and didn't speak for a long time. At this moment, on the 8th pillar, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. After tempering on the chain for an hour, his soul had reached the peak of the orange rank. He was only one step away from the yellow rank. Once his soul reached the yellow rank, his soul cultivation level would definitely increase to the 3rd rank. At that time, even if he met a first-tier spiritual vortex realm warrior, he wouldn't be afraid. Continue. Fang Chen didn't stop and continued. When Fang Chen stepped onto the chain again, he suddenly realized that there was a grey aura around him, blocking his path forward. When Fang Chen saw the grey aura, his eyes flickered. He finally knew why Lu Lianxue and the others had failed here. It turned out that this sticker tested the Tao of array formations. Fang Chen had studied the Tao of array formations quite a bit. Furthermore, he had the foundation of array formations left behind by a peerless almighty. There was a huge amount of array formations knowledge in it. Therefore, to Fang Chen, the Tao of array formations was relatively simple. Fang Chen immersed himself in the array formation and carefully studied it. To crack an array formation, one must first thoroughly understand the array formation and then think of a solution. The internal structure of this array formation is very complicated, Fang Chen thought to himself. The internal structure of the array formation attached to the sticker was actually so complicated. This surprised Fang Chen. It seemed that the array master who had set up this array formation was definitely an almighty. 3 minutes later, Fang Chen's face turned completely serious. This was because he realized that this array formation was actually a composite array formation that was intertwined with the copper chain formation. If he wanted to crack this array formation, he had to find the place where it intersected with the copper chain formation. Then, he had to use array formation techniques to stabilize the copper chain formation and quickly crack this array formation. This was the only way to pass smoothly. Otherwise, it would be impossible to pass. What an exquisite array formation. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. He admired the Almighty who had set up this array formation even more. Such an exquisite interlocking array formation could actually be set up in such a narrow space. It made people sigh in amazement. As Fang Chen was trapped on the chain, countless martialists on the square stared at him. As for Yang Shoujian, he looked impatient. Fang Chen, if you can't pass, then get down here. Yang Shoujian's voice contained a powerful spiritual qi. It was transmitted directly into the copper chain formation and into Fang Chen's ears. Suddenly, Fang Chen heard Yang Shoujian's voice and turned his head. Yang Shoujian. Fang Chen had naturally noticed Yang Shoujian's cultivation base, but he wasn't afraid. Fang Chen, stop pretending. With your strength, you won't be able to reach the 9th pillar. Hurry up and get down here. Don't make a fool of yourself, said Yang Shoujian. Yang Shoujian, do you think that you're invincible just because you've reached the spirit vortex realm? Asked Fang Chen. At the very least, you're not my match, said Yang Shoujian coldly. Yang Shoujian, do you dare make a bet with me? Asked Fang Chen. Bet on what? Bet that I can reach the 9th pillar, said Fang Chen. How do you want to bet? Asked Yang Shoujian. It's very simple. If I can reach the 9th pillar, it'll be my win. If I can't, it'll be my loss, said Fang Chen. The loser has to give the winner 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. This was definitely a huge bet. Chapter 588. 10,000 top-grade spiritual stones was equivalent to the annual income of the Li clan. Fang Chen had just opened his mouth and asked for so many spiritual stones. This shocked the crowd. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones? Are you sure? Yang Shoujian's eyes flickered as he asked coldly. Yes, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Do you dare to bet? Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. Yang Shoujian was mocking him for not being able to reach the 9th pillar. Since that was the case, he would bet on it. To Fang Chen, 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones were nothing at all. That was because apart from the 1,056,000 he had exchanged earlier, he still had 7 million. Close to 10 million top-grade spirit stones was an amount that even the 3 big families could not match. Yang Shoujian narrowed his eyes, thinking quickly. He did not know if Fang Chen was really confident in reaching the 9th pillar, or if he was just trying to scare him. However, no matter what, he was in a difficult position, unless he agreed to Fang Chen's offer. Looking at the burning gazes of the surrounding warriors, Yang Shoujian said, "Okay, I agree." Yang Shoujian agreed to Fang Chen's bet. Everyone exclaimed, but Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. "I hope you don't go back on your word." Fang Chen sneered and continued to study the chain formation. Time passed by slowly. Fang Chen continued to study the chain formation on the chain. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 15 minutes, 1 hour. Finally, after 2 hours, all the warriors shook their heads. It seemed that Fang Chen was going to lose. He had not even passed 2 hours. Even if he had more time, there was nothing he could do. At this time, Yang Shoujian's eyes also revealed a trace of a smile. Thinking that Fang Chen was going to lose 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, he was very excited. Tomorrow was the auction. With these 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, he could buy the treasures he needed. "Fang Chen, you have lost." Yang Shoujian exuded a terrifying aura as he spoke coldly. "It's not over yet," Li Xiaoke retorted. Lu Lianshue's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Fang Chen. After interacting with Fang Chen for a while, Lu Lianshue realized that Fang Chen wasn't a reckless person. Since he dared to make such a big bet, it meant that he was confident. However, 2 hours had already passed, and he was not moving at all. Could it be that he was really trapped on the iron chain? Lu Lianshue knew how powerful the 9th pillar was. Even she could not pass through it. Thinking of this, a complicated expression appeared in Lu Lianshue's eyes. Then, she slightly shook her head. Just as everyone thought that Fang Chen was going to lose the bet, a strong aura suddenly emerged from the chains. The next moment, a smile of excitement appeared on Fang Chen's face. "I see." At this moment, Fang Chen was extremely excited. After 2 hours of research, Fang Chen used the knowledge in the array formation basic scroll and finally figured out the mystery of this array formation. "It's really exquisite." Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The Almighty who had set up this array formation was too powerful. He was actually able to set up such an exquisite array formation. Fang Chen sighed slightly. Then, with a flick of his wrist, 8 streams of true qi appeared on his palm. Then, Fang Chen's palm directly reached out and appeared at the nodes of the array formation. Then, Fang Chen's other hand began to break the array formation on the iron chain. Crack! Without the obstruction of the copper chain array, breaking the other array formation was very easy. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had broken the array formation and restored the copper chain array. At this moment, under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen easily walked up to the 9th pillar. Yang Shoujian, who had been full of smiles and thought that he had already won, suddenly changed his expression and became completely gloomy. How is this possible? Yang Shoujian's heart was filled with shock. Fang Chen had stepped onto the 9th pillar. Didn't this mean that he had lost the bet? The 9th pillar. Yang Shoujian's eyes were scarlet as he stared at Fang Chen on the 9th pillar. His heart was filled with murderous intent. When he was in the condensing reality realm, with Yang Shoujian's strength, he had only stepped onto the 7th pillar. He had not expected Fang Chen to actually step onto the 9th pillar. This kid's potential is too great. Yang Shoujian thought to himself. The entire square was in an uproar. Countless cultivators looked at Fang Chen, who was on the 9th pillar, in shock. Oh my god, Fang Chen really stepped onto the 9th pillar. Fang Chen has created a record in the history of Kaiyang City. His potential is too monstrous. He's really a peerless demon. Too terrifying. Countless voices of praise spread throughout the square. Li Xiaoke's pretty face was full of smiles. Lu Lianshue's face had a complicated expression. Standing on the 9th pillar, Fang Chen looked down at Yang Shoujian and said, "You've lost." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Yang Shoujian's face kept changing. At this moment, he felt a great sense of humiliation. Yang Shoujian, you have to accept your loss. Hand over 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. Li Xiaoke said. Yang Shoujian tried his best to suppress the anger in his body. He then raised his head to look at Fang Chen on the 9th pillar and said, "Fang Chen, I really did not expect that you would be able to step onto the 9th pillar. Naturally, I will fulfill my promise. However, I don't have enough spirit stones right now. How about I give you an IOU?" Hearing Yang Shoujian's words, Fang Chen's first reaction was that he was too shameless. An IOU? Wasn't this cheating? An IOU? Fang Chen sneered. Fang Chen, Yang Shoujian, don't worry about my reputation. I'll give you an IOU. You can come to the Yang clan's residence and ask for 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones at any time. Yang Shoujian said indifferently. Yang Shoujian, you're too despicable, Li Xiaoke said angrily. Yang Shoujian ignored Li Xiaoke and looked at Fang Chen, as if waiting for Fang Chen's reply. Fang Chen stared at Yang Shoujian. After a long time, he said, "Okay, an IOU." Hearing that, Yang Shoujian chuckled. He waved his hand and a white piece of paper appeared in front of him. Then, using his finger as a pen, he wrote a line of words and signed his name at the end. Then, he passed this piece of paper to Fang Chen. After receiving the paper, the latter sneered and did not say anything else. It was beyond everyone's expectations that such a huge gamble would end in such a way. Everyone was speechless at Yang Shoujian's shamelessness. Wasn't it too much? Writing an IOU was clearly shameless. The Yang clan hated Fang Chen so much. If he went to the Yang clan's residence to ask for the spirit stones, he might be killed by the Yang clan's patriarch. However, Fang Chen did not seem to want to make a big deal out of it, so he ended it so hastily. Lu Lianxue looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. At this moment, the latter's figure moved again. Fang Chen stepped onto the chain leading to the 10th bronze pillar. Ever since the bronze chain formation was established, no one in the younger generation of Kaiyang City had been able to step onto the 10th bronze pillar. Could it be that Fang Chen wants to step onto the 10th bronze pillar? A warrior exclaimed. Suddenly, everyone's eyes focused on Fang Chen. If he can really step onto the 10th bronze pillar, he will definitely be recorded in Kaiyang City's history. What a terrifying guy. Even if he fails, he will be remembered by everyone. Such a monstrous genius. I really don't know how he cultivated. Amidst the crowd's discussion, Fang Chen gently stepped onto the metal chain. However, this chain exceeded Fang Chen's expectations. He had originally thought that it would be very difficult to pass through this chain, but Fang Chen was wrong. When he stepped on the iron chain, he suddenly appeared on the 10th copper pillar. Crash! The entire bronze chain formation exploded with a dazzling light. Countless warriors were shocked. He really succeeded. He really stepped onto the 10th bronze pillar. Am I dreaming? How can he step onto the 10th bronze pillar? Monstrous. He is definitely monstrous. If he is given some time, the spiritual vortex realm will be nothing. Even the true martial realm will not be a problem. This is too terrifying. I can't believe I'm able to see someone step onto the 10th bronze pillar in my lifetime. When Fang Chen stepped onto the 10th bronze pillar, countless warriors in Kaiyang City were shocked. Even Yang Shoujian, Lu Lianxue, and the others were completely shocked. The 10th bronze pillar. Someone had actually stepped onto the 10th bronze pillar. Ever since the bronze chain formation was created, no one had been able to step onto the 10th bronze pillar. Now, someone had actually succeeded. It was too shocking. At this moment, Fang Chen stood on the 10th bronze pillar. A hazy aura appeared around him. The bronze chain formation constantly shrunk until it finally enveloped Fang Chen's body. When the outside world looked at the 10th bronze pillar, they could only see a layer of fog. They could not see anything else. Within the bronze chain formation, Fang Chen was extremely surprised. At this moment, a thought appeared. Young man, you are quite talented to be able to pass the bronze chain formations test. If you can break my bronze chain formation within half a month, you can become my disciple. When he heard this voice, Fang Chen instantly understood. It turned out that this so-called bronze chain formation was only used by a certain almighty to test his disciple. After this voice finished speaking, it completely disappeared. Fang Chen, who was within the bronze chain formation, could clearly feel that the bronze chain formation seemed to have changed. It had changed so much that he could not recognize it. Is this still the bronze chain formation? Fang Chen thought to himself. In the next moment, Fang Chen discovered that he was trapped within the bronze chain formation. He was unable to break free. This bronze chain formation is too complicated. It will be extremely difficult to break it, Fang Chen thought to himself. However, there was no other way. He could only search for a way to break it. A dazzling light erupted from the 10th bronze pillar. However, Fang Chen did not appear. After a long while, Yang Shoujian's eyes flickered. He is trapped within the 10th bronze pillar. Upon hearing this, the surrounding martialists were all astonished. At this moment, somewhere in the 5-element state, 2 old men were playing chess. Suddenly, the expression of one of the old men changed. Let's stop here for today. Every time you are about to lose, we stop here. Clearly, the old man on the other side was a little unhappy. The old man who had spoken earlier said, someone stepped onto the 10th bronze pillar of the bronze chain formation. Chapter 589. The news of Fang Chen being trapped in the 10th pillar spread like wildfire across the entire Miza city. Even the 3 great clans knew about it. Of course, there were also some martialists who said that Fang Chen wasn't actually trapped in the 10th pillar. Instead, he was receiving the inheritance of an almighty. In short, everyone in Kaiyang City was talking about Fang Chen. Some greedy people even appeared in the square from time to stare at the 10th pillar. They wanted to see when Fang Chen would come out. When the Li family heard the news, they immediately sent Li Mingzhu and the others to the square to protect Fang Chen. Even if Fang Chen appeared, they had to ensure Fang Chen's safety. Fang Chen stepping into the 10th pillar shocked everyone. The patriarchs of the 3 great families fell silent after hearing the news. The happiest person was the Li family patriarch. Fang Chen had a close relationship with the Li family. If Fang Chen became stronger, the Li family would also benefit. Of course, the angriest person was the Yang family patriarch. He had always wanted to kill Fang Chen. He had even spent money to hire an assassin to kill Fang Chen. However, when he heard the news, he was even angrier. In the history of Kaiyang City, no one had ever stepped into the 10th pillar. The fact that Fang Chen was able to do so meant that his potential was heaven-defying. If such a martialist was given time and allowed to grow, he would definitely become a true martial realm almighty in the future. Of course, the Yang family patriarch wouldn't let Fang Chen continue to grow. After this incident, he was even more eager to kill Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen was now inside the 10th pillar. All the martialists in Kaiyang City were watching, so it wasn't easy for him to make a move. In the square, on the 10th pillar in the copper chain array, Fang Chen was trapped inside the 10th pillar. He was trapped in the copper chain array. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out the copper chain array. This made Fang Chen feel very helpless. It seems that if I want to escape and break the copper chain array, I can only start from the Array Dao foundational scroll. After a long time, Fang Chen calmed down and said softly. Then, he gave up on studying the copper chain array. Instead, he took out the Array Dao foundation scroll and started studying it. Seconds and minutes ticked by. Waves of martialists outside the square came and went. In short, countless pairs of eyes were staring at the 10th bronze pillar. As long as Fang Chen made any movements, they would come immediately. At this moment, a white-haired old man quickly flew through the sky in the distance. He smiled. I wonder if that little fellow can break the copper chain array, the white-haired elder said softly. However, the white-haired old man believed that the fact that he could enter the 10th bronze pillar meant that his attainments in the Tao of array formations were not bad. As long as he put in some effort, he would definitely be able to break through the copper chain array within half a month. The white-haired elder's speed was extremely fast as he flew towards Miza City. 3 days had passed in Kaiyang City. Fang Chen was still trapped in the 10th bronze pillar. During these 3 days, there was no movement at all. Many martialists had already given up on paying attention to Fang Chen and left one after another. However, there was still a group of martialists who were watching Fang Chen. Yang Shoujian was one of them. He was waiting for Fang Chen to appear. As long as Fang Chen appeared, he would kill Fang Chen with lightning speed. When that happened, the Li family would probably not start a war with the Yang family over a dead genius. Fang Chen, I will definitely return the humiliation you have given me, Yang Shoujian said coldly in the square. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was trapped in the copper chain array, had finally finished reading the Array Dao foundational scroll. His mind was now filled with the knowledge of the Array Dao foundational scroll. He looked around at the copper chain array and said softly, Fortunately, I have the Array Dao foundational scroll. The Array Dao foundational scroll was extremely precious. It had been passed down to Fang Chen by an unknown almighty. After these 3 days of comprehension, Fang Chen's understanding of array formations had become even more thorough. At this moment, Fang Chen finally understood the mysteries of the copper chain array. He was confident that he would be able to break the copper chain array. It's been a transformation. Fang Chen stood up, looked around, and said in a low voice. The experience on the 10th bronze pillar could also be considered a transformation. Although his cultivation level had not increased, at least his understanding of array formations had deepened. Next, Fang Chen began to break the array according to his thoughts. After about an hour, Fang Chen finally broke the copper chain array completely and appeared before everyone once again. Boom! After the copper chain array was broken, Fang Chen instantly appeared on the bronze pillar. Fang Chen has appeared, a martialist exclaimed. Instantly, countless gazes turned to the 10th bronze pillar and looked at Fang Chen in shock. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen descended from the 10th bronze pillar and stood on the square. Fang Chen, are you all right? Li Xiaoke immediately ran over and asked. Li Mingzhu and the others also came to Fang Chen's side. I'm fine. Fang Chen nodded. At this moment, Fang Chen felt a fierce murderous aura lock onto him. He looked up and saw Yang Shoujian walking towards him. Fang Chen, are you finally willing to come out? Yang Shoujian said coldly. At the same time, his body was filled with a dense aura. He was ready to attack Fang Chen. Yang Shoujian, Li Mingzhu said coldly. What you did to me that day, I said that I would pay you back double. Yang Shoujian ignored Li Mingzhu and stared at Fang Chen coldly. Yang Shoujian, do you think that you can suppress me just because you broke through to the spirit vortex realm? Yang Shoujian had repeatedly revealed his murderous intent towards Fang Chen, making Fang Chen extremely angry. Fang Chen, do you dare to fight me? Yang Shoujian asked coldly. Yang Shoujian, you are a spirit vortex realm martialist. How dare you challenge a condensing reality realm martialist? Do you have any shame? Li Xiaoke said angrily. The surrounding martialists quietly watched this scene. No one stepped forward. The patriarchs of the 3 great clans were observing in the dark. The Li family head wanted to help, but was stopped by the Yang family head. As for the Lu family head, he stayed out of the matter and let it develop. You are not qualified to speak to me. The moment Yang Shoujian spoke, he released the aura of a spirit vortex realm martialist. Immediately, the spirit vortex in his qi spun and a wild aura filled the entire square. Li Mingzhu and the others discovered that their bodies had been imprisoned by Yang Shoujian. For a moment, everyone looked at Yang Shoujian angrily, while the latter stared at Fang Chen with a burning gaze. Fang Chen, if you don't speak, I will take it as a yes. Yang Shoujian did not give Fang Chen a chance. With a wave of his hand, a stream of spirit vortex was formed and shot towards Fang Chen with a powerful force. Phantom Sword Art, 9th level. Fang Chen immediately took out the hidden star sword and displayed the 9th level of the Phantom Sword Art. 8 streams of Zhen Qi surrounded his body as he directly attacked with his strongest attack. Bang! The powerful sword light fiercely collided with the spirit vortex and exploded with dazzling sparks. A deafening sound resounded through the clouds. Yang Shoujian was a little surprised that Fang Chen was able to block his attack. He was a spirit vortex realm elite. Although the attack just now was not his strongest attack, an ordinary martial artist with 9 streams of Zhen Qi would not be able to block it. Could it be that he obtained the inheritance in the 10th bronze pillar? Thinking of this, Yang Shoujian's eyes burned as he stared at Fang Chen. In the next moment, Yang Shoujian took out his long sword and displayed the Yang family sword art. The last time Yang Shoujian displayed the Yang family sword art, he was easily defeated by Fang Chen. This time, Yang Shoujian displayed the Yang family sword art with a cultivation of the 1st level of the spirit vortex realm. Although it was displayed by the same person, the difference in power was huge. A huge sword shadow appeared in the sky. This sword shadow contained a majestic aura that seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens. This is too shocking. Is this the power of a spirit vortex realm elite? There is a fundamental difference between the spirit vortex realm and the condensing reality realm. Fang Chen could not block Yang Shoujian's full attack. He is already so strong at the 1st level of the spirit vortex realm. His aura completely suppressed Fang Chen. Many martial artists in the surroundings exclaimed. Yang Shoujian was the first of the younger generation to enter the spirit vortex realm in Miza City. It was the first time for many people to see a spirit vortex realm elite in action. So strong. Although Fang Chen's strength had increased a lot, he could only guarantee that he could retreat unscathed. It would be very difficult for him to block Yang Shoujian's sword art. Whoosh! Fang Chen chose to escape. His figure flashed as he displayed the illusory sword art. One after another, identical figures appeared in the square. Poochie! The intimidating sword shadow in the sky pierced into the countless phantoms. Fang Chen, what are you going to use to block my attack? Yang Shoujian controlled the shocking sword shadow and said coldly. Crash! Just as Yang Shoujian finished speaking, the shocking sword shadow had already shattered all of Fang Chen's illusions. His real body was instantly exposed to the sword shadow. The sword shadow emitted a terrifying aura and locked onto Fang Chen. As long as Yang Shoujian gave the order, the shocking sword shadow would definitely pierce Fang Chen's body. Chapter 590. Yang Shoujian controlled the shocking sword shadows and looked at Fang Chen with bloodshot eyes. He said coldly, Fang Chen, what are you going to use to fight me? A month ago, Yang Shoujian, who was known as the strongest of the younger generation in Miza City, was easily defeated by Fang Chen. That battle was a humiliating battle for him, and he suffered great humiliation. He swore in his heart that once he broke through to the spiritual vortex realm, he would definitely take revenge and make Fang Chen suffer a fate worse than death. Now, he finally had his chance. In a month's time, Yang Shoujian had undergone earth-shattering changes. His strength had stepped into the spiritual vortex realm, and his body had undergone a qualitative leap. Although Fang Chen's strength had increased a lot compared to before, when facing a spiritual vortex realm warrior, a condensing reality realm warrior was still powerless. Fang Chen desperately blocked Yang Shoujian's attacks a few times, but this time, Fang Chen was a little unable to block the shocking sword shadows. Looking at the shocking sword shadows above his head that had locked onto his aura, Fang Chen thought to himself, even if I can block it, I will be injured. Facing a spiritual vortex realm warrior, Fang Chen was confident that he could escape unscathed. The surrounding warriors all shook their heads. Yang Shoujian's body emitted a terrifying killing intent. He wanted to kill Fang Chen. The three clan leaders had been secretly confronting each other. The Li clan leader could not help Fang Chen at all. Even if Li Mingzhu and the others wanted to help Fang Chen, their strength was limited. Facing the attack of a spiritual vortex realm warrior, they could not even interfere. Hearing Yang Shoujian's arrogant words, Fang Chen held his sword in a reverse grip. His expression was solemn, and the sword aura around him instantly rippled. Fang Chen used his own sword aura to secretly control the power of heaven and earth in an attempt to break the locking of the shocking sword shadows. Yang Shoujian discovered that the shocking sword shadow's attack direction was actually slowly changing. His expression changed slightly, and he let out a low roar. He waved his hand, and immediately, the majestic shocking sword shadows bombarded towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen, Li Mingzhu and the rest shouted. They were extremely worried. Yang Shoujian's sword shadow was too powerful. As long as Fang Chen was hit, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Everyone thought that Fang Chen would die under Yang Shoujian's sword shadow. Yang Shoujian himself laughed arrogantly. At this moment, in the sky above Miza City, the figure that was rapidly flying over had finally arrived above Miza City. As soon as he entered Miza City, he sensed this majestic aura. He focused his eyes and discovered that the cultivator standing in the square was actually the disciple he had forcefully taken in before. Fang Chen. When the white-haired elder discovered Fang Chen, his face was filled with joy. However, when he saw that the majestic sword shadow was about to attack Fang Chen, his face turned completely gloomy. "How dare you touch my disciple?" the white-haired old man said in a deep voice. With a wave of his hand, a whirlwind appeared in the sky. This whirlwind spun rapidly in the sky and appeared above the square in an instant at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The moment the whirlwind appeared, all the cultivators on the square were sent flying. Crack! The whirlwind appeared in front of Fang Chen and blocked the majestic sword shadow's attack. With a crack, the extremely powerful sword shadow actually shattered in an instant. After the sword shadow shattered, the whirlwind instantly disappeared. This sudden turn of events caused the three clan leaders, who were secretly facing off against each other, to be extremely shocked. "What's going on?" Yang Shoujian cried out in alarm when he saw that his sword shadow had been shattered by the whirlwind that had suddenly appeared. Crash! At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky. He was dressed in black and his hair was exceptionally eye-catching. He looked around at the crowd and then landed lightly on the square. When Fang Chen saw the white-haired old man, he smiled. Although he didn't know why the white-haired old man had appeared in Miza City, Fang Chen knew that Yang Shoujian wouldn't be able to kill him today. "Who are you?" Yang Shoujian stared at the white-haired old man and asked coldly. The white-haired old man could easily shatter his attack, so he must be a spiritual vortex realm expert. Yang Shoujian didn't dare to act rashly. The white-haired old man didn't answer Yang Shoujian's question and instead said coldly, "A mere first-level spiritual vortex realm martial artist dares to attack my disciple." Disciple. Hearing the white-haired old man's words, the surrounding cultivators were shocked. This powerful white-haired old man was actually Fang Chen's master. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect Fang Chen to have such a strong backing. "You are Fang Chen's master?" Yang Shoujian was also a little surprised and asked. The white-haired old man ignored Yang Shoujian and turned to look at Fang Chen. "Kid, when did you come to the Five Elements province?" "Master." Fang Chen cupped his hands at the white-haired old man. Although he had only met this cheap master once, the white-haired old man's teachings were still very important to Fang Chen. If it weren't for the white-haired old man, Fang Chen wouldn't have had such accomplishments in the Tao of formations. Hearing his master's question, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of helplessness. "I came to the Five Elements province against my will." The white-haired old man's eyes flickered. He could hear that Fang Chen's words were filled with helplessness. "What's going on between you and him?" the white-haired old man asked. Fang Chen gave a simple explanation of why he came to Miza City. After hearing Fang Chen's story, The white-haired old man glanced at young Shojin and coldly snorted. Kid, I didn't attack you today because you don't have the qualifications for me to attack you. Wait until my disciple reaches the spiritual vortex realm. He will come for you for revenge, the white-haired old man slowly said. The white-haired old man was still very confident in Fang Chen. There were very few opponents in the same realm who could match him. The person in front of him relied on the fact that he was a first-level spiritual vortex realm martial artist to attempt to kill his disciple. This made the white-haired old man very unhappy. Fortunately, the white-haired old man had arrived in Miza City in time. Otherwise, Fang Chen would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. Master, why did you come to Miza City? Fang Chen suddenly asked. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the white-haired old man remembered his purpose in coming to Miza City. He then looked at the copper chain formation in the square. The 10th bronze pillar was empty. Where is he? The white-haired old man was a little surprised. The 10th pillar was empty, which meant that the martial artist who was trapped in the copper chain formation had already broken the formation and left before he came. Thinking of this, the white-haired old man became even more curious. Who was it that could break the copper chain formation in 3 days? The white-haired old man thought for a moment and then asked, Do you know that a person entered the 10th pillar a few days ago? Hearing this, Fang Chen was taken aback and immediately nodded. Then do you know where the martial artist in the 10th pillar went? The white-haired old man continued to ask. When Fang Chen heard this and combined it with the clues he had obtained in the 10th pillar, he could finally confirm that his master was the formation master who had set up the copper chain formation. Master, could it be that you were the one who set up the copper chain formation? Fang Chen could not help but ask. The white-haired old man did not hide anything from Fang Chen and nodded. That's right. This copper chain formation was set up by me when I accidentally came to Miza City. Hearing the white-haired old man's words, Fang Chen's expression was a little strange. Do you know where the martial artist in the 10th pillar went? Since he was able to pass the test, he naturally became my disciple and your junior brother, said the white-haired old man. Fang Chen grinned and said, Master, the martial artist in the 10th pillar is right in front of you. The white-haired old man raised his eyebrows when he heard this. When he saw Fang Chen's smirk, he suddenly asked, You are saying? Fang Chen nodded and said, The martial artist who entered the 10th pillar was me. Ha ha ha. It's actually you, kid. It seems that we are fated to be master and disciple. The white-haired old man was very happy when he found out that the martial artist who had entered the 10th pillar was Fang Chen. Before he came to Miza City, he had guessed that the martial artist who had entered the 10th pillar would be able to break the copper chain formation within 15 days. However, he had never imagined that this martial artist would actually be his disciple and that he would be able to break the copper chain formation within 3 days. You are not bad, kid. The white-haired old man's face was full of smiles. At this moment, the clan leaders of the 3 great clans appeared. Without the clan leader of the Yang clan holding him back, the clan leader of the Li clan went straight to Fang Chen. Fang Chen, are you all right? I'm fine, said Fang Chen. Then, the Li clan leader cupped his hands and greeted the white-haired old man. The latter also nodded. After hearing Fang Chen say that the Li clan had taken good care of him after he came to Miza City, the white-haired old man naturally had a good impression of the Li clan. Senior, I am Yang Shojin of the Yang clan. I did not know that this person was your disciple. I apologize for offending you, said the Yang clan leader with a smile. The Yang clan leader was also a spiritual vortex realm expert, but he could not see through the white-haired old man. The only reason was that the white-haired old man was too powerful. Thinking of this, the Yang clan leader did not even have the courage to attack. Therefore, he could only quickly apologize before the white-haired old man got angry. At this moment, Yang Shojin's eyes were filled with unwillingness. If he was given 1 more second, he would be able to kill Fang Chen. But at this moment, an almighty who was so powerful that he could kill him with a flip of his hand appeared. Moreover, this almighty was Fang Chen's master. This made Yang Shojin very unreconciled. Why did all the good things happen to Fang Chen? But even if he was unreconciled, he still had to follow the Yang clan leader to apologize. When the white-haired old man heard the Yang clan leader's words, he said coldly, Seeing that you did not hurt my disciple, I will let you off this time. If this continues, there is no need for your young clan to exist." The white-haired old man's words terrified the young clan leader, but he could only nod and agree. "Fang Chen, I will leave this child for you to deal with in the future." "How about it?" asked the white-haired old man as he looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded. He knew his master's good intentions, so he directly agreed. "Sure." The white-haired old man nodded and said, "Is there anything else?" Chapter 591. Fang Chen took out the IOU. Seeing this, the white-haired old man asked directly, "What is this?" "This is an IOU." Fang Chen said. When he saw the IOU, Yang Shoujian had the urge to dig a hole in the ground. When he made the bet, he was confident that he would win. Could Fang Chen, who was only at the 9th condensing reality realm, pass the 9th pillar? Therefore, even if it was a big bet, Yang Shoujian still took it. Because 10,000 supreme grade spirit stones was a fatal temptation to Yang Shoujian. If he had these 10,000 supreme grade spirit stones, Yang Shoujian's status in the Yang family would definitely rise. He would surpass all the elders and become an existence second only to the patriarch. At that time, Yang Shoujian would be able to pour all the Yang family's resources on himself. Increasing his strength would no longer be a dream. However, he never thought that Fang Chen would actually pass the 9th pillar. He lost the bet. Although he lost the bet, Yang Shoujian did not want to, nor did he have that many spirit stones to give to Fang Chen. Therefore, he used his strength to threaten Fang Chen. He even deliberately made things difficult for Fang Chen. He was only willing to write an IOU. Everyone knew that even if Fang Chen had the IOU, he would not dare to go to the Yang family to collect the debt. Therefore, his IOU was like a piece of scrap paper. But now, when Yang Shoujian saw the IOU, his heart was filled with endless anger. "What IOU?" the white-haired old man asked. With his master backing him, Fang Chen was naturally fearless. He said directly, "When we were breaking through the copper chain array, Yang Shoujian mocked me for not being able to pass. Therefore, we made a big bet of 10,000 supreme grade spirit stones. In the end, I won and he wrote me an IOU." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Yang family patriarch's heart trembled. That was 10,000 supreme grade spirit stones. Their Yang family's annual income was only that much. The Yang family patriarch looked at Yang Shoujian with fiery eyes. At this moment, he wanted to slap Yang Shoujian to death. How stupid, he actually wrote an IOU. Oh, so that's how it is. Hearing this, the white-haired old man understood what had happened. A faint smile appeared on his face as he looked at the Yang family patriarch. At that moment, Li Mingzhu and the others had gloating expressions in their eyes. This was especially true for Li Xiaoke. Back then, Yang Shoujian had bullied Fang Chen because he wasn't as strong as him. He had forcefully given Fang Chen an IOU and wanted to act shamelessly. Now, he had finally reaped what he had sown. In the Lu clan's district, the Lu clan's clan leader also looked at this scene in surprise, then shook his head slightly. Lu Lianxue, who was standing behind the Lu clan leader, had a faint smile on her face. She looked at Fang Chen with increasingly bright eyes. "Senior." The Yang family patriarch wanted to defend himself, but the white-haired old man wouldn't waste time with him. The white-haired old man took the IOU from Fang Chen's hand and handed it to the Yang family patriarch. He said, "Take a look and see if this IOU is from your Yang family." The white-haired old man was powerful, so he wasn't afraid that the Yang family patriarch would tear up this IOU. The Yang family patriarch took the IOU and saw that it was indeed from Yang Shoujian. His heart was filled with rage, but it was useless. "Yang Shoujian, look at what you've done." The Yang family patriarch glared at Yang Shoujian. Yang Shoujian lowered his head, not daring to say anything. The Yang family patriarch had a lot of authority in the Yang family. Now that he had done such a thing, he would definitely be punished by the Yang family patriarch. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. "Not a single one less," said the white-haired old man. The Yang family patriarch's face was filled with helplessness. In the end, he sighed and said, "Senior, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones isn't a small amount. I need to return to the young family patriarch to prepare it. The white-haired old man nodded. All right. I don't think you'll dare to play any tricks. After bidding farewell to the white-haired old man, the young family patriarch quickly left the square and returned to the young family patriarch to prepare the spirit stones. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones was a huge sum of money for the young family. Because of young Shojin, the young family had suffered such a huge loss. The young family patriarch immediately decided to punish young Shojin. The young family would stop all resource supplies to young Shojin and even take back all the top-grade spirit stones that were given to young Shojin every month. This punishment was indeed a little heavy for young Shojin. On the path of martial arts, once there were no resources, it would be extremely difficult to cultivate. Although young Shojin's talent was exceptional, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for a spiritual vortex realm cultivator to raise his cultivation. Without the young family's resources, young Shojin would have to wait a long time to raise his cultivation to the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. Fang Chen, it's all because of you. Young Shojin's heart was filled with hatred for Fang Chen. At this moment, young Shojin swore to himself that if he had the chance, he would definitely kill Fang Chen. The young family did not want to offend the white-haired elder, so they quickly gathered 10,000 top-grade spirit stones and delivered them to Fang Chen at the square. The matter was settled just like that. The white-haired elder did not make a move against the young family, allowing the young family to breathe a sigh of relief. However, every time the young family patriarch thought about the loss of 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, he would be furious. Even if young Shojin was the most outstanding flute player in the young family, the young family patriarch would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. In the end, the young family patriarch made a decision to let young Shojin enter the Luoying mountain peaks to train. Within half a year, he was not allowed to leave the Luoying mountain peaks. Young Shojin's heart was filled with resentment, but he had no choice. In the end, he left Kaiyang City and entered the Luoying mountain peaks. At this moment, within Kaiyang City, Fang Chen's master, the white-haired elder, was invited to the Li family patriarch's residence. Senior, you are Fang Chen's master. How should I address you? The Li family patriarch asked. Danqing, the white-haired elder said with a smile. Danqing. The Li family patriarch expressed that he had never heard of this name, but he still respectfully called him Senior Danqing. This was also the first time Fang Chen had learned that his master's name was Danqing. Within the Li family patriarch's residence, Fang Chen's courtyard. The white-haired elder and Fang Chen were sitting on a stone bench and chatting. After hearing about Fang Chen's experiences in the 4 great mountain ranges, the white-haired elder couldn't help but sigh. Of course, the thing that shocked the white-haired elder the most was that Fang Chen had actually become a formation grandmaster. This kind of talent in formations made the white-haired elder extremely envious. Other than the time when he had taught Fang Chen had learned everything by himself. The white-haired elder was extremely shocked that someone like him could become a formation grandmaster. This was enough to show just how talented Fang Chen was in the Tao of formations. After learning that Fang Chen had become a formation grandmaster, the white-haired elder was extremely excited. Fang Chen, your talent in formations is much greater than mine when I was young, the white-haired elder said with a smile. To be able to become a formation grandmaster at such a young age, you will definitely become a formation grandmaster in the future. Although there was only a one-word difference between a formation grandmaster and a formation grandmaster, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Only a true formation grandmaster could understand the difference. Master, what level of formation master are you? Fang Chen was very curious about the formation level of the white-haired elder, so he directly asked. The white-haired elder smiled and said, you will know in the future. Saying this now is of no benefit to you. Oh. Fang Chen nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Kaiyang City is only a small city in the 5 Elements province. You will definitely be heading to a broader stage in the future, right? The white-haired elder asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, I'll leave Miza City once I'm done with the matters here. The white-haired elder nodded at Fang Chen's words. While you are cultivating in the martial path, don't forget to cultivate in the Tao of formations. I will, said Fang Chen. The more he came into contact with the Tao of formations, the more Fang Chen discovered that the Tao of formations was extremely helpful in battle. If he could become a formation grandmaster, he would be able to casually set up a profound formation in battle to trap his enemies. It would be far too simple. I can't always follow you. You still need to temper yourself on the path of the martial path. However, you must be careful in the 5 Elements province. The white-haired elder slowly said, I will be leaving tomorrow. Before that, you can ask me if there's anything you don't understand in the Tao of formations. Master, when will we meet again? Asked Fang Chen. When you become a formation grandmaster, said the white-haired elder. After that, Fang Chen began to ask questions about the Tao of formations that he didn't understand. The master and disciple chatted until late at night before going to rest. While chatting with the white-haired elder, Fang Chen also gained a more thorough understanding of the Tao of formations. Early the next morning, the white-haired elder left Kaiyang City. When he left, he didn't say goodbye to Fang Chen. When Fang Chen woke up, his master had already left. Master, I will definitely become a formation grandmaster. Fang Chen clenched his fists as he thought to himself. Fang Chen had just woken up when Li Xiaoke came to look for Fang Chen. Fang Chen. Li Xiaoke entered Fang Chen's courtyard and called out when she saw Fang Chen. Xiaoke. Fang Chen grinned when he saw Li Xiaoke. Where's your master? Asked Li Xiaoke. He left. Fang Chen replied. Li Xiaoke nodded and didn't ask any more questions. She then said, Fang Chen, I came to find you this time because there's a mission that requires us to complete together. A mission? Fang Chen didn't understand and asked. Our Li family and the Lu family have some business cooperation. This mission was jointly issued by the Lu family and the Li family, and it requires the younger generation to complete it. Li Xiaoke explained simply. What mission? Asked Fang Chen. 100 miles outside of Kaiyang City, there's a mountain range. There's a metal mine in the mountain range that our Li family and the Lu family are mining together. Recently, the miners who were mining the mine mysteriously disappeared. After the patriarch and the Lu family discussed it, they decided to let the younger generation investigate. They suspect that some kind of monster appeared in the mine, said Li Xiaoke. Okay. Fang Chen agreed. After that, Fang Chen followed Li Xiaoke to the Li family's courtyard. Fang Chen discovered that other than the Li family patriarch and the Lu family patriarch, one of the 3 goddesses of Kaiyang City, Lu Lianxue, was also there. Chapter 592. After the Li family head finished his introduction, Fang Chen found out that there were only 4 people on this mission. The other 3 were the 3 goddesses of Kaiyang City. Looking at the 3 beauties in front of him, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. It was already so difficult for ordinary people to walk side by side with just one of them. This time, he actually had to travel with all 3 of them. Fang Chen, you are the strongest. After you go to the mine, take care of them, the Lu family head said with a smile. I will, Fang Chen said. All right, it's getting late. You should set off, the Li family head said. Fang Chen and the other 3 nodded, then left the Li family manor and appeared on the streets of Kaiyang City. On the streets of Miza City, Fang Chen was followed by the 3 goddesses. This attracted the attention of countless martialists. I really envy Fang Chen. He can actually travel with the 3 goddesses. If only I could travel with one of them, I would be satisfied. Don't you know who they are? How can you compare to them? Yeah, Fang Chen has already become the top warrior of the younger generation in Kaiyang City. Moreover, he has such a powerful master behind him. Only Fang Chen can accompany the 3 goddesses of Kaiyang City. Along the way, countless warriors were talking about it. When Fang Chen heard these words, he smiled slightly and didn't mind. After a while, the 4 of them left Kaiyang City and appeared on the wasteland. Fang Chen, you are now the idol of the younger generation in Kaiyang City, Li Xiaoke said with a smile. Fang Chen grinned and didn't say anything. Lu Lianxue's face revealed a charming smile. Li Mingzhu, on the other hand, was still cold. At noon, the 4 of them finally arrived at the mine 100 miles away. There was a majestic mountain range here. In the mountain range, There was a mine that ran through the entire mountain range. The entrance of the mountain range was heavily guarded. "Stop right there," the guard shouted when he saw someone walking towards them. "It's us," Lu Lianxue said. The guard recognized Lu Lianxue and hurriedly said, "So Miss Lu has arrived." After saying that, the guard brought Lu Lianxue and the others into the mountain range. Then, they appeared before a building. One look and one could tell that this building was built in the mountains by the Lu clan and the Li clan. When they arrived at the building, the elders of the Li clan and the Lu clan came out to welcome them. Mingzhu. The elder of the Li clan chuckled. Lianxue. The Lu clan's elder greeted her. "Elder, how is the mine?" Lu Lianxue asked. The elder of the Lu family said, "In the mine, there are miners who mysteriously disappear every day. We have sent people in to take a look, but they have found nothing. Recently, too many miners have mysteriously gone missing, so we have temporarily suspended the mining of the veins." Hearing the elder's words, Lu Lianxue nodded and looked at Li Mingzhu. The latter said, "Let's go in and take a look tonight." Hearing this, Fang Chen and Li Xiaoke nodded. At this time, the elders of the Lu clan and the Li clan finally noticed Fang Chen. "This must be Fang Chen." The elder of the Li clan saw Fang Chen and chuckled. Junior Fang Chen greets the two elders. Fang Chen cupped his hands. "Good, good. As expected of a young hero." The elder of the Li clan nodded in satisfaction. Just like that, Fang Chen and the others were arranged to stay in this building. They waited for night to fall. Because this mine wasn't too big, the elders guarding it were all condensing reality realm warriors. This time, the elders were very happy that Fang Chen and the others had come. With their strength, as long as they didn't encounter any spirit vortex realm warriors, they would definitely be able to solve the problem of the mine. Just like that, everyone waited for night to fall. Time passed minute by minute. When night fell, Li Xiaoke came to Fang Chen's residence. "We can move now." Li Xiaoke saw Fang Chen and said softly. Fang Chen nodded and met up with Li Mingzhu and Lu Lianxue. Then, the four of them quickly entered the mine. "What kind of metal is this?" After entering the mine, Fang Chen looked at the colorful metals in the mine and asked in confusion. "This is a kind of alloy that can be made into weapons," Lu Lianxue explained. Fang Chen nodded and looked around. In the mine, it was pitch black. The four of them moved forward in the dark. Soon, the four of them arrived at the depths of the mine. At this time, Fang Chen felt that something was wrong. He seemed to feel an invisible aura surrounding them. "Do you feel it?" Fang Chen asked softly. "What?" Lu Lianxue asked. Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke also looked at Fang Chen in confusion. "I feel an invisible aura," Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Li Mingzhu and the other two's expressions changed. They looked around cautiously. Fang Chen and the other three continued to move forward. Just as they were moving forward, a ghostly black shadow suddenly appeared behind them. Woo woo, a strange sound came from the black shadow's mouth. Before Fang Chen and the other three could react, a fierce attack suddenly appeared behind Fang Chen and the other three. "Be careful." Fang Chen felt this attack immediately. He turned his head and saw that Li Mingzhu was at the back. It was very likely that she would be hit by this attack. He roared. In a panic, he pulled his hand and grabbed Li Mingzhu's fair hand, pulling her from the back to the front. Being pulled by Fang Chen, Li Mingzhu lost her balance and fell into Fang Chen's arms. Lu Lianxue and Li Xiaoke also reacted at this time. The two of them attacked together. Suddenly, a powerful attack bombarded the black shadow. Bang! With a loud bang, the black shadow couldn't withstand the attacks of the two girls and fell heavily to the ground. At this time, Li Xiaoke's wrist shook and a flame appeared in her fair hand. The depths of the mine were instantly illuminated. They realized that the one who attacked them was a cheater. "It's a cheater," Li Xiaoke said, then turned to look at Fang Chen. Li Mingzhu fell into Fang Chen's arms and instantly felt a hot aura coming from Fang Chen's chest. This was the first time in her life that she was so close to a man. Li Mingzhu's pretty face instantly flushed red. Her face was filled with embarrassment. Li Xiaoke saw that Li Mingzhu maintained a strange posture in Fang Chen's arms. She blinked her small eyes and said, "Sister Mingzhu, you guys." Lu Lianshue's charming eyes also looked at Fang Chen and Li Mingzhu with a smile. Li Mingzhu, who was known for her coldness, was very embarrassed. She directly pushed Fang Chen away and escaped from Fang Chen's arms. Fang Chen was also a little embarrassed. He immediately looked at Li Mingzhu and said, "It was an emergency. I'm sorry." Li Mingzhu's face was red as she lowered her head and said softly, "It's okay." Seeing this, Fang Chen didn't say anything else. He turned his gaze to the cheetah and said, "Could it be that the mysterious miners were killed by the cheetah?" "That's possible," Li Xiaoke said. Lu Lianxue shook her head. Her red lips parted slightly as she said, "Did you guys notice that the cheetah's heart directly exploded when it died?" Hearing Lu Lianxue's words, Li Xiaoke recalled the scene when they killed the cheetah. She nodded and said, "It seems to be true." Fang Chen raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He walked in front of the cheetah, squatted down, and gently touched the cheetah's body. After a long while, Fang Chen said in a low voice, "This cheetah was controlled by someone." Although Li Xiaoke and Lu Lianshue's attacks were strong, they didn't hit the cheetah's heart. When the cheetah died, its heart instantly exploded. This meant that the cheetah was controlled by someone. Only a controlled cheetah's heart would explode when it died. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with a complicated expression. This mine is jointly mined by the Lu and Li families. Who is attacking the miners? Could it be the Yang family? Fang Chen thought to himself. Lu Lianxue seemed to have guessed Fang Chen's thoughts and said directly, "It's unlikely to be the Yang family. The Yang family wouldn't dare to offend both the Li and Lu families at the same time." "Then who is it?" Li Xiaoke asked. Fang Chen couldn't figure it out. At this moment, Li Mingzhu recovered and said, "Let's continue looking and we'll find out." Hearing this, Fang Chen and the other three looked at each other and continued moving forward. Just as the four of them expected, it seemed that their whereabouts were already known by the mysterious warrior in the dark. Every time they walked a short distance, cheetahs would appear and attack them crazily. At the beginning, the cheetahs would still fight with them. But later on, whenever the cheetahs appeared, they would explode. This made Fang Chen and the other three miserable. "Who is it?" Fang Chen stopped in his tracks, looked around, and said in a low voice. After reaching the depths of the mine, they had only walked 500 meters before they were attacked by several waves of cheetahs. Later on, the cheetahs attacked in a suicidal manner, which made Fang Chen and the other three somewhat cautious. However, the best situation now was that the cheetahs appeared alone and didn't appear in groups. Just think about it. If the cheetahs appeared in groups and exploded together, even a spiritual whirlpool realm expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. "Should we continue moving forward?" Lu Lianxue asked. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked around. When the three of them didn't notice, the little mouse appeared from the special space ring and went straight into the darkness. Fang Chen had just told the little mouse about the situation and let the little mouse sneak into the darkness to find the mysterious warrior. As long as they found the mysterious warrior, they would be able to get out of their current predicament. Chapter 593. After the little mouse disappeared into the darkness, Fang Chen turned to look at the three women and said, "Let's continue forward. If you like Eastern literature, go online." Lu Lianxue wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she shook her head slightly and followed behind Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen had guessed, when they advanced about 100 meters, they encountered another attack from a cheetah. As soon as this cheetah appeared, it immediately self-destructed. A majestic aura instantly filled the entire mine. Fortunately, Fang Chen's group of four had strong defenses, so no one was injured for the time being. "Fang Chen, we can't continue forward," Li Mingzhu said in a low voice. She was worried that there was a mysterious expert hiding in the dark. Once they entered the mysterious expert's trap, their lives would be in danger. The expert hiding in the dark definitely isn't too strong. Otherwise, he would have already come out and killed us, Fang Chen said. Lu Lianxue nodded, a complicated expression in her eyes. Then she said, "Listen to Fang Chen and continue forward." Li Xiaoke didn't say anything, But her actions proved her attitude. She was also willing to continue forward. The four of them continued forward. As they went deeper and deeper, Fang Chen's group encountered more and more cheetahs. After a quarter of an hour, Fang Chen's face finally revealed a trace of a smile. That was because the little mouse had sent back news that it had found the mysterious expert hiding in the dark. This way. Fang Chen suddenly stopped. He pointed at a side path to the side and said, "Fang Chen, why did you suddenly want to go this way?" Li Xiaoke asked doubtfully. "I found traces of the mysterious expert." After saying that, he took the lead and walked to the left path. At this time, somewhere in the mine, a black shadow was secretly watching Fang Chen's group. Behind him were many cheetahs. However, these cheetahs seemed to have some kind of restriction on their bodies. They stood there motionless. In the black shadow's hand was a small jade pendant. As long as the black shadow transmitted spiritual qi into the jade pendant, a cheetah would leave here and appear in front of Fang Chen's group. These four people must be the best of the younger generation in Kaiyang City. It's not good to fight them head-on. We just have to stop them, the black shadow whispered. If Fang Chen were here, he would definitely discover that the black shadow was a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Furthermore, it was a protector of the Yellow Spring sect. Not so long ago, the protectors of the Yellow Spring sect were very powerful to Fang Chen. But now, even the protector of the Yellow Spring sect was no match for Fang Chen at his peak. The protectors of the Yellow Springs sect accidentally discovered that a super protector of the Yellow Springs sect was being suppressed at the bottom of the mine. The so-called super protector was one of the top protectors among the 36 protectors. His strength was considered top-notch among the 36 protectors. After the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect discovered this, they quietly entered the mine. While rescuing the super protector, they also stopped the miners from the Lu and Li families from entering. The protectors who disappeared mysteriously every day were actually killed by the Black Shadow. The Black Shadow was called Protector Yun Sho. He was ranked 11th among the 36 protectors. They had a total of 3 protectors. The other 2 protectors were ranked 10th and 9th respectively. The 2 protectors entered the mine to rescue the super protector of the Yellow Spring sect. Protector Yun Sho, on the other hand, was here to keep an eye on the mine and stop any cultivators who wanted to enter the mine. They originally thought that by the time the Li and Lu families arrived, they would have rescued the super protector. But now, it seemed that rescuing the super protector was more difficult. After Fang Chen and the other 3 entered the mine, they were discovered by Protector Yun Sho. He had been secretly watching Fang Chen and the other 3. The cheetahs behind him were puppets controlled by the other 2 protectors. The reason why they were given to him was because they were worried that powerful cultivators would barge in. Because he was not proficient in puppetry, he could only use the jade pendant to control one of the cheetahs each time. Protector Yun Sho was helpless that he could not control them all at once. Just as Protector Yun Sho was about to control the next cheetah to attack, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his finger. Then, he realized that his finger had mysteriously fallen to the ground. Then, the jade pendant fell to the ground as well. Fresh blood spurted out from his palm. Ah! Protector Yun Sho let out a tragic cry. His fingers were connected to his heart. His entire body was in extreme pain. Protector Yun Sho's body exploded with a wild aura. He defended himself while getting ready to pick up the jade pendant. But at this moment, a shadow swept across the ground and the jade pendant disappeared. Who is it? Protector Yun Sho scolded darkly. When Protector Yun Sho saw clearly, he realized that in a protruding part of the wall not far away, there was a little mouse playing with the jade pendant. Damn it, it's a mouse. A dignified protector of the Yellow Springs sect had his finger bitten off by a little mouse. This made Protector Yun Sho extremely angry. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Protector Yun Sho glared at the little mouse and roared furiously. The little mouse chirped non-stop, its face full of smiles. Its finger pointed behind Protector Yun Sho. The latter was puzzled and turned to look. Suddenly, he saw Fang Chen and the other 3 rushing over. Not good. Protector Yun Sho immediately understood. This little mouse was most likely the spirit pet of these 4 people. Before Protector Yun Sha could make a decision, Fang Chen and the other three appeared in front of him. The little mouse leaped up onto Fang Chen's shoulder and handed the jade pendant to Fang Chen. Fang Chen played with the jade pendant and looked at Protector Yun Sha. His eyes were cold as he said, "So it's the remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect causing trouble here. Kid, who are you? How dare you spoil the business of the Yellow Springs sect?" Protector Yun Sha's hand was covered in blood as he said coldly. When they saw the remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect, Lu Lianxue and the other two's eyes were filled with killing intent. However, they were most curious about the little mouse on Fang Chen's shoulder. "What a cute little mouse," Lu Lianxue said sweetly. She reached out her fair hands and was about to hug the little mouse. However, the little mouse's eyes flickered and dodged Lu Lianxue's hands and jumped into Li Xiaoke's arms. Looking at the little fella lying in Li Xiaoke's arms, Fang Chen was helpless. This fella's head was resting on Li Xiaoke's chest and it looked at Fang Chen proudly. Fang Chen was a little embarrassed and he turned to look at Protector Yun Sha. "So cute. Fang Chen, is this your spirit pet?" Li Xiaoke was also very fond of the little mouse and she giggled. Fang Chen was speechless. Cute didn't seem to be related to little mouse. If they knew that the little mouse had even eaten the finger of the legendary leader of the Yellow Springs sect, how would they feel? "The matter has been investigated. It's the remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect causing trouble," Li Mingzhu said coldly. Li Mingzhu's body emitted a terrifying aura. She wanted to kill Protector Yun Sha. "Speak. Why are you here?" Fang Chen looked at Protector Yun Sha and asked in a low voice. He didn't believe that the protector of the Yellow Springs sect would stay here for no reason and even kill the miners. There must be something fishy about this. A dead man doesn't need to know so much. Protector Yun Sha sneered and his body flashed as he launched a fierce attack. Li Mingzhu was about to attack but was stopped by Fang Chen. "Let me." The moment Fang Chen's words came out, he stretched out his gigantic hand. Instantly, a formidable power gushed out and crushed down onto the body of Protector Yun Sha. Pucci before Protector Yun Sha could attack Fang Chen, he was suppressed by the latter's hand. How is this possible? Protector Yun Sha was shocked. Fang Chen's aura hadn't reached the spiritual vortex realm. How could he be suppressed before he could even fight back? "Speak your purpose." Fang Chen suppressed Protector Yun Sha and asked coldly. "Impossible." Protector Yun Sha shouted angrily. When Fang Chen heard this, he turned to look at the little mouse in Li Xiaoke's arms and signaled for it to attack. With a whoosh, the little mouse jumped out of Li Xiaoke's arms and jumped in front of Protector Yun Sha. "Break his arms," Fang Chen said. Crack. The little mouse opened its mouth and bit Protector Yun Sha's palms. Crunch, 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 crunch. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out from the mouth of Protector Yun Sha. He felt unbearable pain. At that moment, he wanted to slap the little mouse to death. As for the three ladies behind Fang Chen, they were completely stunned as well. They had just been praising the little mouse for being cute earlier on. But, when they saw the little mouse eating Protector Yun Sha's palm, their hearts were filled with shock. "It ate it," Li Xiaoke exclaimed. Even Lu Lianxue and Li Mingzhu narrowed their eyes and stared at the little mouse. "Are you going to speak or not?" Fang Chen continued asking. "No." Protector Yun Sha cried out pitifully. "Break his legs," Fang Chen said. Crack. The little mouse bit off Protector Yun Sha's legs. Protector Yun Sha's limbs were broken and he became a cripple. Fang Chen picked up Protector Yun Sha and said in a low voice, "I have no interest in wasting my time with you." Protector Yun Sha was in excruciating pain. He felt extremely humiliated. To think that a dignified protector of the Yellow Springs sect would have his limbs severed by a little rat. At this moment, there was only one crazy thought in his mind, and that was to kill this damned rat. "Promise me one thing." Protector Yun Sha was already in a state of madness. The spiritual energy in his sea of qi was dissipating. Once all the spiritual energy was gone, he would become a cripple. "What is it?" Fang Chen asked. "Let me kill this damned little mouse with my own hands." Protector Yun Sha endured the pain and roared. "All right, I'll give you a chance. Fang Chen said. After getting Fang Chen's confirmation, Protector Yunshaw told him their plan. There's a super protector of the Yellow Springs sect underground. The other two protectors are trying to save them. Protector Yunshaw finished speaking in one breath and looked at Fang Chen. Crash. Fang Chen threw Protector Yunshaw to the ground and said, I'll give you a chance to kill the little mouse. Let's see if you have the ability. With that, Fang Chen took a few steps back. Protector Yunshaw gathered all the spiritual energy in his sea of qi into his arm. His palm was broken and he could only use his arm to launch his strongest attack. Crack. However, before Protector Yunshaw could even attack, the little rat had already leaped onto his shoulder and started to chomp on it with its teeth. Ah! The spiritual energy that Protector Yunshaw had gathered in his arm instantly dissipated and he let out a miserable cry. I can't accept this. It was only then that Protector Yunshaw realized that he could not kill the little mouse. In the end, Protector Yunshaw died under the ravaging of the little mouse. Chapter 594. After killing Protector Yunshaw, the little mouse licked its lips and raised its head to look at Fang Chen. Everyone, please search for the most complete novel. The latter gently stroked the little mouse's head. The little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder. Its shifty eyes glanced at Li Xiaoke, wanting to return to Li Xiaoke's embrace. Seeing this, Li Xiaoke immediately dodged. Too scary. That was the three girls' evaluation of the little mouse. A little mouse with combat power comparable to a warrior at the peak of the condensing reality realm. Like master, like spirit pet. The three girls looked at the little mouse in shock. The latter grinned and stood on Fang Chen's shoulder. After Protector Yunshaw's death, Fang Chen also remembered what Protector Yunshaw had said. Super Protector. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he pondered. He did not expect that there would be a super protector of the Yellow Spring sect in the mine. Fortunately, they discovered it early. Otherwise, it would be another disaster. The super protector of the Yellow Spring sect is at least in the top 5 of the 36 protectors. He is very powerful and his combat power is infinitely close to the spirit vortex realm. He is very scary. Lu Lianxue said in a low voice. Li Mingzhu's face also showed a hint of worry. She said, then what should we do? With the 4 of us and the little mouse, even if we encounter the super protector of the Yellow Spring sect, we should not be afraid. Li Xiaoke said. In the end, Fang Chen and the other 3 decided to stop the protector of the Yellow Spring sect from rescuing the super protector. They began to look for the underground passage. Since the protector of the Yellow Spring sect could go down, there must be a passage in the mine. At this moment, deep in the underground, in a strange dark place, there were 2 black figures. They were the protectors of the Yellow Spring sect. In the hands of the 2 protectors, there were some tools unique to the Yellow Spring sect. They were going to use these tools to awaken the super protector and rescue him. Crash. The jug of wine in the 9th protector's hand suddenly began to spin. Following this, drops of wine began to drip from the jug onto the ground. At this moment, the talisman in the 10th protector's hand was instantly activated. The talisman was instantly set ablaze, and a dense evil aura filled the entire Darkland. When the talisman was activated and came into contact with the alcohol on the ground, it instantly reacted and turned into a pitch-black aura. After this aura appeared, a sinister voice came from one of the corpses in front of the 2 protectors. Super Protector, please return, the 9th protector roared. The 10th protector controlled the talisman. This talisman was a technique of the Yellow Springs sect. Together with the wine, it could awaken the slumbering protector. By the time the talisman finished burning, the wine had already seeped into the super protector's corpse. At this moment, the super enforcer's body moved a little. Then, a shocking aura appeared around the super enforcer. The 2 protectors were very excited. The super protector was returning. The super enforcer is returning. This is great. The 2 protectors laughed loudly. At this moment, a fiery light appeared in the land of darkness. 4 figures had arrived at the land of darkness. Who are you? The 10th protector was alarmed when he saw the fiery light. He immediately shouted. The ninth protector held the jug of wine in his hand and turned to look at the fiery light. At this moment, the entire Darkland was filled with sinister winds. It was extremely terrifying. Human ancient martial artists. The ninth protector's expression changed when he saw Fang Chen and the other three. The fact that the human ancient martial artist was here meant that Protector Yun Sho of the mine had already died at their hands. You killed Protector Yun Sho. The 10th protector glared at Fang Chen and the other three and asked coldly. Not only did we kill them, but we will also kill you. Fang Chen chuckled. They are summoning the super enforcer. Stop them. Li Mingzhu said coldly. In the next moment, Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke attacked. Following closely behind, Lu Lianxue attacked as well. This was the first time that Fang Chen saw Lu Lianxue attack with her full strength. He saw that Lu Lianxue's body was filled with a strong charm. Lu Lianxue used the charm technique and instantly bewitched the two protectors. Although the two protectors woke up in the blink of an eye, it still caused quite a bit of damage to them. Pucha Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke attacked together. The two protectors were disrupted by Lu Lianxue's charm technique from time to time and were unable to break through the three women's attacks. Fang Chen, go and stop the super enforcer from returning. Lu Lianxue said. Fang Chen nodded. He leaped and directly arrived in front of the super enforcer. The hidden star sword appeared behind him and the sword aura surrounded his body. The 9th level of the phantom sword technique was displayed and the sword pierced towards the super enforcer's body. When the hidden star sword pierced the super enforcer's body, countless amounts of wine instantly wrapped around the hidden star sword, trying to block the attack. However, it was of no use. Hiss! Hiss! Fang Chen suddenly pulled out the hidden star sword and raised it, preparing to stab again. At this moment, an evil aura suddenly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Then, an erratic soul ball floated up. Boy, you dare to stab my body? I will kill you. This soul ball was the super enforcer's soul ball. You can't do it. Fang Chen said with disdain. If the super enforcer had fully recovered, Fang Chen would be afraid. But now that the super enforcer had not fully recovered, Fang Chen was not afraid at all. You. The super enforcer threatened Fang Chen. But the latter stabbed his sword and instantly pierced the super enforcer's body. After a few stabs, the super enforcer's body was completely destroyed. At this moment, the super enforcer's soul was furious. Damn it! The two protectors who were besieged by the three women were also furious. They attacked with all their might, wanting to save the super enforcer. Bang! In the face of the two protectors' powerful attacks, Li Mingzhu was careless and was sent flying. At this moment, Lu Lianxue's bewitchment arts reached its peak. She forcibly bewitched the two protectors and saved Li Mingzhu's life. Attack! Shouted Lu Lianxue. Li Xiaoke and Li Mingzhu nodded and joined hands to attack. Fang Chen was also shocked to see the current Lu Lianxue. Lu Lianxue's bewitchment arts were too powerful. Even from this far away, he was still a bit dazed. Could this be Lu Lianxue's true strength? Fang Chenshin thought to herself. Fang Chen had always felt that Lu Lianxue was very mysterious. Now he finally knew just how powerful her bewitchment arts were. If she reaches the spirit vortex realm, just how powerful will her bewitchment arts be? Fang Chen couldn't help wondering. With Lu Lianxue's full power, the three women stabilized the situation. Now that Fang Chen no longer had anything to worry about, he began to focus on killing the super enforcer's soul. Brat, you'll regret this. The super enforcer's soul sensed danger and roared furiously. Before that happens, I'll kill you. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he raised his sword and stabbed it into the ball of soul light. Bang! The super protector's soul ball of light instantly exploded, and his soul completely dissipated. Seeing the super enforcer killed by Fang Chen, the two protectors were infuriated. Their painstaking plan had been ruined by Fang Chen just like that. You'll all die, roared the two protectors. Lu Lianxue's bewitchment arts were too powerful. So the three women were able to suppress the two protectors. Now that Fang Chen had joined them, it was even easier. Crash! Fang Chen had set up a spirit formation to trap the two protectors. Damn it! The two protectors turned pale with fright and continuously attacked the formation. Fang Chen entered the formation and used the illusion god sword. Using the formation's power, he first killed the 9th protector, and then the 10th protector. After the two protectors were killed by Fang Chen, the formation disappeared. Fang Chen, your strength has probably reached the level of being unrivaled in the condensing reality realm, said Li Xiaoke. Killing the 4 protectors and ruining the Yellow Spring sect's plan made Li Xiaoke very happy. When Li Mingzhu heard this, she stared at Fang Chen curiously. What exactly was this man hiding? Fang Chen thoughtfully glanced at Lu Lianxue, but he didn't say anything. At this time, in a certain area of the 5 Elements province, there were 4 black figures. They were discussing something important. Suddenly, their expressions changed. Chapter 595. After dealing with the protectors of the Yellow Spring sect, Fang Chen and the other 3 successfully completed their mission. The group of 4 left the mine and returned to Kaiyang City. Novel knowing that Fang Chen and the other 3 had returned, the Li and Lu family patriarchs personally came to welcome them. This time, the 4 of you have done a great job, the Li family patriarch said with a smile. Yes, I didn't expect the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect to be hiding in the mine. But this time, the hidden danger has been completely solved, the Lu family patriarch said. Fang Chen and the other 3 nodded and went back to rest. Early the next morning, Fang Chen was woken up by Li Xiaoke. The auction that was supposed to be held a few days ago was pushed back to today for some reason. If Li Xiaoke didn't wake up Fang Chen, the latter wouldn't have known about this. Since the auction was happening, Fang Chen naturally wanted to go and take a look. This meant that there was something he needed. After all, Fang Chen had a lot of spiritual stones now. The total wealth of any one of the 3 major families was probably not as much as Fang Chen's. More than 10 million top-grade spirit stones, such an amount was shocking to say. Li Xiaoke, Li Mingzhu, and Lu Lianxue came with Fang Chen. The auction was organized by Kaijun's branch in Kaiyang City. It attracted the attention of all the warriors in Kaiyang City. Of course, some forces from nearby cities would come as well. When Fang Chen and the other 3 arrived at the entrance of the auction, there was a sea of people. There are so many people, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Although it was only a small auction in Kaiyang City, it was more luxurious than any auction in the 4 Great Ridges. Before Fang Chen and the other 3 could speak, a fat man suddenly squeezed out of the crowd and came to Li Mingzhu's side. Mingzhu, you're here, Kaijun said with a smile. Li Mingzhu nodded. Kaijun said, I've already prepared the VIP passage for you. This way. Having acquaintances was highly efficient. Soon, Kaijun brought Fang Chen's group of 4 into the auction house. Moreover, Kaijun had even reserved the most front seats for the 3 of them. Everyone in Kaiyang City knew that in an auction, the front row was always the best position. Martial artists who were able to come to the first row were definitely of high status. After making arrangements for Fang Chen and the other 3, Kaijun bade them farewell and left. Today, their Kaiyang City branch was very busy. As the person in charge, he was naturally very busy as well. As time passed, more and more martial artists appeared in the auction house. About an hour later, Fang Chen suddenly sensed a scorching aura. Then, he saw a man with fiery red hair walk to the first row, and under the back seat, there was a woman with red hair. After this fiery-haired man sat down, many other elders also sat down one after another. I didn't expect that even people from the ancient Soul City would come, Lu Lianxue said softly with a look of surprise on her face. Besides Kaiyang City, Fang Chen was very unfamiliar with the ancient Soul City in the 5 Element state. When she saw Fang Chen's expression, Li Xiaoke explained to Fang Chen, the ancient Soul City is the closest city to Kaiyang City in the 5 Element state. However, the ancient Soul City's territory is much larger than Kaiyang City's. The ancient Soul City's sect is also stronger than Kaiyang City's. The red-haired man you saw earlier is an outstanding member of the younger generation of the ancient Soul City's ancient Soul sect. His name is Hun Yu. It is said that he can fight against a martialist at the first level of the spirit spiral realm, Li Xiaoke said. Fang Chen sized up the man called Hun Yu carefully. Fang Chen could sense a strong spiritual energy fluctuation coming from Han Yu's body. While Fang Chen was paying attention to Han Yu realized that someone was probing him. He turned his head to look at Fang Chen, and a terrifying look appeared in his eyes. He glared at Fang Chen before turning his head away. The ancient Soul City isn't like Kaiyang City. Kaiyang City has 3 great families, but in the ancient Soul City, the ancient Soul Sect is the absolute overlord. The ancient Soul Sect is a 4-star sect, Li Xiaoke said. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard the words 4-star sect. The 5-element state was indeed worthy of its reputation. It was possible to see a 4-star sect so casually. The younger generation of the ancient Soul Sect is very strong. Although Han Yu is outstanding, he isn't one of the top few, Li Xiaoke said. Fang Chen nodded. Although he didn't know how strong a 4-star sect was, he could guess. Han Yu, who wasn't even in the top 3 of the younger generation of the ancient Soul Sect, was already the number 1 person among the younger generation in Kaiyang City. It seemed like only the factions of the ancient Soul City had come to this auction. No one from the other cities had come. Finally, after 6 hours, the huge auction house was packed with people. At this time, the auction was finally about to begin. A beautiful young lady stood on the stage. She exuded a seductive aura. She was the auction's professional auctioneer. Everyone, due to some unforeseen circumstances, the auction that was supposed to be held a few days ago has been postponed to today. Please forgive us for the inconvenience, the auctioneer said with a smile. Stop wasting time. Hurry up and take out the auction items, Han Yu, who was sitting in the first row, said impatiently. Countless martialists in the auction hall looked at Han Yu with burning eyes. Only the people of the ancient Soul Sect would dare to scold the auctioneer in such an unbridled manner. The auctioneer smiled when she saw that it was Han Yu who had spoken. Then, she said, since young Master Han Yu has spoken, I won't waste any more words. Next up is the first auction item of this auction. After the auctioneer said that, a woman came forward with a tray. The auctioneer removed the red cloth on the tray and a large axe appeared before everyone's eyes. This large axe is a mid-grade profound weapon. Finally, I think everyone understands the details even if I don't say it, the auctioneer said with a smile. Then, the auctioneer picked up the large axe and said, this is a mid-grade profound weapon axe. The starting price is 100 top-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 10 top-grade spirit stones. Fang Chen was a little surprised that the first auction item was a mid-grade profound weapon. After thinking about it for a moment, Fang Chen couldn't help sighing. The 5 Elements Province's auction truly couldn't be compared to the 4 Great Ridges. The first auction item was usually the item with the lowest price. Even so, it was still a mid-grade profound weapon. Just what were the next auction items? Fang Chen suddenly became interested. 110 top-grade spirit stones, 130 top-grade spirit stones. I bid 150. The auctioneer had just finished speaking when someone started calling out a price. Of course, these people were ordinary wandering cultivators. They didn't have any factions to rely on, so it was very difficult for them to obtain resources. Therefore, a mid-ranked profound weapon was extremely precious to them. In a short while, the price of the mid-grade profound weapon axe had risen to 300 top-grade spirit stones. The people in the first row were completely unmoved. Fang Chen already had a high-grade profound weapon. A mere mid-grade profound weapon was nothing to him. As for Li Mingzhu and the others, they were the elites of the 3 great clans and didn't lack any suitable weapons. The ancient Soul Sect's Han Yu didn't even open his eyes. He scoffed at the axe. The price is soaring. I wonder how high it will reach in the end, Fang Chen thought to himself. The market price of this middle-grade profound weapon axe was around 1,000 pieces of supreme-grade spirit stones. 400 top-grade spirit stones. 450 top-grade spirit stones. 500 top-grade spirit stones. I bid 700. As time passed, fewer and fewer martial artists called out bids. However, there were still some martial artists who called out bids. In a dark corner, a martial artist wearing a straw hat was wrapped in a pitch-black aura. He directly called out a bid of 700 top-grade spirit stones. Many people looked at the corner in surprise when they heard the man's bid. However, they couldn't see the man's face clearly. 800 top-grade spirit stones. After the man in the straw hat called out his bid, another martial artist called out a bid. Just like that, it was back and forth. In the end, the price of the axe was fixed at 1,500 top-grade spirit stones. More than 1,000 top-grade spirit stones was definitely a large sum for an ordinary martial artist. Then came the second auction item. The price of the first auction item had far exceeded the auction house's expectations. Therefore, the beautiful auctioneer was exceptionally happy. She was all smiles. The second auction item was a stalk of spirit grass. This is a kind of flame exquisite grass. It's especially important for martial artists who cultivate fire-based techniques. The beautiful auctioneer gave a simple introduction. After a while, the bidding for the flame exquisite grass started. It started at 100 top-grade spirit stones and rose to 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. When it reached 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, the bidding stopped abruptly. Originally, the price of the flame exquisite grass was definitely much higher than that of a mid-grade profound weapon. However, because one person had called out a bid, no one dared to offend him. This was Han Yu's first bid. Han Yu cultivated fire-based techniques. Although the flame exquisite grass was nothing to him, it was still very useful. After all, it was still somewhat useful. Han Yu wanted to break through to the spirit vortex realm as soon as possible. Therefore, he was collecting all kinds of materials by hook or by crook. He clearly stated his identity and then called out a price of 1,000 supreme-grade spiritual stones, which made countless martial artists stop in their tracks. Young Master Han Yu has called out a bid of 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else who wants to make a bid? The beautiful auctioneer on the stage asked with a smile. In the huge auction house, no one was willing to make a bid. In the end, the beautiful auctioneer announced with some displeasure that Han Yu had obtained the flame exquisite grass. In the following period of time, one auction item after another was sold for a very high price. However, Fang Chen did not make a bid. Li Mingzhu and the others made a few bids. Furthermore, they had also obtained a few good items. As for Han Yu, every time he made a bid, no one else dared to make a bid. After all, he represented the ancient soul sect. No one was willing to go against the ancient soul sect. The consequences would be very serious. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the 18th auction item. It was also the third last auction item of the auction. The beautiful auctioneer held a piece of paper in her hand and said, "This paper in my hand is a talisman. However, it is only a top-grade spirit-grade talisman." There was a huge difference between a spirit-grade talisman and a profound-grade talisman. If this talisman had been a profound-grade talisman, its price would have definitely skyrocketed. However, this was a spirit-grade talisman. Even if it was a top-grade spirit-grade talisman, some people still gave up on bidding. However, when Fang Chen saw this talisman, his eyes lit up as he stared at the beautiful auctioneer. Chapter 596. The Thunderbolt Talisman contained the power of thunder. As long as it was crushed, the power of thunder would gush out. XS Supreme Grade Spirit Grade Talisman. The starting bid is 1,000 Supreme Grade Spiritual Stones. Each increment must be no less than 100 Supreme Grade Spiritual Stones, the auctioneer said. Although it was only a Spirit Grade Talisman, it was infinitely close to a Black Grade Talisman. Therefore, it was very expensive. It was much more expensive than an ordinary black-grade weapon. This Thunderbolt Talisman is not bad, Fang Chen thought to himself as he stared at the Thunderbolt Talisman. 1,100 Supreme-grade Spiritual Stones. The first to bid was Li Xiaoke. Following Li Xiaoke's bid, many other warriors started to bid. Soon, the price of the Thunderbolt Talisman reached 5,000 Supreme-grade Spiritual Stones. Li Xiaoke also gave up bidding. She did not have that many spiritual stones. In fact, after the price reached 5,000 supreme-grade spiritual stones, almost no one bid anymore. At this moment, the bidding finally began. 6,000 supreme-grade spiritual stones. Fang Chen increased the price by 1,000 supreme-grade spiritual stones in one go. This immediately attracted the attention of all the warriors. Han Yu, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He looked at Fang Chen strangely and said, 7,000 supreme-grade spiritual stones. Han Yu looked at Fang Chen with disdain. His expression told Fang Chen that he wanted to compete with Fang Chen. Fang Chen looked confused. He did not know Han Yu. Why was this person targeting him? Fang Chen, you have been targeted by Han Yu, Lu Lianxue said softly. Fang Chen, you still don't know Han Yu. He is very lecherous. Seeing you with the 3 goddesses of Miza City, he must be unhappy. That's why he is doing this, Li Xiaoke said. Li Mingzhu did not say a word. She lowered her head, thinking about something. Upon hearing Li Xiaoke's words, Fang Chen was stunned. He looked at Han Yu thoughtfully and said to himself, I want this Thunderbolt Talisman 8,000 supreme-grade spiritual stones. Fang Chen once again increased the price by 1,000 supreme-grade spiritual stones. Many warriors in the auction house shook their heads. They did not think that Fang Chen's actions were wise. Han Yu was the ancient soul sect's spiritual stone talisman. Upon hearing Fang Chen's bid, Han Yu revealed a brilliant smile. He turned his head to look at Fang Chen and said, Brat, you are too inexperienced to compete with me. 9,000 top-grade spirit stones. Spiritual stones, spiritual stones. When Fang Chen bid 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, everyone thought that Soul Jade would bid again. However, they were all wrong. Han Yu sneered at Fang Chen. Idiot, since you want it, I'll let you have it. Spiritual, spiritual, spiritual. Spiritual, spiritual, spiritual. To spiritual, 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 spiritual. As spiritual, spiritual, spiritual stones. However, soul spiritual stones were targeting him for no reason. This made him very angry. He glared at soul spiritual stones. Then, he paid 10,000 supreme-grade spiritual stones and obtained the Thunderbolt Talisman. After obtaining the Thunderbolt Talisman, Fang Chen was not in a hurry to study it. Instead, he put it in his interspatial ring and waited for the last 2 auction items to appear. Fang Chen's competition with soul spiritual stones doubled the price of the Thunderbolt Talisman, which was worth 6,000 supreme-grade spiritual stones. It reached a high price of 10,000 supreme-grade spiritual stones. The beautiful auctioneer was very excited. It would be even better if they fought again for the last 2 auction items. The second last auction item was a small knife. The blade of the small knife was very sharp. The handle was scarlet. From a distance, it looked like blood. This small knife is a small knife that attacks the soul. As for its exact grade, our auction house's appraisers have not determined it yet. We only know that the attack of this small knife can instantly disintegrate the soul of a late orange level being, the beautiful auctioneer said. The auction house went crazy when they heard the auctioneer's words. It was truly a pleasant surprise that such a peerless treasure would appear in the auction this time around. Even Fang Chen's eyes were wide open as he carefully sized up the small knife in the beautiful auctioneer's hand. A late orange level soul can disintegrate along with furniture. Fang Chen was a soul cultivator. In his hands, this small knife would be much more effective than in the hands of an ordinary martialist. I have to obtain this small knife, no matter what, Fang Chen thought to himself. Is your auction house willing to auction such a precious small knife? Suddenly, someone asked loudly. Immediately, everyone's eyes focused on the beautiful auctioneer. They wanted to know the answer. If this small knife was so powerful, why would the auction house be willing to put it up for auction? After being asked this question, the beautiful auctioneer held the knife in her hand and revealed a gentle smile. She said, "This is what I'm going to say next. Although this knife is powerful, for some unknown reason, there is a small array formation attached to it. If you can't break this array formation, then this knife is no different from an ordinary knife." Hearing the auctioneer's words, all the martialists understood. It turned out that this small knife had been sealed. It was no wonder the auction house was willing to put it up for auction. If even the auction house is unable to break this small array formation, then this array formation must be very powerful, asked a martialist. The beautiful auctioneer didn't answer his question. Instead, she said softly, The value of this small knife is different in the eyes of different people. Now, the auction for this small knife officially begins. The starting price is 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. If the small knife hadn't been sealed by the small array formation, its value would have been very high. However, with the small array formation seal, the price would have decreased. However, just as the beautiful auctioneer had said, the small knife would have different values in the eyes of different people. For example, Fang Chen. He was a spirit array grandmaster. Although he didn't know what level the small array formation on the small knife was, Fang Chen hoped to obtain it. In the first row, Han Yu's eyes also widened. The reason his ancient soul sect had come to participate in this auction was because of this small knife. Others might not know, but Han Yu knew very well that this small knife was much more powerful than the beautiful auctioneer had said. "I have to get it at all costs," said Han Yu inwardly. 1,500 top-grade spirit stones, 2,200 top-grade spirit stones, 2,500 top-grade spirit stones. As soon as the beautiful auctioneer finished speaking, someone bid 4,000 top-grade spirit stones. This kind of increase made people speechless. "I cultivate the soul. This small knife is very suitable for me," said the leader of a small faction. 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. "You're only bidding 5,000 top-grade spirit stones for such a precious knife." "I'll bid 6,000. $7,000. The Liu family patriarch bid 8,000. The Yang family patriarch bid. In just a minute, the price of the knife had been raised to 10,000 top-level spirit stones. It had to be known that 10,000 top-grade spirit stones was equivalent to a year's income for the Li family. Such a high price still couldn't stop those crazy martialists. 13,000 top-grade spirit stones. "I'll bid 15,000 top-grade spirit stones." On the stage, the beautiful auctioneer was very excited as she held the knife. The price had already risen to 15,000 top-grade spirit stones, but it was still rising crazily. The beautiful auctioneer even thought that the price of this small knife would break the historical record of their auction. Fang Chen didn't bid because he knew that there were too many people bidding. Even if he did, it would be useless. He would bid when the number of people decreased. After all, he had more than 10 million top-grade spirit stones. Perhaps no one present was richer than him. When the price of the small knife reached 30,000 top-grade spirit stones, the number of people bidding dropped sharply. Only a few martialists remained. 31,000. Han Yu bid. "The price is too high. I withdraw." Immediately, a martialist withdrew. "I withdraw too." After Han Yu bid, several martialists withdrew. In the end, only Han Yu was left. Han Yu looked at the beautiful auctioneer with burning eyes, waiting for her to announce the result. However, at that moment, a discordant voice spread throughout the auction hall. 40,000 top-grade spirit stones. This was the first time Fang Chen had bid on the small knife. He had raised the price to 40,000 top-grade spirit stones in one go. The smile on Han Yu's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a cold expression. Fang Chen had raised the price to 40,000 top-grade spirit stones in one go. This infuriated Han Yu. 45,000. Han Yu stared coldly at Fang Chen and shouted gloomily, $50,000. Fang Chen called out the price casually without any pressure. Many martialists in the auction hall were discussing this. Is Fang Chen that rich? He actually bid 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. Han Yu is determined to get this small knife. Fang Chen's interference will definitely make Han Yu hate him. It is unwise to offend the ancient soul sect. That's right. Since Han Yu bid, he must be determined to get it. Han Yu will definitely be furious when Fang Chen raises the price. I wonder who will get this small knife in the end. Most of the martialists in the auction hall were from Miza City. They were still a little worried about Fang Chen's bid. After all, he was competing with someone from the ancient soul sect. When Fang Chen raised the price to 50,000 top-grade spirit stones, the elders of the ancient soul sect could no longer sit still. A grey-robed elder suddenly stood up and stared at Fang Chen. Little friend, the ancient soul sect is determined to get this small knife. I wonder if the ancient soul sect will reward you handsomely. Although the grey-robed elder spoke very gently, everyone could tell that his words were filled with threats. Are you threatening me? Fang Chen's eyes flickered when he heard this. I am also determined to get this small knife. I wonder if the ancient soul sect is willing to give it up. I will also reward you handsomely. The grey-robed elder's eyes flashed with killing intent when he heard Fang Chen's words. He asked coldly, Little brother, do you mean that you are not willing to give in? The small knife will belong to whoever offers the most spirit stones, Fang Chen declared. Good, very good. The grey-robed elder glanced at Fang Chen in a cold manner before he sat down. Han Yu stared sharply at Fang Chen and said, You will die miserably if you challenge the ancient soul sect. Chapter 597. 70,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. In the eyes of outsiders, Fang Chen seemed to be competing with Han Yu. However, only Fang Chen knew how important this knife was to him. Fang Chen wanted to obtain this knife at all costs. 80,000. When the price reached 80,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, Han Yu's eyes turned scarlet. He had never imagined that the price of this knife would be raised so high. Before coming, Han Yu had also guessed that the final price of this knife would be very high. However, he had enough spirit stones. Coupled with the deterrence of the ancient soul sect, he believed that no one would dare to openly compete with the ancient soul sect. However, something unexpected happened. This guy called Fang Chen actually openly competed with the ancient soul sect. This made the elders, including Han Yu, glare angrily at Fang Chen. However, this was an auction, so they didn't dare openly make a move. Every time Han Yu called out a price, Fang Chen would immediately raise the price by 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. This way, the price of the knife would skyrocket. When the price of the knife rose to 100,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, Han Yu finally couldn't sit still. He stood up and glared at Fang Chen. Kid, are you really not going to give the ancient soul sect any face? He said coldly. Han Yu's voice was full of threat. It seemed as if he would kill Fang Chen if Fang Chen didn't give the ancient soul sect any face. Fang Chen sneered when he heard this. Since he had already obtained the ancient soul sect, he didn't mind continuing to offend them. Furthermore, this knife was really important to him. The auction is very fair. The one with the most spirit stones wins, Fang Chen said. Han Yu sneered when he heard Fang Chen's words. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He glanced at the elders behind him before shaking his head slightly and withdrawing from the auction. Kid, I would like to see how you are going to protect Xiao Dao, Han Yu said threateningly before sitting down in his seat. After Soul Jade left, Fang Chen was the only one left. In the end, Fang Chen obtained the knife for the high price of 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. When the auction hammer in the beautiful auctioneer's hand fell, she looked extremely excited. This was the highest price in the history of the auction she had hosted. 100,000 supreme-grade spiritual stones was a considerable amount of wealth even for the Li clan. Fang Chen paid 100,000 top-grade spirit stones and obtained the knife as he wished. When he held the knife, he instantly felt his soul tremble in his mind. Looks like this knife is really extraordinary, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, he put the knife into his space ring. Everyone in the auction house was secretly guessing Fang Chen's identity. Such a young boy could actually take out 100,000 top-grade spirit stones so casually. What was his identity? Could it be that he was the young master of some great power in the five-element state? Even the patriarchs of the three great clans of Miza City were filled with astonishment. He took out 100,000 top-grade spirit stones without any expression on his face. What kind of background does he have? The Lu clan leader said thoughtfully. Even if he were to take out 100,000 top-grade spirit stones in one go, he would still need to hold a clan meeting and have the approval of all the elders. However, this young boy had taken out 100,000 top-grade spirit stones so easily. However, when he thought about Fang Chen's mysterious master, the Lu clan leader felt a little relieved. Perhaps Fang Chen's wealth came from his master. In another area, the young clan leader's eyes were filled with greed. The fact that Fang Chen could easily take out 100,000 top-grade spirit stones to buy a knife showed that he was shockingly wealthy. An evil thought appeared in the young clan leader's mind. He wanted to kill Fang Chen and take his space ring. He must have a lot of wealth, the young clan leader said to himself. Although there was a slight risk in killing Fang Chen, once his mysterious master found out about it, he would definitely be furious. However, the young clan leader already had a countermeasure in mind. As he thought of this, his deep eyes glanced at the red-haired Han Yu in the first row and he grinned. The young clan leader wanted to kill Luo Yunyang with a borrowed knife. Investigate this person's background. In the first row, Han Yu whispered to the elder behind him. Immediately, an elder quickly left the auction house to investigate Fang Chen's identity. Meanwhile, on the stage, the beautiful auctioneer smiled at Fang Chen and said, "The knife has been bought by this young master. The next item will be the finale of this auction." Crash! The beautiful auctioneer lifted the red cloth on the tray and a palm-sized wooden figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Is this some kind of wooden figure? How dare this thing be the finale item? Is there nothing else to auction? I dare to bet that the value of this thing will definitely not exceed the value of the knife. When they saw the palm-sized wooden figure, many of the martialists started to discuss it. They all felt that this wooden figure was not qualified to be the finale item. Of course, this was just their superficial reaction. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with a burning passion. Others might not know, but he knew very well that the palm-sized wooden figure in the beautiful auctioneer's hand was none other than a very precious puppet. A puppet. A puppet actually appeared in this auction. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. He had not expected that a puppet would appear in this auction. In the West Mountain Land, in Zhenren Hantian's mansion, Fang Chen had obtained a low-level puppet. Although it was only a low-level puppet, once it was infused with spirit qi, it could instantly block a full power attack from an unrivaled condensing reality realm expert. At a critical moment, it could have unexpected effects. That low-level puppet had successfully saved Fang Chen's life. At that moment, Fang Chen actually saw the wooden puppet again. Furthermore, it appeared that this wooden puppet was even more powerful than the wooden puppet he had obtained before. Hearing the countless martialists in the auction house complaining about this puppet, the beautiful auctioneer still had a smile on her face as she introduced it softly. The last Asian auction item is a mid-level puppet. Perhaps everyone does not know much about puppets, but I can tell you that this puppet is extremely precious. If it were not for some special reason, our auction house would not have auctioned it, the beautiful auctioneer said. This puppet, as long as you infuse spirit qi, it can instantly explode with a strong defensive power. It can block a full power attack from a low-level spiritual vortex realm expert. Hearing the beautiful auctioneer's words, many of the martialists were shocked. A palm-sized puppet was actually able to block a full power attack from a low-level spiritual vortex realm expert. Wasn't this too exaggerated? A low-level spiritual vortex realm expert generally referred to a martialist in the first to third level of the spiritual vortex realm. This was considered a low-level expert. As for the middle level of the spiritual vortex realm, it was the 4th to 6th level. As for the upper level, it was the 7th to 9th level. This palm-sized puppet was able to block a full power attack from a low-level spiritual vortex realm expert. This also meant that it could block a full power attack from a third-level spiritual vortex realm expert. Is this true? It can block a full power attack from a third-level spiritual vortex realm expert. If that's really the case, then this puppet is too unimaginable. This puppet is truly worthy of being the king of the finale. It's really powerful. Many of the martialists who did not recognize the puppet were shocked after hearing the beautiful auctioneer's explanation. Just imagine, if he encountered an attack from a low-level spiritual whirlpool realm martial artist and was about to die, with this intermediate puppet, he would be able to withstand the full-force attack from the low-level spiritual whirlpool realm martial artist and obtain a chance to escape. At this moment, the entire auction house went into a frenzy. Even Han Yu was astonished. Why didn't we receive any news beforehand? Han Yu's face was filled with displeasure as he asked gloomily. Previously, the ancient soul sect had only received news that the mysterious knife would appear in this auction. Hence, the ancient soul sect had sent Han Yu to bid for this ancient soul. They did not have many spirit stones with them. However, when this puppet appeared, Han Yu's heart was filled with helplessness. This puppet's value was too high. He could imagine that once this puppet was auctioned, the price would definitely soar. Try your best, Han Yu said softly. At that moment, a look of surprise flashed across Fang Chen's eyes. A mid-level puppet. This auction is really worth it, Fang Chen thought to himself. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the auction began. The mid-level puppet will start at 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, the beautiful auctioneer said with a chuckle. Boom. As soon as the beautiful auctioneer finished speaking, the price of the mid-level puppet was instantly raised to more than 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Many warriors went into a frenzy. Among the warriors present, there was no lack of hidden experts. The wealth they had accumulated over the years was not to be underestimated. 3 minutes later, the price of the mid-level puppet had risen to 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. This was just the beginning. Fang Chen did not bid. He was waiting for the right moment. 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. I bid 60,000 high-grade spirit stones for such a precious puppet. I bid 70,000. If I have this puppet, I will be able to contend with a third-level spirit vortex realm warrior. 100,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. I must have this puppet. The auction house was in chaos. Many hidden spirit vortex realm experts were calling out bids. The price of the mid-level puppet was also soaring wildly. On the stage, the beautiful auctioneer's beautiful eyes flickered. She glanced at Han Yu and Fang Chen in the first row, anticipating their bids. Once they bid, the price of the puppet would definitely rise. Looking at the crazily rising price, Han Yu's face was extremely gloomy. At this moment, the elder who had left earlier returned. How was it? Han Yu asked. This person was rescued by Li Xiaoke from the Luoying peaks. After that, he displayed monstrous talent and surpassed the younger generation of Kaiyang City. He was then suppressed by Yang Shoujian, who was a first-level spirit vortex realm warrior. His master suddenly appeared and saved his life, the elder said softly. His master. Chapter 598. Although he did not know who Fang Chen's mysterious master was, at least he had a preliminary understanding of Fang Chen's situation. Novel XS 520. In Kaiyang City, Fang Chen only relied on the Li family. In the eyes of the ancient soul sect, the Li family was not worth mentioning. Kid, even if I kill you here, your master won't find out. Han Yu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. At that moment, the price of the mid-grade puppet had reached 100,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. Many martialists had withdrawn. Even some reclusive experts had thoughts of retreating. On the other hand, some people felt that it was not worth it to spend 100,000 top-grade spirit stones to buy such a mid-grade puppet. In short, when the price rose to a certain level, most martialists withdrew. This was a normal phenomenon. The wealth of many martialists could not be compared to Fang Chen and the others. Furthermore, Han Yu of the ancient soul sect was eyeing them covetously. 110,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. This was the first time Han Yu had called out a price of 110,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. After Han Yu called out the price, many martialists looked at Fang Chen, waiting for Fang Chen to call out the price. However, before Fang Chen could call out the price, a man wearing a straw hat hidden in the corner called out the price. The man in the straw hat was shrouded in a pitch-black aura. No one could see his face clearly. 120,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. The man in the straw hat called out the price. The man in the straw hat's bid immediately attracted the attention of many martialists. Even Han Yu turned his head to look at the man in the straw hat. When Han Yu looked at the man in the straw hat, he instantly sensed a familiar aura. A moment later, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Then, he cried out involuntarily, "The Western Region Pirate Sage." What Western Region Pirate Sage? Even he has come to Kaiyang City. The Western Region Pirate Sage. Heavens, it's actually the Western Region Pirate Sage. When many martialists heard Han Yu's words, they were all shocked. They looked at the man in the straw hat in the corner in shock. Even Fang Chen looked at him in surprise. Who is the Western Region Pirate Sage? Fang Chen asked. Beside him, Lu Lianxue wore a complicated expression on her face without saying anything. Li Xiaoke introduced, the West Region Pirate Sage is a spirit whirlpool realm bandit. As for what realm he has reached, no one knows. All these years, the West Region Pirate Sage has been stealing the wealth of experts in the west of the five-element state. As long as the Western Region Pirate Sage makes a move, he will definitely not fail. Li Mingzhu added, until now, the Western Region Thief Saint has never failed. After the accumulation of time, the Western Region Thief Saint has become an extremely famous bandit in the west of the Five Elements province. No one knows how much wealth he has accumulated over the years. The Thief Sage of the Western Regions. Fang Chen carefully muttered this name. The Western Region God Thief spoke up as though he was expressing his attitude. He wanted to obtain the middle-rank wooden puppet as well. The Western Region Pirate Sage's words threw the entire auction hall into chaos. Countless martialists looked closely at their supreme treasures, afraid that the Western Region Pirate Sage would steal them. The ancient Soul Sect elders in the first row also had grave expressions on their faces when they saw the Western Region Pirate Sage. If it had been any other expert, they could have used the ancient Soul Sect's power to threaten them. However, this person was the Western Region Pirate Sage. He feared nothing, not even the ancient Soul Sect. This was because no one had ever seen the true face of the Thief Saint from the Western region. He was truly a mysterious dragon that showed his face but not his tail. Western Region Pirate Sage, a mere middle-rank wooden puppet doesn't seem to catch your eye. Han Yu stood up and looked at the Western Region Pirate Sage behind him. Humph! How dare a little child speak to me like that? I must obtain whatever I want. The Western Region Pirate Sage sneered. Clearly, he did not give Han Yu any face. Han Yu's expression changed constantly when he heard that. He then said, if the ancient Soul Sect master knew that the Western Region Pirate Sage was here, he would definitely be very interested. As soon as Han Yu said that, a powerful spiritual fluctuation emanated from the Western Region Pirate Sage and headed straight for Han Yu. When the elders behind him saw this, their figures flashed and they blocked in front of Han Yu. With a flick of their wrists, they neutralized the Western Region Pirate Sage's spiritual attack. The Great Western Region Pirate Sage actually launched a sneak attack on a junior. How shameful, the elder of the ancient Soul Sect said coldly. If there is a next time, I will definitely kill you, the Western Region Pirate Sage said firmly. When the elder of the ancient Soul Sect saw this, he wanted to fly into a rage. However, when he thought about it, this was Kaiyang City, so he restrained himself in the end. Elder, what should we do? With the Western Region Pirate Sage attacking, there is no way we can obtain the middle-rank wooden puppet, Han Yu said softly. They had not brought many spiritual stones with them to Kaiyang City this time. The Western Region Pirate Sage was known to be as rich as a nation. They simply could not compare to him in terms of wealth. Why don't we give up? An elder said softly. Oh. Another elder glanced at this elder. Then, his eyes flickered before he finally nodded his head. The elders of the ancient Soul Sect immediately reached a unanimous decision to give up on the middle-rank wooden puppet. They could not compete with the Western Region Pirate Sage. After the ancient Soul Sect gave up, no one else competed with the Western Region Pirate Sage. The beautiful auctioneer's eyes flickered as she stared at Fang Chen in the first row, waiting for Fang Chen to bid. Fang Chen had yet to speak. The moment he did, the price of the middle-rank wooden puppet would definitely rise again. At that moment, Fang Chen in the first row pondered for a moment before saying, 130,000 supreme-grade spiritual stones. In the end, Fang Chen still called out a price. When she heard Fang Chen's bid, the beautiful auctioneer's eyes were filled with excitement. In the auction house, many martialists looked at the Western Region Pirate Sage. They did not know what method the Western Region Pirate Sage would use to obtain the middle-rank wooden puppet. Little guy, are you sure you want to compete with me for the middle-rank wooden puppet? The Western Region Pirate Sage suddenly asked. Senior, this puppet is also very important to me. Fang Chen nodded his head and said. Suddenly, the Western Region Pirate Sage laughed and said, do you believe that even if you obtain the middle-rank wooden puppet, I can still take it from you quietly? Many martialists exclaimed when they heard this. The Western region pirate sage had never failed. Did this mean that he was going to make a move on Fang Chen? Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he stared at the Western region pirate sage. Although he did not know what methods the Western region pirate sage had, his intuition told him that the Western region pirate sage might really be able to do it. However, it was not easy to come across a middle-rank wooden puppet. Fang Chen really wanted it. Kid, go ahead and bid. An ant dares to boast shamelessly here. Within the python sword, Ancestor Bronze said unhappily. Obviously, Ancestor Bronze had also heard the Western region pirate sage's words and immediately reminded Fang Chen. With Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen was full of confidence. A smile suddenly bloomed on his face and he said, "Senior, if you don't increase the price, then this puppet will belong to me." The auction house was in an uproar. It seemed that Fang Chen would not give up so easily. He was challenging the Western region pirate sage. Was he courting death? Although Fang Chen was the top powerhouse of the younger generation in Mizang City, in the eyes of everyone, the gap between him and the Western region pirate sage was huge. The Western region pirate sage stared at Fang Chen for a long time before saying, "Good, very good. I haven't had the impulse to steal for a long time. Just because of this sentence of yours, I will definitely steal all your things and make you a destitute martialist." The Western region pirate sage's words proved that he would really make a move on Fang Chen. Many martialists looked at Fang Chen with pity in their eyes. There were also some martialists who rejoiced in his misfortune. Han Yu of the Ancient Soul Sect, in particular, had a mocking smile on his face. The name of the Western region pirate sage shocked the entire Western region of the Five-Element Prefecture. Even in the core region of the Five-Element Prefecture, the name of the Western region pirate sage was very resounding. There was no time when the Western region pirate sage couldn't get what he wanted. Fang Chen was courting death by openly going against the Western region pirate sage. He really doesn't know the difference between life and death. Han Yu sneered disdainfully. Fang Chen ignored the shock of the crowd and the Western region pirate sage's words. He turned his head to look at the beautiful auctioneer on the stage and asked softly, "Does this puppet belong to me?" Fang Chen's words woke the beautiful auctioneer up from her shock. There was a hint of regret in her eyes as she said, "If no one raises the price, then the mid-grade puppet will belong to this gentleman." The beautiful auctioneer had thought that Fang Chen and the Western region pirate sage would have an exciting bidding war. However, she was disappointed. The Western region pirate sage had taken the initiative to give up, as if he wanted to reap without sowing. In the end, Fang Chen obtained the final item of the auction, the mid-grade puppet, at a price of 130,000. As a result, Fang Chen had obtained a total of 3 items at this auction. The first was the Thunderbolt Talisman, which cost 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. The second was the Mysterious Knife, which cost 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. The last item was the mid-grade puppet, which cost 130,000 top-grade spirit stones. Fang Chen had spent a total of 240,000 top-grade spirit stones at this auction. However, he had also gained a lot. After paying the spirit stones, Fang Chen obtained the mid-grade puppet and put it into his interspatial ring without hesitation. He had become the target of the Western region pirate sage, so it was better to be careful. Since old Ancestor Bronze had said that there was no need to fear the Western region pirate sage, then he should have a way to deal with the Western region pirate sage. Therefore, it was safest to put the item into his interspatial ring. If he kept it on him, who knew when the Western region pirate sage would get his hands on it? The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. The auction ended just like that. The people of the Ancient Soul Sect were furious. They had come for the mysterious knife, but Fang Chen had appeared midway and made them return empty-handed. Chapter 599. After the auction was over, Fang Chen followed Li Xiaoke and Li Mingzhu back to the Li family's residence. When, fiction. LXS Fang Chen was also a little worried about being targeted by the Western region god thief. There was a large amount of wealth hidden in his spatial ring. If it was really stolen by the Western region god thief, he would really collapse. Ancestor, is it really fine? Fang Chen asked worriedly after returning to the Li family's residence. A small fry dares to call himself the god thief. He really doesn't know where I come from, said Ancestor Bronze disdainfully. Ancestor, where do you come from? Fang Chen was a little puzzled when he heard that. When Ancestor Bronze heard this, he felt that he had misspoken. He coughed twice and changed the topic. Kid, you don't have to worry about that. Just focus on cultivating. As long as the Western region god thief comes, I'll give him an unforgettable lesson, said Ancestor Bronze solemnly. Fang Chen nodded. I believe in you, Ancestor. The auction in Kaiyang City had allowed Fang Chen to stand in front of the world. Everyone was shocked by Fang Chen's wealth. A young cultivator actually possessed so much wealth. Even the patriarchs of the three great clans were shocked. After the patriarch of the Li family returned to the clan, he immediately called for an emergency meeting. The meeting was about everything related to Fang Chen. At the same time, the patriarch of the Yang family was welcoming an important guest in the Kaiyang City's residence. May I know why young Master Hun Yu of the Ancient Soul Sect has come to my place? Asked the patriarch of the Yang family directly after inviting Hun Yu's group into the meeting hall. Patriarch of the Yang family, I've secretly asked around. It seems that your Yang family has some enmity with that fellow called Fang Chen, said Hun Yu with a smile. Oh, young Master Hun Yu, if you have something to say, please say it, said the patriarch of the Yang family. Hun Yu nodded. I like Patriarch Yang's straightforward personality. Since that's the case, I'll say it directly. I'm here for Fang Chen. That brat openly went against my Ancient Soul Sect at the auction. I want him dead. The Yang family patriarch frowned when he heard Hun Yu's words. He looked at Hun Yu and said, Young Master Hun Yu, if you want to kill Fang Chen, why didn't you go to the Li family mansion? Why did you come to my Yang family mansion? Patriarch Yang, this is Miza City. With the Li family here, we can't openly kill Fang Chen. As a result, we need to do it secretly, said Hun Yu softly. The Yang clan leader nodded. Although I really want to kill him, once the mysterious master behind him finds out, my Yang clan will be destroyed. The Yang family elder was a schemer. If there were no benefits, he would not take action easily. Hun Yu chuckled when he heard this. He had already predicted that the Yang family patriarch would say something like this. He said, Patriarch Yang, you also know that Fang Chen possesses a terrifying amount of wealth. If you and I work together to kill Fang Chen, we'll split his wealth equally. How about that? Hun Yu offered a sufficiently tempting condition as he waited for the Yang family patriarch to agree. As expected, the Yang family patriarch smiled when he heard this condition. He said, I look forward to working with you. Elsewhere, the Yang family patriarch and Hun Yu were discussing how to deal with Fang Chen. If Fang Chen left Miza City, Hun Yu would not need to work with the Yang family at all. He would be able to kill Fang Chen easily. However, Fang Chen had been targeted by the god thief of the Western region. He had been hiding in the Li family mansion, not daring to come out. Hun Yu had no good ideas either, so he could only work with the Yang family patriarch. As for what he said about splitting Fang Chen's wealth equally between the two families, that was just a joke. Did the Yang family patriarch have the courage to split the wealth with the Jiyu Tiger sect? Outside a secluded courtyard in Mizang City, a woman wearing purple tights instantly appeared. She looked around and after confirming that no one was following her, she entered the courtyard. At that moment, a man wearing a straw hat was sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, waiting for her. You have come, said the god thief of the Western region. A complicated look flashed across Lu Lianshua's eyes when she saw the god thief of the Western region. Then, she walked over to the stone bench and sat down gently. In order to keep it under wraps, Lu Lianshua had returned to the Lu family after the auction ended. She had changed her clothes before quietly leaving the Lu family. Night had already arrived. There was not a single person on the streets of Miza City. Lu Lianshua had only come to this secluded courtyard after confirming that no one was following her. She had come to see the god thief of the Western region. Lianshua, your divine charm technique has improved again, said the god thief of the Western region gently. Master, aren't you afraid of being discovered by them? Lu Lianshua asked worriedly. If there were martial artists here, they would definitely be shocked. One of the 3 goddesses of Miza City, Lu Lianxue, was actually the disciple of the famous god thief of the Western region. If this matter were to spread out, it would definitely cause a storm in Miza City. Lianxue, you have developed well in Miza City. The Lu family has not discovered your identity, continued the god thief of the Western region. Tell me about that Fang Chen, said the god thief softly. Lu Lianxue nodded her head and said, Master, according to my observations, this Fang Chen should have come from the 4 great ridges. However, he seems to have a mysterious master. As for other matters, I am not too sure. Yes, this lad has a lot of wealth on him. I am prepared to make a move on him, said the god thief of the Western region. Lu Lianxue did not speak. To be exact, she had no right to refute the decision made by the god thief of the Western region. Continue to develop in Miza City. I will wait for your good news, said the god thief of the Western region as he took out a black pill and handed it to Lu Lianxue. Lu Lianxue took the pill and swallowed it. She stood up and clasped her hands at the god thief of the Western region before turning around and leaving. What the god thief of the Western region did not see was that the moment Lu Lianxue turned around, a few drops of tears flowed from her eyes. After leaving the god thief of the Western region's residence, Lu Lianxue's beautiful face was filled with uncontrollable tears. All these years, she had not had a good life. Rather than saying that she was the disciple of the god thief of the Western region, she was more like a servant of the god thief of the Western region. Under the god thief of the Western region, there were countless disciples like her. These martial artists seemed to be his disciples, but in reality, they were all under his control. Earlier on, the pill that the god thief of the Western region had given her was an antidote. When they were taken in as disciples by the god thief of the Western region, they were poisoned. This poison had no antidote. Only by taking the pills given by the god thief of the Western region on time could they suppress the poison in their bodies. In Lu Lianxue's memory, the god thief of the Western region seemed to have a shocking conspiracy. He used special means to send himself into the Lu family and gradually became the leader of the younger generation of the Lu family. All these years, every once in a while, the god thief of the Western region would appear and give Lu Lianxue pills. Lu Lianxue did not know when such days would come to an end. Lu Lianxue thought about many things. Finally, she retracted her thoughts and gently wiped the tears on her face before disappearing into the darkness. Now, the only thing that Lu Lianxue could do was to work hard to cultivate the divine charm technique. When she was strong enough, she could escape the clutches of the god thief of the Western region. In the pitch-black night, everyone in the Li family's residence had already fallen asleep. Only Fang Chen's courtyard was brightly lit. Fang Chen was in the pavilion, carefully studying the Thunderbolt talisman that he had bought today. This Thunderbolt talisman was a supreme-grade spiritual talisman. After studying it for a while, Fang Chen realized that this Thunderbolt talisman was not as simple as he had imagined. The Thunderbolt talisman's carving method is really exquisite. But why do I feel that there is a different aura in this Thunderbolt talisman? Fang Chen said to himself. Logically speaking, this was a Thunderbolt talisman. There was only one kind of aura in it, and that was the aura of thunder. But why did Fang Chen feel another kind of aura? This puzzled Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen was studying the Thunderbolt talisman, he suddenly encountered a ghostly figure that appeared in Fang Chen's courtyard. Although the courtyard was brightly lit, there was no sign of this ghostly figure in the courtyard. The god thief of the Western region is here, Ancestor Bronze suddenly said. Fang Chen was stunned. He immediately put the Thunderbolt talisman into his space ring and picked up a piece of paper. The space ring was guarded by Ancestor Bronze, so there was no problem. The reason why Fang Chen picked up this piece of paper was to test if the god thief of the Western region was as magical as the legends said. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, the god thief of the Western region had already approached Fang Chen. It was just that Fang Chen did not sense it. Fang Chen's pondering had only lasted 3 to 4 seconds. It was in these few seconds that the god thief of the Western region made his move. When Fang Chen woke up from his pondering, the piece of paper in his hand had already disappeared without a trace. Fang Chen was shocked. He looked around and even released his soul power. But he could not find the god thief of the Western region. The god thief of the Western region lives up to his reputation. At this moment, Fang Chen was completely impressed. The god thief of the Western region's methods were too powerful. He had actually stolen the item in his hand without a sound. If he had been looking at the Thunderbolt talisman, he would have suffered a great loss. At this moment, the god thief of the Western region looked at the piece of paper in his hand and could not help but curse. "Kid, how dare you play with me, the god thief of the Western region?" The god thief of the Western region sneered and continued to make his move. Although Fang Chen knew that the god thief of the Western region was beside him, he was unable to lock onto his aura. He was even more unable to discover him. Thus, Fang Chen decided to sit down in a lotus position without moving. There was a smile on his face. Half an hour later, Ancestor Bronze finally spoke. "He's gone." "Yes, so he retreated in the face of difficulties?" asked Fang Chen. "I scared him away," said Ancestor Bronze. At this moment, the god thief of the Western region's figure appeared in the darkness outside the Li family's residence. His face was filled with shock. How is this possible? The god thief of the Western region's heart was in turmoil. The reason he was able to become the god thief of the Western region was because he had obtained the inheritance of a peerless bandit when he was young. From there, he had cultivated a special skill. To be able to stealthily open a corner of a martial artist's spatial ring without them noticing, although it was just a corner, it was heaven-defying. Just now, when the god thief of the Western region had attacked, he had been shocked to find that there was an aura that was exactly the same as his within Fang Chen's spatial ring. However, that aura was countless times stronger than his. Could it be that there is a peerless bandit hidden by this kid's side? Guessed the god thief of the Western region. Chapter 600. Within the Li family's residence, Fang Chen's pavilion was still brightly lit. Music novel. Fang Chen was sitting on a stool, conversing with Ancestor Bronze. "Ancestor, the Western divine thief has left." Fang Chen hadn't sensed the Western divine thief at all. He hadn't even been able to sense his aura. So if Ancestor Bronze hadn't said that, Fang Chen wouldn't have known. "Yes, he's left." Ancestor Bronze smiled. "Ancestor, what kind of method does the Western divine thief have to be able to enter my spatial ring?" Fang Chen couldn't figure it out. Once a spatial ring was bound by blood, no one other than the owner could enter it. Even peak experts wouldn't be able to enter unless they completely destroyed the spatial ring. But if he couldn't enter the spatial ring, then what method did the Western divine thief use to steal other people's belongings? This pirate sage of the Western region must have obtained the legacy of some great bandit. This sort of legacy has a special technique that allows them to let their souls enter a spatial ring for a little bit before using their souls to retrieve items. Old Master Bronze explained. Fang Chen was startled. He hadn't expected the ancient sword continent to have such an inheritance. If it was possible to cultivate such an inheritance, then it would truly be inconceivable. "Ancestor, how did you know?" asked Fang Chen. "To tell you the truth, when I was young, my reputation as a great thief spread far and wide. In front of me, the Western divine thief was just an ant," said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen was startled. His eyes were filled with shock. He hadn't expected Ancestor Bronze to have cultivated a great thief's inheritance when he was young. It was no wonder he could easily block the Western divine thief's methods. Crash. Just as Fang Chen was lost in thought, a yellowed book appeared in his spatial ring and landed in Fang Chen's hand. Fang Chen was a bit puzzled. "The Western divine thief wanted to steal your things, but in the end, he went for wool and came home shorn. This is the great thief inheritance that the thief sage of the Western region cultivated. I stole it while I was at it," Ancestor Bronze explained. Fang Chen was completely speechless. Indeed, the older, the wiser. The Western divine thief saint wanted to steal from Fang Chen, but Forefather Bronze, who was also a peerless thief, stole his most precious item. If old Ancestor Bronze knew about this, he would definitely be heartbroken. "Ancestor, can I cultivate this thief's inheritance?" asked Fang Chen. "I don't mind if you cultivate the great thief's inheritance because it has its limitations. Your talent in the sword Dao is very good. Just focus on pursuing the sword Dao, said Patriarch Bronze. Fang Chen nodded and put the yellowed book into his spatial ring. He would not think about it for now. He would read it when he had time in the future. After that, Fang Chen continued to study the lightning talisman. Lu Lianxue, who was dressed in purple tights, appeared once again in a secluded courtyard in Kaiyang City. This time, it was the Western Divine Thief Saint who had taken the initiative to contact her. Even Lu Lianxue didn't know what was going on. Pushing open the door and entering the courtyard, Lu Lianxue saw the Western Divine Thief Saint sitting on a stool. His face was filled with anger. "Master, why did you call me over?" asked Lu Lianxue with a faint smile. "Lianxue, do you really not know about Fang Chen's origins?" A terrifying golden light shot out of the Western Divine Thief Saint's eyes as he stared at Lu Lianxue. It was like he wanted to see through her. Lu Lianxue was a little surprised to be asked such a question. She immediately asked, "Master, has something happened?" The Western Divine Thief Saint stared at Lu Lianxue for a long time. When he saw that she wasn't lying, he shook his head slightly. "There is a peerless expert behind this Fang Chen. If possible, you have to form a good relationship with him." "Master, what did you discover?" asked Lu Lianxue. "Something must have happened. Otherwise, the Western Divine Thief Saint wouldn't have warned her like this." The Western Divine Thief Saint shook his head. "You can go back." Lu Lianxue nodded and turned to leave. Seeing Lu Lianxue leave, the Western Divine Thief Saint's face twisted. He said coldly, "He stole my Great Thief Legacy Tome." The Western Divine Thief Saint was filled with anger when he said that. No one knew the importance of the Great Thief Legacy Tome better than him. But thinking about it carefully, to be able to steal the tome without him knowing, it was enough to show just how great of a thief this person was. "Looks like I've met my match," thought the Western Divine Thief Saint. Fortunately, he had already memorized all the contents of the tome. Otherwise, the loss would really be too great. Every time he thought of the peerless thief behind Fang Chen, the Western Divine Thief Saint would give up on attacking Fang Chen. What kind of joke was this? To be able to hide from him so easily, this person was definitely not an ordinary person. He was sure that a martialist with such powerful stealing skills was definitely not Fang Chen. Therefore, there must be an expert behind Fang Chen. "I can't go find Fang Chen anymore. Otherwise, the plan will be ruined." After saying that, the Western Divine Thief Saint made the decision to leave Kaiyang City. Fang Chen didn't know that the Western Divine Thief Saint was actually a little afraid of him after losing the Great Thief Legacy Tome. He left Kaiyang City in the middle of the night. At this moment, Fang Chen was studying the Thunderbolt Talisman. Before the Western Divine Thief Saint arrived, he had already studied half of it. Now, he continued to study it. Finally, after 2 hours, Fang Chen had thoroughly studied the Thunderbolt Talisman. At this moment, Fang Chen's palm gently pinched the Thunderbolt Talisman. Suddenly, a wild Thunderbolt aura emerged. However, unexpectedly, the Thunderbolt Talisman didn't turn into ashes. In other words, although Fang Chen had pinched the Thunderbolt Talisman, he didn't activate it. Just after the Thunderbolt aura appeared, another aura quietly appeared. This aura floated in front of Fang Chen's eyes and kept changing. Finally, it directly drilled into Fang Chen's mind. "Ah!" Fang Chen shouted. He felt his soul tremble. Immediately after, Fang Chen felt dizzy. It was as if many things had suddenly appeared in his soul. He tried hard to open his eyes and stay alert. He wanted to know what had happened. What's going on? Fang Chen's head was dizzy and listless. At this moment, the golden heart was beating rapidly. An invisible aura drilled into the heart and invaded his soul. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt that his soul was no longer trembling. He instantly felt refreshed. What happened just now? Fang Chen was very puzzled. Then, he checked his soul. What he did gave himself a fright. What is this? Fang Chen saw that a picture had appeared in his soul. This picture had complicated lines that he couldn't understand. "Kid, this is a soul map," said Ancestor Bronze. "Ancestor, this is a map?" asked Fang Chen. "Kid, your luck isn't bad. You actually obtained a soul map from a spirit grade talisman." Ancestor Bronze laughed. Upon hearing Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen instantly understood. His eyes widened as he watched the scene unfold before him in disbelief. Could it be that this soul map is a treasure map? Exclaimed Fang Chen. This soul map was clearly carved into this thunderbolt talisman by a supreme expert using some special method, said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen was completely shocked. He had never thought that the thunderbolt talisman he had bought at the auction would actually contain a treasure map. However, this treasure map is incomplete, said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen was startled, and then a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. He had been very excited to obtain a soul map, but now he had been told that it was incomplete. An incomplete map meant that only by gathering the complete map would he be able to find the treasure. It seems there's no hope. Fang Chen shook his head helplessly and tossed the thunderbolt talisman into his spatial ring. That's not necessarily true. Your luck is so good. Perhaps you'll be able to find other treasure maps in the future, said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen nodded when he heard that. He could only resign himself to fate. It would be good if he could obtain it, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. In any case, he had originally been aiming for the thunderbolt talisman. Now that the soul map had been imprinted into his soul, he could still use the thunderbolt talisman. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. It was worth it. Fang Chen whispered. If Han Yu knew that there was an incomplete treasure map within the thunderbolt talisman, would he go crazy? After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen stopped thinking about it. There were no clues in the vast five-element state. How could it be so easy to obtain the remaining treasure map? He could only rely on his luck. Putting the matter of the treasure map aside for the time being, Fang Chen had to sort out the other items he had obtained from the auction house. In the next moment, Fang Chen took out the intermediate puppet and observed it carefully. Fang Chen had used the intermediate puppet before, so he was very familiar with the usage of the intermediate puppet. With this intermediate puppet, it can even withstand a full blow from a third-level spiritual vortex realm martial artist. It's a pity that it's a one-time use item, Fang Chen thought to himself. After playing with the intermediate puppet for a while, Fang Chen placed it in his spatial ring and took out the mysterious knife. The handle of the knife was bright red, like the blood of a human martial artist. There were some carvings on the bright red handle. What exquisite carvings, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Disregarding everything else, just the appearance of the knife was enough to make many martial artists unable to put it down. A good knife was hard to find. When Fang Chen held the bright red handle, he realized that the carvings on it were squirming rapidly. Chapter 601. After a while, Fang Chen understood that the carvings on the hilt changed positions according to the owner's palm. They would only stop when the owner's palm was at its most comfortable position. It must have been made by a master craftsman. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. After the carvings stabilized, Fang Chen realized that he felt extremely comfortable just by holding the hilt. Holding the small knife, Fang Chen felt that this small knife was very magical. His soul circled around the small knife and he felt an incomparable danger. According to the auctioneer, this small knife can devour souls. It can also easily devour the souls of late orange level souls, Fang Chen said in a low voice. With this small knife, the power of Fang Chen's soul attack became even more tyrannical. Only a soul cultivator could truly unleash the power of the small knife. Fang Chen held the small knife and a smile appeared on his face. Fang Chen had gained a lot from this auction. The thunderbolt talisman was one, the small knife was another, and the mid-level puppet was another. The current Fang Chen would not be afraid even if he faced a martial artist at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. In the dark night, a crescent moon hung in the sky. On the empty street, a black shadow suddenly appeared. As soon as this black shadow appeared, it headed straight for the Li clan's residence. After a while, the black shadow silently entered the Li family mansion and headed for the courtyard where Fang Chen was. It's here. The black shadow glanced at the courtyard where Fang Chen was and sneaked in. This person was an elder of the Yang family. His cultivation was at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. His mission this time was to kill Fang Chen and then retreat unscathed. Although Han Yu really wanted to kill Fang Chen, this was Kaiyang City. The ancient soul sect was not here, so it was inconvenient for him to move. After the young family elder entered the pavilion, he quietly looked for Fang Chen. Fang Chen, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. He scanned his surroundings and was on high alert. Sure enough, they came. Fang Chen sneered. He knew that Han Yu wouldn't let the matter rest and would definitely try to assassinate him. Therefore, he had set up a small array formation before going to bed. As long as a martial artist sneaked in, they would definitely trigger the array and he would be able to wake up. Come out. Fang Chen said in a low voice as he looked into the darkness. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the young family elder came out. To think that you would actually discover me. The young family elder sneered. Fang Chen noticed him, but he didn't run away. How stupid of him. Did he really think that he could defeat him with his condensing reality realm cultivation? You want to kill me? You don't have the ability. Fang Chen looked at the young family elder and sneered. He didn't know that the person in front of him was an elder of the Yang family and thought that he was from the ancient soul sect. Fang Chen, I know that you have the thunderbolt charm and the intermediate puppet, but I won't give you a chance. The Yang family elder said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly launched a fierce attack towards Fang Chen. I don't need to use the puppet or the thunderbolt charm to deal with you. Fang Chen growled. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and displayed the 9th level of the phantom sword technique. The complete phantom sword technique was very powerful. It was comparable to a top rank 5 cultivation technique. Combined with Fang Chen's phantom sword principle, its power was more than doubled. When Fang Chen displayed the phantom sword technique, a strong sword aura appeared around him. The sword aura merged with the hidden star sword and he slashed out. Bang! The hidden star sword slammed into the young family elder's body and blocked the attack. However, Fang Chen's body also retreated a lot because of it. HMPH, insignificant skill. The young family elder growled and once again displayed a fierce attack. He wouldn't give Fang Chen a chance to use the intermediate puppet and the thunderbolt charm. Seeing that the young family elder's attack was about to reach him, Fang Chen displayed the phantom sword technique again and blocked the young family elder's attack. However, when his hidden star sword blocked the young family elder's attack, his eyes revealed a trace of a strange smile. In the next moment, a small knife appeared in Fang Chen's other hand. Under the control of Fang Chen, this small knife directly streaked across the void and appeared in front of the young family elder's head. Poocha, the small knife pierced the young family elder's head, causing the young family elder to let out a miserable scream. Bang! The young family elder's body was directly sent flying. At this moment, his soul was trembling and his whole body was in pain. Ah! The young family elder held his head and cried out miserably. This sound alarmed the upper echelons of the Li family. The young family elder knew that he didn't have a chance to kill Fang Chen. His figure flashed and directly disappeared into the darkness. Fang Chen didn't chase after the young family elder. He glanced at the small knife and shook his head. It seems that my strength is still a little low, Fang Chen said to himself. The small knife could shatter the soul of a late orange grade soul. The soul of the young family elder just now was obviously only at the late orange grade. Although the small knife hit the other party's soul, it didn't cause much of an impact on him. In the end, it was because Fang Chen's cultivation was too low. If Fang Chen had condensed the 9th stream of true qi, he would have killed the young family elder just now. Work hard to raise my cultivation, Fang Chen said to himself. At this moment, the Li family elder and the others hurried over and asked Fang Chen. The latter said that it was fine. Finally, the Li family elder and the others left. However, after this incident, the Li family residence's security was obviously much tighter. In the meeting hall of the Yang family residence, the dispirited Yang family elder returned. The Yang family elder welcomed him personally. Did you succeed? The Yang family elder asked. That kid is very strong. My soul was almost shattered by the small knife he obtained from the auction, the Yang family elder said weakly. When the Yang family elder heard this, his eyes flickered as he looked at Han Yu. Damn that guy. Han Yu was furious. If he had obtained the small knife, his strength would definitely have increased greatly. However, the small knife was now in Fang Chen's hands. A first-level spirit vortex realm warrior had failed to assassinate him and was on the verge of death. Young family elder, you have seen Fang Chen's potential. If we don't kill him, he will definitely be a big problem in the future, Han Yu said. Young Master Han Yu, do you have any ideas? The young family elder asked. A strange smile appeared on Han Yu's face. Then, he approached the young family's patriarch and whispered a few words into his ear. The young family patriarch smiled when he heard Han Yu's plan. Let's do it. I will do it tomorrow, the young family elder said with a laugh. Han Yu nodded. His eyes were filled with killing intent. 100 miles outside Miza City, 4 uninvited guests had arrived at a mountain range. The 4 of them were surrounded by a pitch-black aura. As the 4 of them stood there, the surrounding air was about to condense. Big brother, do you sense Old Fifth's aura? One of them asked in a low voice. Although Old Fifth has been killed, his aura is still here. Let's go in. The man called Big Brother took the lead and entered the mountain range. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the mine. Old Fifth is under the mine, the big brother said gloomily. Should we kill all these people? The second brother asked. These ants. Old Fifth's death must have something to do with them. Killing all of them won't be a pity, the third brother said angrily. The fourth brother also wanted to make a move, but he was stopped by the big brother. Let's take a look at where Old Fifth died first, the big brother said. The 4 of them quietly entered the underground of the mine and arrived at the dark place. The corpses of the 9th and 10th protectors. They must have come to awaken Old Fifth, the fourth brother exclaimed. Old Fifth's corpse is here, the sharp-eyed third brother said when he saw the super protector's corpse. The 4 of them arrived before Old Fifth's corpse and fell silent. Among the 36 protectors of Yellow Spring sect, the other protectors were weaker than them. The 5 of them were the super protectors. The 5 of them were as close as brothers. In their opinion, the other protectors couldn't compare to them. After Yellow Spring sect was destroyed, the 5 super protectors had split up. It hadn't been easy for the 4 super protectors to reunite. They were prepared to go find Old Fifth, but at that moment, they received bad news. Old Fifth was dead. How dare you kill Old Fifth? I don't care who you are. I don't care where you flee to, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Chapter 602. The 4 great protectors of the Yellow Spring sect learned some clues from the traces in the mine. Following these clues, they finally found Fang Chen. XS. For the 4 great protectors of the Yellow Spring sect, investigating Fang Chen was a piece of cake. They soon found out everything. In a restaurant in Kaiyang City, the 4 great protectors disguised themselves as human warriors. They sat on stools near the window, drinking and chatting. Big brother, we've found out who that kid is. The fourth brother looked around and said in a low voice. Tell us. The big brother nodded and said. That kid was saved by a young woman from the Li family from the Luoying Peaks. At that time, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. But in the end, he survived. His cultivation is at the 9th level of the condensing reality realm. It is said that he has only condensed 8 strands of Zhenqi. The fourth brother said. 8 strands of Zhenqi? Hearing this, the second brother's face showed a trace of mockery. He said, a kid with only 8 strands of Zhenqi dares to kill our 5th brother? He must be tired of living. Although he is only a warrior with 8 strands of Zhenqi, his combat power is comparable to the peak of the condensing reality realm. The fourth brother added. Hearing this, the big brother nodded and said, as long as he hasn't reached the spirit vortex realm, he is no match for us 4 brothers. Big brother, what do we do now? The third brother asked. This is Kaiyang City. There are 3 big families. If we make a move, we will be discovered. We can only wait. Wait until that kid leaves the Li family and Kaiyang City. The big brother's eyes flashed with a trace of sinister light as he said coldly. Fang Chen, who was living in the Li family, had no idea that he was not only being targeted by Han Yu, but also by the 4 great protectors of the Yellow Spring sect. Right now, Fang Chen had been working hard on his cultivation. 7 days after the auction, Fang Chen finally condensed his 9th strand of Zhenqi. With all 9 strands of Zhenqi, Fang Chen's aura reached its peak. Fang Chen, congratulations. Li Xiaoke was the first to congratulate Fang Chen. As for Li Mingzhu and the others, they did not come. Fang Chen looked at Li Xiaoke and grinned. He restrained his aura and said, "It's just the 9th genuine qi." Li Xiaoke and the others had already condensed their 9th strand of genuine qi. He had only condensed his 9th strand of genuine qi now, so it was not something to be happy about. However, in Li Xiaoke's opinion, Fang Chen had not simply condensed the 9th true energy. Back then, Fang Chen had suppressed the younger generation of the Kaiyang city with only 8 streams of Zhenqi. Everyone thought that Fang Chen had reached the limit of the condensing reality realm. Now, Fang Chen had condensed the 9th flash of true qi. This meant that Fang Chen's strength had reached a new level. Perhaps Fang Chen's true strength was already comparable to a martial artist at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Thinking of this, Li Xiaoke felt incredulous. Fang Chen's potential was too heaven-defying. Fang Chen, now that your strength has increased, I'm afraid that even if you fight with Yang Xiujin again, he won't be able to defeat you, right? Li Xiaoke asked. Fang Chen grinned. In fact, when he condensed his 9th strand of genuine qi, he realized that his strength was already enough to defeat a martial artist at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Although there was a difference between the spiritual vortex realm and the condensing reality realm, Fang Chen's strength was indeed heaven-defying. A martial artist at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm? Fang Chen thought of the old man who tried to assassinate him that day. If he appeared again, he was confident that he could make him stay here forever. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, Lu Lianxue arrived. After Lu Lianxue entered Fang Chen's courtyard, she saw Li Xiaoke. Her beautiful eyes flashed and she asked, "Am I disturbing you?" Seeing Lu Lianxue, Fang Chen was also a little confused. Li Xiaoke shook her head and said, "No." Then, Li Xiaoke said goodbye to Fang Chen and turned to leave. Looking at Li Xiaoke's departing figure, Lu Lianxue's beautiful face revealed a gentle smile. She walked to Fang Chen's side and stared at Fang Chen with her beautiful eyes. "Why are you looking for me?" Fang Chen asked. He only interacted with Lu Lianxue once when they went on a mission together. Other than that, they didn't interact with each other. He also didn't know why Lu Lianxue was looking for him. From Fang Chen's point of view, Lu Lianxue gave him an unfathomable feeling. He actually couldn't see through Lu Lianxue. "Fang Chen, you've made a breakthrough in your cultivation?" Lu Lianxue's beautiful eyes flashed and she asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, "I just condensed my 9th strand of genuine qi." Knowing that Fang Chen had condensed his 9th strand of genuine qi, Lu Lianxue's eyes clearly showed a trace of excitement. Then she said, "Fang Chen, I did come to find you for a matter." When Lu Lianxue said this, she hesitated and looked a little embarrassed. Lu Lianxue's current appearance was completely different from her usual appearance as one of the 3 goddesses of Kaiyang City. Her face was filled with worry, as if this matter was very difficult to say. Fang Chen sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, waiting for Lu Lianxue to speak. He knew that since Lu Lianxue had come, she would definitely tell him about this matter. Lu Lianxue's expression constantly changed. She did her best to control her emotions. After a long time, she raised her head and her beautiful face was filled with charm. Then her red lips gently opened and she said, "Fang Chen, there's something I need your help with." "Help," Fang Chen said. "Although I don't understand your situation, I feel that you can help me. Of course, in exchange, I will tell you a secret." Lu Lianxue said. When Fang Chen heard Lu Lianxue's words, his interest was immediately piqued. He asked, "Tell me." Lu Lianxue glanced at Fang Chen and said, "Fang Chen, the thief sage of the western region should have come to your place before, right?" "Yes, how did you know?" Fang Chen's eyes instantly became sharp as he stared at Lu Lianxue and asked in a deep voice. Lu Lianxue knew that Fang Chen would have such a reaction. She chuckled and said, "My guess was right. Not only did the thief sage of the western region come to your place, but he also failed, right?" Lu Lianxue didn't answer Fang Chen's question. Instead, she continued. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. He didn't know what Lu Lianxue meant by saying this. When the thief sage of the Western region summoned Lu Lianxue for the second time, the latter could guess from his expression that he had failed. Therefore, Lu Lianxue had the idea of asking Fang Chen for help. To be able to make the thief sage of the Western region fail, it seemed that there must be a huge force behind Fang Chen. Once she could persuade Fang Chen to help, she might be able to escape the control of the thief sage of the Western region and become free. Before coming to find Fang Chen, Lu Lianxue had also thought for a long time. She had thought of many possibilities and even guessed Fang Chen's background for a long time. In the end, she decided to give it a try. This was a gamble. She couldn't lose. Once she lost, she would die without a doubt. After a long time, Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he asked in a deep voice, "Are you in cahoots with the thief sage of the Western region?" When he said this, Fang Chen was also very shocked. He didn't expect that Lu Lianxue, one of the 3 goddesses of Kaiyang City, could almost become the leader of the younger generation in Kaiyang City. Such a person was actually in cahoots with the thief sage of the Western region. Fang Chen was completely confused. At the same time, he was full of vigilance towards Lu Lianxue. Seeing Fang Chen like this, Lu Lianxue could also understand. Anyone who knew that she was related to the thief sage of the Western region would probably show such vigilance. Before coming to find you, I was indeed in cahoots with the thief sage of the Western region. Lu Lianxue said. Fang Chen fell into silence and didn't say anything. Lu Lianxue knew that Fang Chen definitely wouldn't believe her, so she began to talk about her relationship with the thief sage of the Western region in detail. If she couldn't gain Fang Chen's trust, how could she get him to help her? Lu Lianxue knew that this was a gamble. Even if it was a gamble, she had to do her best because this was an opportunity. A long time ago, the thief sage of the Western region found me and took me as his disciple. He saw that I was beautiful and taught me the divine charm art to cultivate. One day, when I finally succeeded in my cultivation, he used a special method to bring me to the Lu clan's residence. He fed me poison, which would act up every once in a while. Therefore, he would come to deliver me the antidote every once in a while. After an hour, Lu Lianxue finally finished. She stared at Fang Chen without moving, waiting for Fang Chen to speak. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at Lu Lianxue. "So you want me to help you escape the clutches of the thief sage of the Western region?" "Fang Chen, I've waited for many years. This is the most hopeful time. I hope you can help me," said Lu Lianxue urgently. "How do you know I can help you?" asked Fang Chen. "The first time the Western region god thief summoned me, he gave me the pill. Then he came to find you. When he summoned me for the second time, I noticed that his expression was different from before. Furthermore, he emphasized that I must be on good terms with you. From these clues, I deduced that the Western region god thief had failed on you," Lu Lianxue said. "To be able to cause the thief sage to fail, that's enough to show your brilliance. I hope you can help me," said Lu Lianxue sincerely. Fang Chen looked at Lu Lianxue. "Do you really trust me that much?" "I'm gambling," said Lu Lianxue. Fang Chen nodded and said, "If I help you, I'll be going against the Western region's god thief." Before Fang Chen could finish, Lu Lianxue interrupted him. "If you help me, I can tell you a secret about the thief sage of the Western region. Everyone says that the thief sage of the Western region has endless wealth. I only know one of his locations." Hearing Lu Lianxue's words, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He suddenly straightened his back and looked at Lu Lianxue. If what Lu Lianxue said was true, then he had hope of obtaining one of the thief sage's locations. "Is that true?" asked Fang Chen. "The thief sage's location this time has countless traps and is filled with danger. I can only tell you the specific location," said Lu Lianxue. "How can you prove that you're telling the truth?" asked Fang Chen. He had no choice but to consider whether Lu Lianxue was setting a trap for him. Chapter 603. Lu Lianxue knew that Fang Chen would ask such a question. If it were her, she would have done the same thing. If Fang Chen didn't ask such a question and easily believed her, she would be suspicious. "In order to prove that I'm telling the truth, I'm willing to take you to the Western region's thief sage's wealth. Once you obtain the wealth there, you can help me," said Lu Lianxue. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before saying, "You want me to help you detoxify the poison? To be more precise, do you think I can help you detoxify the poison?" Fang Chen looked at Lu Lianxue with a burning gaze. Her beautiful eyes flickered and she smiled. "You were able to make the thief saint of the West fail. If you say you don't have a great power behind you, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death." Lu Lianxue's words were very clear. She had her eyes on the Almighty backing Fang Chen. The person who could help her detoxify the poison was Fang Chen's almighty backing, not Fang Chen. Fang Chen was a bit embarrassed, but he still said, "Give me your hand." Lu Lianxue didn't know what Fang Chen wanted to do, but she still pulled up her sleeve. Her snow-white arm appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen's large hand reached out and landed on Lu Lianxue's arm. Lu Lianxue instinctively shrank back, but when she realized that Fang Chen was taking her pulse, she blushed a bit. She lowered her head and extended her arm in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen took Lu Lianxue's pulse while conversing with Ancestor Bronze. "Ancestor, take a look at what kind of poison she has," said Fang Chen. Using Fang Chen's hand, Ancestor Bronze began to probe Lu Lianxue's poison. It didn't take long for him to finish. "It's a GU poison," said Ancestor Bronze. "What is a GU poison?" Fang Chen didn't understand. GU poison is an extremely vicious poison. Refining this poison requires a very precious medicinal catalyst. If you want to cure this poison, you also need this medicinal catalyst. Otherwise, it will be impossible to cure the poison in her body. Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen frowned. Was the poison so powerful? Then is there a way? Fang Chen asked. He was still thinking about the Western region pirate sage's wealth. Old Ancestor Bronze pondered for a moment before replying. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not be able to remove it. However, I have a way. As long as we can find the medicinal catalyst, we can remove the poison. He had learned from Ancestor Bronze that the poison was triggered by a blue-eyed toad that was over 1,000 years old. Fang Chen was speechless. He was very clear about the preciousness of the blue-eyed toad. Even in the Five Elements province, it was in a state where there was no market for it. It was very difficult to find a blue-eyed toad that was over 1,000 years old. Fang Chen looked at Lu Lianxue and said, "You have been poisoned. If you want to cure the poison, you need a blue-eyed toad that is over 1,000 years old as the medicinal catalyst." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Lu Lianxue was extremely excited. She didn't expect that the mighty figure behind Fang Chen could really help her detoxify the poison. "Yes, I have been poisoned by a GU poison. Can you help me?" asked Lu Lianxue urgently. If she could cure this poison, she would be able to completely break free from the Western region pirate sage's control and become free. Just thinking about it made her extremely excited. "You also know how precious the blue-eyed toad is." "I don't have it," Fang Chen said bluntly. Lu Lianxue nodded slightly. "I have been secretly investigating the blue-eyed toad all these years. I finally have some clues." Oh. Fang Chen felt that he had really underestimated Lu Lianxue. She was able to endure for so many years in the hands of the Western region pirate sage and was always looking for a way to escape. 10 years ago, someone found a blue-eyed toad in the Baipo mountain range, said Lu Lianxue. "So what?" said Fang Chen. "The Western region pirate sage's wealth is also in the Baipo mountain range," said Lu Lianxue. "After we enter the Baipo mountain range, we can also look for the blue-eyed toad." Fang Chen nodded. "I can help you, but I can't guarantee that I can find the blue-eyed toad." For the sake of the Western region pirate sage's wealth, Fang Chen was willing to help Lu Lianxue once. "Thank you very much." Lu Lianxue's face showed a trace of a smile. Fang Chen agreeing to her request was within her expectations. After all, no one could resist the temptation of the Western region pirate sage's wealth. After discussing with Fang Chen, Lu Lianxue left. She wanted to return to the Lu family residence to prepare and find an excuse to leave Kaiyang City. Early the next morning, Lu Lianxue settled everything. She then found Fang Chen and the two of them left Kaiyang City together. Fang Chen informed the Li family that he had a mission to complete and did not know when he would return. The Li family did not say anything. When Fang Chen and Lu Lianxue left Kaiyang City, countless pairs of eyes instantly appeared in the darkness. Young Master Han Yu, Fang Chen has already left Kaiyang City. The Yang family patriarch laughed. Finally left? Han Yu sneered and said disdainfully. During the few days they had been waiting in the Yang family, all the elders of the ancient Soul sect had returned to ancient Soul City. Now, there was only one elder at the third level of the spirit vortex realm who followed Han Yu to kill Fang Chen. After learning that Fang Chen had left Kaiyang City, Han Yu immediately took action. The Yang family patriarch wanted to go with him, but Han Yu stopped him. Patriarch Yang, you need to stay in Kaiyang City and stop the Li family. Han Yu threw out these words and turned to leave. Of course, when Fang Chen and Lu Lianxue left, the four great protectors of the Yellow Spring sect also noticed them. Big brother, Fang Chen has already left. Should we take action? Asked the fourth brother. The big brother nodded and said, he won't be able to escape from us. After Fang Chen and Lu Lianxue walked out of Kaiyang City, true qi revolved around their bodies. Their figures instantly flew into the sky and flew into the distance. Condensing reality realm experts could fly for short periods of time. However, martial artists who had condensed 9 strands of true qi could also fly for long periods of time. After Fang Chen and Lu Lianxue flew for 3 minutes, Fang Chen frowned. A trace of displeasure appeared between his brows. Someone is chasing us. Fang Chen's soul perception was very strong. He immediately sensed an aura approaching. Just as Fang Chen spoke, Lu Lianxue also discovered it. The two of them flashed and landed on the ground. Whoosh! 2 air-piercing sounds instantly entered their ears. Then, 2 familiar figures appeared in front of them. Han Yu. When Lu Lianxue saw Han Yu, a trace of worry appeared in her eyes. Fang Chen stared at Han Yu. Fang Chen, have you finally stopped being a coward? Han Yu stopped in his tracks and sized up Fang Chen. He sneered. Fang Chen, hand over the item you obtained at the auction and we can let you go, a third-level spirit vortex realm elder behind Han Yu scolded. A trace of murderous intent appeared in Fang Chen's eyes. He hadn't expected that Han Yu would be waiting for him here to kill him after so many days of the auction. A member of the ancient Soul sect actually engages in the business of robbery. What's the difference between this and bandits? Fang Chen sneered. Han Yu narrowed his eyes. Fang Chen, you don't have the right to talk to me about this right now. I don't have the patience to listen to you. You only have one choice. Hand over those items. Han Yu exuded a ferocious aura as he spoke. His deep eyes seemed to spit out flames. An aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth instantly pressed towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen instantly discovered that the elder behind Han Yu was a third-level spirit vortex realm martialist. A third-level spirit vortex realm martialist is too strong. Fang Chen thought to himself. He had no way of resisting a third-level spirit vortex realm martialist. Fang Chen instinctively took out the intermediate-grade puppet he had obtained at the auction and held it in his hand. Only an intermediate-grade puppet could withstand a full blow from a third-level spirit vortex realm martialist. Of course, it was only a full blow. Fang Chen, what should we do? Lu Lianxue's pretty face was grave as she faced a third-level spirit vortex realm martialist. She turned her head to look at Fang Chen. Fang Chen muttered to himself for a moment before saying in a low voice, "When I tell you to attack later, activate the divine charm technique to the maximum and directly envelop this third-level spirit vortex realm martialist." Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, Lu Lianxue didn't ask for the details. She only nodded. Since Fang Chen had said so, he must have his reasons. It seems that you are not willing to hand it over. Han Yu looked at the indifferent Fang Chen and sneered. Then, he waved his hand. Suddenly, the third-level spirit vortex realm elder's figure flashed and directly swept towards Fang Chen. In the process, a powerful aura emerged from his body and directly locked onto Fang Chen. Seeing that the third-level spirit vortex realm elder was about to attack, Fang Chen shouted in a low voice, "Do it." Lu Lianxue, who had been prepared for a long time, instantly used the divine charm technique the moment Fang Chen said "do it." An extremely dense and seductive aura emerged from her body. With a wave of her fair hand, The wild and seductive aura instantly enveloped the elder at the third level of the spirit vortex realm. You are really courting death. Seeing that Fang Chen and Lu Lianxue actually wanted to fight against the elder, Han Yu's face was full of mockery. When a third-level spirit vortex realm expert attacked, a condensing reality realm martialist would have no way of resisting. Although Fang Chen and Lu Lianxue were the best of the younger generation, they could only feel despair when facing a third-level spirit vortex realm martial artist. Go to hell! The elder shouted in a low voice. He clenched his fist and suddenly punched out. Crash! Just as he punched out, his body suddenly trembled. Then, he felt a strong charm aura. Child's play. The elder snorted coldly and punched out again. Two powerful fist auras, one in front and one behind, directly bombarded Fang Chen. Chapter 604. Rumble. The ancient soul sect elder's two fist radiances were too powerful. Even though Fang Chen was far away, he could still sense the extremely powerful aura. However, when Fang Chen injected his spirit qi into the intermediate puppet immediately grew in size. Hiss! Hiss! Under the ancient soul sect elder's gaze, the intermediate puppet collided with the two fist radiances at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The intermediate puppet could withstand the full force of a low-level spirit vortex realm martial artist. The two fist radiances from the ancient soul sect elder could not destroy the intermediate puppet at all. Break! The elder of the ancient soul sect roared when he saw that the puppet had blocked his fist. A wild aura gushed out from his body and gathered in his fist before he punched out. This fist was the ancient soul sect elder's full force attack. He wanted to destroy the intermediate puppet. At this moment, Han Yu's expression changed drastically when he saw the intermediate puppet not far away. It's the intermediate puppet. However, he was only surprised for a moment because the intermediate puppet could only be used once. After that, it would be completely destroyed. Humph! I'd like to see how you block the elder's next attack. Han Yu sneered. Boom! A deafening sound came from the intermediate puppet. When the intermediate puppet blocked the ancient soul sect elder's strongest attack, its body exploded. However, at this moment, Fang Chen silently appeared behind the ancient soul sect elder. He was holding the mysterious knife that he had obtained at the auction. When Lu Lianxue saw Fang Chen's actions, a terrifying aura surged from her eyes. Her aura of seduction instantly increased. She had forcibly used her strongest divine seduction technique to trap the ancient soul sect elder. After destroying the intermediate puppet, the ancient soul sect elder was prepared to continue killing Fang Chen. However, at this moment, his mind went blank. Damn it! The ancient soul sect elder roared, trying to break free from the divine seduction technique. Poochie! The elder of the ancient soul sect flew into a rage. Lu Lianxue's delicate body trembled as she spat out a mouthful of blood. However, she did her best to use her divine charm technique to buy time for Fang Chen. Poochie, the ancient soul sect elder, had just woken up from the seductive aura when he heard a phut sound. The next moment, he felt a heart-wrenching pain in his head. The ancient soul sect elder's soul trembled. He clutched his head with both hands and roared at the sky. Bang! Fang Chen's body was instantly sent flying by the ancient soul sect elder. The small knife that was stuck in the ancient soul sect elder's head was instantly pulled out. The ancient soul sect elder's soul was the same as Fang Chen's, a late-stage orange-level soul. After being stabbed by the knife, he felt his soul dissipating. He roared at the sky, trying to stop his soul from dissipating, but he was shocked to find that Fang Chen had just stabbed him with that mysterious knife. Fang Chen's strength had not reached the spirit whirlpool realm, so he could not instantly destroy a late-stage orange-level soul even if he used the knife. Even so, the ancient soul sect elder's soul was severely injured and his aura was extremely weak. The ancient soul sect elder clutched his head with both hands and cried out miserably. He roared, "Han Yu, run!" After suffering such a heavy blow, the ancient soul sect elder could not even take care of himself, let alone Han Yu. After roaring, he threw a punch at Fang Chen. When Fang Chen dodged the punch, he leaped into the sky and fled. Fang Chen wanted to chase after the ancient soul sect elder but was stopped by Lu Lianxue. Don't chase. Even if a third-stage spirit whirlpool realm martial artist is injured, his speed is not something we can compare to, Lu Lianxue said. Fang Chen nodded and turned his gaze to Han Yu, who was preparing to escape. At this moment, Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at Han Yu. He had spent so much effort to obtain the intermediate puppet from the auction house, but it had been wasted here. Fang Chen's heart was filled with killing intent. Han Yu! Fang Chen shouted. Han Yu's expression was serious. His figure flashed and he fled into the distance. Can you escape? Fang Chen shouted and took out the hidden star sword. He used the illusion god sword technique to its peak. Countless illusory swords shot towards Han Yu. Fang Chen, who had condensed 9 flashes of true qi, did not even fear a first-stage spirit whirlpool realm martial artist. He did not care about Han Yu, who was merely at the peak of the condensing reality realm. Damn it! Han Yu, who was fleeing, desperately tried to block Fang Chen's attacks. However, when he came into contact with the attacks, he was shocked to find that he could not block them. Your strength. Han Yu's heart was filled with shock. Fang Chen's strength exceeded his expectations. Fang Chen, stop! Han Yu shouted. He had originally wanted to kill Fang Chen, but he had not expected that a third-stage spirit whirlpool realm elder would escape with serious injuries. Fang Chen's strength was comparable to a spirit whirlpool realm martial artist. Now you finally know fear. Fang Chen's eyes were scarlet as he looked down at Han Yu and said coldly, Fang Chen, I am a disciple of the Ancient Soul Sect. You cannot kill me. Otherwise, the Ancient Soul Sect will not let you off. Han Yu was terrified as he shouted. When Fang Chen heard this, he sneered. Even now, Han Yu was still threatening him. You can die now. Fang Chen shouted and an overwhelming aura locked onto Han Yu. Then, he used the illusion god sword technique. Countless illusory swords stabbed towards Han Yu. Han Yu did not even have the strength to resist. He was killed by Fang Chen. When Han Yu's body fell to the ground, his eyes widened. He was unwilling to die. Fang Chen, let's go quickly. Lu Lianxue was a little worried. After all, Fang Chen had killed a disciple of the Ancient Soul Sect. Once the Ancient Soul Sect found out, they would definitely be furious. Fang Chen ignored Lu Lianxue and looked into the distance. He said in a low voice, You've been watching the show for so long. Are you still not going to show up? As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, 4 figures appeared in the air. The 4 great protectors of the Yellow Spring Sect had appeared. Fang Chen, I have to say that you are really a genius. You were able to seriously injure a third-stage spirit whirlpool realm martial artist by yourself. You really surprised me. The 4th brother smiled sinisterly. You have both the intermediate puppet and the soul-devouring knife. You are indeed not simple, the 3rd brother said. However, the intermediate wooden puppet is a one-time use item. You've already used it. As for that small knife, with your strength, you're still unable to use the full power of the small knife. So, in front of the 4 of us, you'll definitely die, said 2nd brother. Finally, the eldest brother looked coldly at Fang Chen and said, You killed the 5th brother. When the 4 of them appeared, Fang Chen had already sensed the aura of the Yellow Spring Sect. Hearing the eldest brother's words, Fang Chen said in a low voice, If you are talking about the great protector in the mine, then I was the one who killed him. Brat, you dared to kill us brothers. Even if you die 100 times, it won't be enough. The 2nd brother roared angrily. The 4 great protectors were all martial artists at the peak of the condensing reality realm. They were lucky enough to survive, but their vitality was greatly damaged. After the baptism of time, they had finally recovered to their peak. If it was in the past, Fang Chen might have been afraid. But now, Fang Chen was not afraid at all. Are the 4 of you here to die? Fang Chen grinned and said sinisterly. Lu Lianxue stood quietly at the side, ready to release her charming aura to help Fang Chen at any time. After the battle just now, Fang Chen's position in Lu Lianxue's heart had reached an unbelievable height. A martial artist with 9 flashes of true qi defeated a martial artist at the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm with his own strength. If news of this spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. I'm afraid the one who will die is you. The fourth brother had a bad temper and roared directly. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said, "The four of you, come at me together." Hearing this, the four of them were completely enraged by Fang Chen. The fourth brother said to the eldest brother, "Eldest brother, let's go together and kill this brat." The eldest brother nodded and said coldly, "You dare to attack the great protectors of the Yellow Spring sect. You will die without a doubt." Crash. As soon as the eldest brother finished speaking, the four great protectors instantly launched a fierce attack, surrounding Fang Chen in the middle. Before this, they had already arrived and hidden in the dark. They saw Fang Chen defeat the martial artist at the third level of the spiritual vortex realm and even kill Han Yu. However, the four great protectors believed that Fang Chen defeated the martial artist at the third level of the spiritual vortex realm because of the intermediate puppet and the small knife. Killing Han Yu was not a big deal. They could do it too. They concluded that Fang Chen could not activate the full power of the small knife. Therefore, the four of them appeared and prepared to kill Fang Chen. Facing the attacks of the four, Fang Chen's expression did not change. He waved the hidden star sword in his hand. A giant golden sword floated above his head. The rich sword force merged into the giant golden sword. Immediately, traces of invisible aura came from Fang Chen's golden heart and entered the Dharma. At this moment, a brilliant aura exploded from Fang Chen's Dharma and merged into the hidden star sword. The illusory sword principle combined with the illusory god sword technique, in addition to Fang Chen's extremely abnormal Dharma, the giant golden sword, and the recultivated sword force. Fang Chen's combat power had reached the peak. Pucci. The first to attack Fang Chen was the fourth brother. His fist carried a destructive aura as it blasted towards Fang Chen. "You're courting death." With a Pucci, Fang Chen's hidden star sword pierced the fourth brother's body, leaving no room for him. Fourth brother. In a flash, the fourth brother died. The eyes of the other three great protectors turned scarlet. They were furious. "Kill him and avenge the fourth brother," the eldest brother roared furiously. The three of them joined forces and launched a fierce and domineering attack. Next. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the hidden star sword pierced the third brother's body. The third brother widened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen in horror. In the end, his life completely disappeared and his corpse fell to the ground. How is this possible? At this moment, the eldest brother and the second brother finally realized something. Their faces changed drastically and fear grew in their hearts. Fang Chen's strength was too strong, so strong that they didn't even have a chance to fight back. "Next, it's your turn." Fang Chen turned his head, looked at the eldest brother and the second brother, and said coldly. The eldest brother and the second brother looked at each other and their figures flashed, wanting to escape. Pucci. Fang Chen's wrist shook and the hidden star sword instantly shot out. With an extremely powerful sword force, it directly pierced the eldest brother and the second brother. No matter how the big brother and the second brother tried to escape, they were unable to avoid the attack of the hidden star sword. After the hidden star sword pierced into the second brother's body, it directly pierced into the big brother's body. Chapter 605. The four great protectors of the Yellow Spring sect would never have dreamed that they would be killed by a young human warrior of the same realm. Moreover, they were powerless to fight back. As if they had known this would happen, they would rather swallow their anger and give up on avenging their fifth brother. The first protector wanted to say something before he died, but in the end, he opened his mouth and his body fell limply to the ground. At this moment, Lu Lianshue's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. "He's too strong." Lu Lianshue looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. After a long while, she sighed. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. She thought that after her divine charm technique reached the perfection realm, her fighting strength would be on par with Fang Chen. Now, it seemed that her idea was a joke. 9 flashes of genuine qi and his fighting strength was comparable to a martial artist of the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. She, Lu Lianshue, could not compare to such a monstrous talent. At the same time, Lu Lianshue was glad that she was Fang Chen's teammate and not his opponent. Being his opponent was definitely a nightmare. "Let's go." Fang Chen did not feel anything after killing the 4 people. With a flick of his wrist, he took their interspatial rings. Then, he walked to Han Yu's side and took his interspatial ring. Then, he turned and left. Lu Lianxue heard this and nodded. She followed Fang Chen and disappeared from the plains. After flying for an hour, the two found a safe place to rest and began to rest. Let's rest for a while. Fang Chen glanced at Lu Lianxue and said. She nodded gently and sat on a bluestone beside him. Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and began to count his spoils. He first checked the interspatial rings of the 4 great protectors. After checking, he found that the interspatial rings of the 4 great protectors contained yellow spring sex cultivation method other than some spiritual stones. However, the yellow spring sex cultivation method did not have any effect on Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his head helplessly. He took out the spiritual stones and destroyed everything related to the yellow spring sect in the 4 interspatial rings. After that, Fang Chen picked up Han Yu's interspatial ring. As an outstanding member of the ancient soul sect's younger generation, Han Yu's spatial ring should contain many things. As soon as he opened the interspatial ring, Fang Chen found a pile of spirit stones. There were a total of 200,000 spirit stones. 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. Although it was nothing for Fang Chen, he was still happy to get it for free. After putting away the spirit stones, he began to examine them carefully. Other than the ancient soul sex cultivation method, there were also some special metals in Han Yu's interspatial ring. What is this? Fang Chen asked doubtfully as he played with a piece of metal in his hand. Kid, this is crimson sand metal, an excellent material for forging weapons, old ancestor bronze reminded. This is scarlet sand. Of course, Fang Chen had heard of the crimson sand. For a refiner, the crimson sand was a very precious metal, even more precious than meteoric iron. Furthermore, the crimson sand was a metal that was specially used to refine profound weapons. Within this metal, there were several completely opposite auras. It was extremely mystical. When it was added to a weapon, it could make the weapon even stronger. Fang Chen carefully sensed it and found a cold aura within the crimson sand. That should be an ice attribute aura. After that, Fang Chen also sensed a scorching hot aura. That should be a fire attribute aura. Fang Chen also sensed several other kinds of auras. Only now did he realize that he had picked up a treasure. I never thought Han Yu would have such a thing. Fang Chen was incomparably excited. His hidden star sword had been a high-level profound weapon for a long time. If he could obtain this crimson sand, it might be able to become a top-grade profound weapon. Although it was only the size of a palm, it was enough. Fang Chen put away the crimson sand and carefully examined it. There was nothing else in his interspatial ring. Fang Chen, congratulations, said Lu Lianxue with a smile. Fang Chen nodded and took out Han Yu's cultivation method. Do you need it? Han Yu's cultivation method was a fist technique called the cloud sweeping fist. Once it was cultivated to perfection, it could shatter a mountain. Fang Chen wanted to focus on the sword Dao, which was why he had asked Lu Lianxue. She shook her head and softly said, "This fist technique isn't suitable for me." Since it wasn't suitable, Fang Chen didn't force it. He put it away. Although he couldn't use it, he could give it to others. After resting for a while, Fang Chen and Lu Lianxue continued onward. At this moment, on a mountain peak near ancient Soul City, an old man was in a sorry state. He was covered in blood, and his aura was weak. Fang Chen, my ancient soul sect definitely won't let you off. After saying that, the old man did his best to persevere as he walked towards ancient Soul City. He was the elder who had escorted Han Yu. After being heavily injured by Fang Chen, he had fled here. He wanted to safely return to ancient Soul City and tell the ancient soul sect what had happened. 3 days later, Fang Chen and Lu Lianxue finally arrived outside the Baipo mountain range. Is this the Baipo mountain range? Asked Fang Chen. Lu Lianxue nodded and said, that's right. This is the Baipo mountain range. Fang Chen carefully observed the Baipo mountain range. He could feel an invisible aura enveloping the mountain range. There's a very strong aura of demonic beasts in this mountain range, said Fang Chen. The reason why the Western region pirate sage placed a wealthy spot here is to take advantage of the terrain. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't come here, said Lu Lianxue with a twinkle in her eyes. At this point, Fang Chen could only trust Lu Lianxue. Let's go in, Fang Chen said. Lu Lianxue nodded and led the way. After entering the Baipo mountain range, Fang Chen felt a stifling pressure. The cries of countless demonic beasts entered his ears. After walking for 3 minutes, the two of them encountered a demonic beast. Iron-horned bull, said Fang Chen. In front of them, a burly demonic beast appeared. This demonic beast had 2 horns on its head and its eyes were as big as gongs. When it saw Fang Chen and Lu Lianxue, the iron-horned bull let out an angry roar. It seemed to be saying that this was its territory and outsiders were not allowed to enter. The iron-horned bull is famous for its strength, said Fang Chen in a low voice. Roar. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the iron-horned bull charged towards Fang Chen. A powerful force instantly acted on Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen felt this force and instantly displayed the sword body. The sword body in the late body tempering realm was equivalent to a 6-star Dao body. However, its strength was much stronger than a 6-star Dao body. After releasing the sword body, Fang Chen's body was filled with dense sword aura. The surrounding power of heaven and earth was vaguely within the range of Fang Chen's control. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. The veins on his arms were exposed. He let out an angry roar and punched towards the iron-horned bull. Bang! Fang Chen's fist landed on the iron-horned bull's body. It actually sent the iron-horned bull flying backwards. What a powerful force! Lu Lianxue, who was at the side, was shocked. Fang Chen's physical strength was too strong. He sent the iron-horned bull flying with his bare hands. The iron-horned bull, which was at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm, had strength comparable to a 6-star Dao body. Fang Chen sent the iron-horned bull flying with a single punch. What level was his physical strength? While Lu Lianxue was still in shock, the iron-horned bull suddenly stood up. It let out an angry roar from its nostrils. Its body glowed and a powerful force surrounded it. Roar. After letting out an angry roar, the iron-horned bull charged towards Fang Chen. The iron-horned bull was just careless. This time, it wanted to let this damned human feel its strength. Hiss hiss hiss, the sword aura merged into his fist. Fang Chen's sword body was pushed to the extreme. He punched out again and again. Bang bang bang. For a moment, Fang Chen was actually on par with the iron-horned bull. As time passed, the iron-horned bull was still unable to kill Fang Chen. It was getting impatient and kept roaring at the sky. As for Fang Chen, he was getting braver as he fought. He used his iron fists to send the iron-horned bull flying again and again. It's a good opportunity to refine my sword body. Usually, he would not encounter such a target. Now that he had encountered the iron-horned bull, Fang Chen naturally wanted to refine his sword body. Every time he clashed with the iron-horned bull, Fang Chen could feel that his small success sword body was improving. His sword body was also becoming stronger. Again. After sending the iron-horned bull flying with a punch, Fang Chen smiled and shouted. The iron-horned bull stood up and let out an angry roar. Its body expanded, and an intimidating power instantly filled the air. Catcher, the iron-horned bull suddenly charged, and its horns pierced towards Fang Chen's heart. This was the iron-horned bull's all-out attack. It wanted to kill Fang Chen. However, how could Fang Chen give it the chance? He clenched his fists. His body was surrounded by sword aura, and his mind was filled with the small success sword body. Small success sword body. Fang Chen shouted. His sword body instantly changed. A powerful aura surged out. The small success sword body in his mind seemed to have improved. It suddenly turned into specks of light and scattered around Fang Chen's body. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes burned as he punched out. Bunga deafening sound resounded through the sky. Fang Chen's fist smashed the iron hornbull's horns with an unstoppable force, causing the iron hornbull to roll on the ground in pain. After struggling for a while, the iron-horned bull finally stopped wriggling and lost its life. Small success sword body has reached the great perfection realm. My sword body has broken through to the early body refinement realm. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. Ever since he had obtained the small success sword body, Fang Chen had been cultivating. He had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time. He didn't expect to break through after fighting with the iron-horned bull. The world was unpredictable. In Lu Lianshue's eyes, the iron-horned bull was a threat. However, in Fang Chen's eyes, it was just a target. Fang Chen, you're really a monster. Lu Lianshue's beautiful eyes flickered as she said. Fang Chen grinned when he heard this. His goal was not so small. This was just the beginning. Fang Chen's ultimate goal was to rush out of the ancient sword continent and soar in the magnificent outer realm. Chapter 606. The initial stage of tempered body was equivalent to a 7-star Dao body, but its power was much stronger than a 7-star Dao body. The current Fang Chen could kill a martial artist at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm with his fists just by relying on his physical strength. If he used the phantom sword technique, he would be fearless against a martial artist at the initial stage of the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. Who would have thought that Fang Chen's strength would increase just as he arrived at the Baipo mountain range? Now, he felt that the genuine qi in his sea of qi was churning. He could advance to the spiritual vortex realm at any time. Maybe I can advance to the spiritual vortex realm after coming to the Baipo mountain range, Fang Chen thought to himself. If he could advance to the spiritual vortex realm, it would not be impossible for Fang Chen to defeat a martial artist at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm with his terrifying combat power. At that time, Fang Chen could return to the 4 great ridges and take revenge for himself. Thinking of this, Fang Chen looked at Lu Lianshue with a burning gaze and said, "Where is the exact location of the Western region pirate sage's wealth? Let's go quickly." Lu Lianshue was not used to being stared at by Fang Chen like this. Her face blushed as she lowered her head and said softly, "It's right in front." After speaking, Lu Lianshue led the way with Fang Chen following closely behind. Along the way, Fang Chen also encountered many iron-horned bulls. However, these iron-horned bulls moved alone, which gave Fang Chen a chance to consolidate his sword body. Every time he encountered an iron-horned bull, Fang Chen would rush forward and punch it before it could attack. After walking for 2 hours in the Baipo mountain range, Fang Chen killed a total of 6 iron-horned bulls. Because of this, his sword body had completely stabilized at the initial stage of tempered body realm. The sword force around his body faintly showed signs of transforming into sword intent. This made Fang Chen very excited. The second step of the sword way was sword intent. If he cultivated sword intent again and successfully reached the second step of the sword way, what level would his sword way cultivation reach? Bang! Somewhere in the Jade Wave mountain range, after Fang Chen killed an iron-horned bull, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting. Someone's here. Fang Chen was confused. How could there be sounds of fighting in a place like this? Lu Lianshue's eyes flickered as she said in a low voice, "It could be the younger generation of the 5-element state who came here to train." "Let's go take a look," Fang Chen said. Then, Fang Chen rushed towards the battlefield. It didn't take long for him to see the fighting crowd. In a certain open space, there was a woman as beautiful as a flower. Her beauty was not inferior to Lu Lianshue's, and she was also using the divine charm technique. Could it be? Fang Chen was guessing in his heart. That's right. She's also one of the disciples of the Western region pirate sage, Lu Lianshue, who was behind him, said directly. In the open space, there were 3 men who were besieging the woman who was using the divine charm technique. "Little girl, just obediently submit to me," one of the tall men sneered. While the woman's divine charm technique was pushed to the peak. A dense charm aura instantly enveloped the 3 of them. "Since you don't know what's good for you, you can die." The 3 of them coldly berated her when they saw she was about to go all out. Then, the 3 of them used their full power to directly break apart the space enveloped by the charm aura. In the next instant, the woman was sent flying. She fell to the ground. Her face was covered in frost as she icily looked at the 3 of them. The 3 of them had a perverted expression in their eyes as they approached her. "You dare go against me? You really deserve to die," sneered the tall man. "Big brother, before we kill her, can you let your little brother enjoy her for a bit?" Another skinny man laughed. "I'm afraid no man would be able to resist such a stunner." "All right, I'll let you enjoy her. The tall man's face was sinister as he laughed heartily. The two lackeys directly charged over to the woman, preparing to tear off her clothes. She wanted to resist, but she didn't have the strength to do so. Just at this moment, Lu Lianxue opened her mouth. Save her. Perhaps it was because she had realized that this woman's fate was the same as hers. They were both servants of the Western region's thief sage. Lu Lianxue felt a trace of compassion in her heart. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded and walked out from the shadows. Stop. The two of them were just about to tear off the woman's clothes when they heard Fang Chen's voice. They stopped and turned to look. Who are you? Seeing Fang Chen suddenly appear, the tall man sinisterly asked. Release her, said Fang Chen. With just you, sneered the tall man. Bang! Fang Chen took advantage of the moment the tall man wasn't paying attention to send a punch to his face, sending him flying. The tall man let out a miserable cry. His face was covered in blood, and his nose had almost been broken by Fang Chen. You! The tall man did his best to stand up. Holding his nose, he roared furiously. But at the same time, a trace of terror appeared in his heart. This man in front of him was not a match for him. Fang Chen extended his fist and coldly asked, with just this, is it enough? At this moment, the two men beside the woman were trembling in fear. Even their big brother had been sent flying with a single punch. If they charged forward, they would simply be courting death. Brother, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Since you want her, then we'll release her, said the tall man faintly with a smile on his face. Scram! Fang Chen said in a deep voice. The three of them quickly left this place. After the three of them left, Lu Lianxue walked out of the darkness. Why did you save me? Asked the beautiful woman. Crash! Lu Lianxue's body was filled with a charming aura. Her face was filled with a charming smile as she looked at the woman on the ground. Divine charm art. You're. The beautiful woman instantly understood. The woman in front of her was most likely the same as her, a disciple of the Western region's thief sage. That's right. I'm also a disciple of the Western region's thief sage, said Lu Lianxue. Hearing this, the beautiful woman instantly raised her guard. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Lu Lianxue. Why did you come here? Asked Lu Lianxue. The woman was silent, not saying anything. I know you want to escape from the clutches of the Western region's thief sage, and so do I, said Lu Lianxue once more. At this time, the woman finally raised her head and looked at Lu Lianxue. After a long while, the woman said, I think our goal should be the same. The woman was extremely intelligent. After hearing Lu Lianxue's words, she had already guessed it. We can work together, said Lu Lianxue. Fang Chen hadn't said anything from the beginning. He had been watching from the side. Lu Lianxue and the beautiful woman quickly reached an agreement. Then the beautiful woman began to heal her injuries. With Lu Lianxue's help, the beautiful woman's injuries were quickly healed. Once she was healed, she stood up and asked Fang Chen about his origins. Who is she? He's my savior. I used the Western region's thief sage's wealth to settle down in exchange for his help, said Lu Lianxue. She has a way to remove the Jiu poison, exclaimed the beautiful woman. As long as we find the blue-eye toad, said Fang Chen. The beautiful woman thought for a moment and said, the reason I came to the Jade Wave mountain range is because I know some information about the blue-eye toad. Lu Lianxue's eyes brightened. She didn't have the slightest confidence in randomly searching the Jade Wave mountain range. However, if there were some clues, they might really be able to find the blue-eye toad. Lu Lianxue looked at Fang Chen, waiting for Fang Chen's reply. All right, as long as we find the blue-eye toad, I'll remove the Jiu poison for you. However, the prerequisite is that I obtain the Western region's thief sage's wealth, said Fang Chen. Lu Lianxue and the beautiful woman discussed for a moment and agreed to Fang Chen's request. Then the three of them headed deeper into the Jade Wave mountain range. From their conversation, they learned that this woman was called Jin Xian, and she was also a disciple of the Western region's thief sage. She couldn't stand being controlled by the Western region's thief sage. After learning about the blue-eye toad, she was prepared to find the blue-eye toad and then find an alchemist to refine the Jiu poison antidote. However, She didn't expect to meet those three people when she came to the Jade Wave mountain range. If it weren't for Fang Chen and Lu Lianxue, she would have died in their hands. Although Jin Xian'er didn't understand Fang Chen and Lu Lianxue, the divine charm art couldn't deceive her. Instead of being controlled by the Western region's thief sage, it was better to take a gamble. Maybe she could really remove the Jiyu poison. Somewhere in the Jade Wave mountain range, three figures stood. "Big brother, are we just going to let it go?" asked the thin warrior. "That kid is too strong. He sent you flying with one punch. If he hadn't held back, I'm afraid you would have died in his hands," said another warrior. The warrior who was called Big Brother had a frosty face and was furious in his heart. "Let's go back," said Big Brother. "Go back for what?" asked the thin warrior. "To call for reinforcements." The three of them were Mulong City's Mulong sect's disciples. They came to the Jade Wave mountain range to gain experience, but they didn't expect such a thing to happen. After being sent flying by Fang Chen, Mu Ku thought of a plan. He wanted to find someone to teach Fang Chen a lesson. After returning to Mulong City, Mu Ku immediately returned to Mulong sect and came to a courtyard. "Senior brother Mu Gui." Mu Ku looked at the figure in the courtyard and said with a smile, "What are you doing here?" Mu Gui asked calmly. "Senior brother Mu Gui, I met two beautiful girls in the Jade Wave mountain range. I wanted to bring them back for you, but I was stopped by a mysterious warrior. He injured me and said that if I dared to attack again, he would kill his way to our Mulong sect," said Mu Ku in a low voice. "Yes." Mu Gui's face finally changed when he heard this. Mu Gui, in Mulong City, was famous for being lecherous. As long as it was a beautiful girl, he would think of ways to get them. In the eyes of the world, Mu Gui was lecherous, but in reality, he wasn't. Only Mu Gui knew that the cultivation technique he cultivated required him to dual cultivate with a woman. Only then would his strength improve. Because he was an outstanding member of the Mulong sect's younger generation, he could unscrupulously plunder women in Mulong City. And then, Mu Gui pretended to be calm and asked, "Senior brother Mu Gui, you didn't?" Mu Ku was a little puzzled and asked. However, he instantly understood. He then said to Mu Gui in a low voice, "Senior brother Mu Gui, if you go to the Jade Wave mountain range to take revenge for me, not only can you obtain two beautiful girls, you can also give my little diamond to you." Chapter 607. Fang Chen and the other two quickly traversed through the Baipo mountain range. According to the clues Jin Xian'er had obtained, the blue-eyed toad was most likely to appear in a certain valley in the Baipo mountain range. "We're almost there." Jin Xian'er, who was walking, suddenly stopped and said in a low voice. Hearing this, Lu Lianxue's face revealed a trace of joy. Then she said, "Let's go in quickly. Conceal your aura. Be careful not to scare the blue-eyed toad away." Jin Xian'er said. Fang Chen and Lu Lianxue concealed their auras and the three of them carefully entered the valley. At this time, Fang Chen released the little mouse from his special space ring. Then, after a simple conversation with the little mouse, the latter's figure flashed and disappeared into the valley. This valley is very strange. After entering the valley, Fang Chen discovered that there was a strange aura everywhere in the valley. "Let's go in," Jin Xian'er said in a low voice. The three of them continued forward. When the three of them reached the center of the valley, they suddenly stopped because they encountered a formation. "Why is there a formation here?" Fang Chen was a little puzzled. Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian'er were about to use force to break the formation, but they were stopped by Fang Chen. If they really did that, even the blue-eyed toad would be scared away. "Let me." Fang Chen stepped forward and reached out his hand to touch the formation. Then he closed his eyes slightly. In an instant, dense information about the formation appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen was looking for a way to break the formation. Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian'er looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with surprise. After an hour, Fang Chen finally opened his eyes. His palm suddenly formed a complicated hand seal, and then merged into the formation. The hand seal exploded with a bang. One of the formation's bases had been destroyed by Fang Chen. Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian'er were completely shocked. Not only was Fang Chen powerful, but he was also a master of array formations. In such a short time, he was able to find the base of the array formation. Truly a demon-level character, Lu Lianxue said with a knowing smile upon seeing this. The more tyrannical Fang Chen was, the more hope they had of escaping the control of the Western region god thief. Bang, one after another, the array bases were all destroyed by Fang Chen. In the end, the array collapsed by itself. Fang Chen, I didn't expect you to have such accomplishments in the Tao of formations, said Lu Lianxue with a smile. Fang Chen nodded slightly. This is only a spirit-level array formation. If it was a profound-level array formation, it would be more difficult to break it. Fang Chen was an array grandmaster. He could set up spirit-level arrays at will, so it was easy for him to crack spirit-level arrays. Although Fang Chen said it very casually, in the ears of the two women, they were shocked. Let's go. Fang Chen didn't pay attention to the two women's shock and took the lead. The two women looked at each other and followed Fang Chen into the depths of the valley. As the three of them approached the depths of the valley, Fang Chen could feel a special aura. Could there really be a blue-eyed toad here? Fang Chen thought to himself. The blue-eyed toad was a very rare demon beast. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to see one. If there really was a blue-eyed toad here, then it would be great. Just as Fang Chen and the others were moving forward, the little mouse suddenly rushed out, scaring Jin Xian and Lu Lianxue so much that they instantly raised their guard. Don't be afraid, reminded Fang Chen. The little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder with a whoosh and then began to chirp to Fang Chen. You're saying there's a cave up ahead? Asked Fang Chen. The little mouse quickly nodded and pointed in front of them. Fang Chen understood the little mouse's meaning. He quickly followed the direction the little mouse had pointed to Fang Chen. Not long after, the three of them arrived in front of the cave the little mouse had pointed to. This was a pitch-black cave. The entrance was very small, only big enough for one person to enter. The cave was surrounded by weeds. The most eye-catching thing was that there was some feces at the entrance of the cave. Seeing those feces, Fang Chen and the others' eyes widened, their faces filled with excitement. If there was feces here, then that meant there was definitely a demon beast inside this cave. Could it really be a blue-eyed toad? Perhaps it really is a blue-eyed toad. Lu Lianxue's eyes flickered with excitement. What should we do now? Jin Xian did her best to remain calm and quietly asked. Let the little mouse go in and investigate, said Fang Chen. Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian nodded. The little mouse entered the pitch-black cave. Fang Chen and the others anxiously waited outside. At this time, Mu Ku was leading Mu Gui through the Baipo mountain range, quickly searching for Fang Chen and the others. Bring me to your battlefield, said Mu Gui in a low voice. Not long after, Mu Ku brought Mu Gui to the place where he had fought with Fang Chen. Mu Gui looked around and then smelled the lingering auras in the air. Let's go. Mu Gui quickly followed the lingering auras. You won't be able to escape, said Mu Gui inwardly. At this time, Fang Chen and the others had no idea that the Woodheart sect's top disciples were looking for them. The little mouse had already been in the cave for an hour, but there was no movement. This made Fang Chen very worried. There won't be any problems, right? Fang Chen was a bit worried, but he could sense that the little mouse was still alive. That was why he didn't rush in. Could it be that they found the blue-eyed toad? Asked Lu Lianxue nervously. Just as the three of them were talking, the little mouse came out. How is it? Asked Fang Chen urgently. There were several wounds on the little mouse's body. Its eyes were moving and its little paws were gesturing. After hearing little mouse's story, Fang Chen's face broke into a smile. The little mouse found the blue-eyed toad in the cave, said Fang Chen. Really? Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian were extremely excited. They had really found the blue-eyed toad. It seemed they could really escape the control of the Western region's thief sage. The little mouse fought with the blue-eyed toad. It seems to be very powerful, said Fang Chen. Then what do we do? Asked Jin Xian. Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, I need to set up a formation. Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian nodded and immediately retreated. Fang Chen began to set up the formation. He used a top-grade spirit stone as the foundation and soon set up a top-grade spirit formation that covered the entrance of the cave. At this time, Fang Chen said something to the two girls and then brought the little mouse into the cave. After entering the cave, Fang Chen smelled a special aura. Under the guidance of the little mouse, they soon arrived at the blue-eyed toad's nest. At the end of the cave, there was a small stone room. The blue-eyed toad was in the stone room. Seeing the little mouse return, the blue-eyed toad opened its eyes wide and roared at the little mouse. "This is the blue-eyed toad." Fang Chen stared at the blue-eyed toad without blinking. This was the first time he saw the blue-eyed toad. Why does it feel like someone is keeping it in captivity? Fang Chen looked at the blue-eyed toad's surroundings and said doubtfully. At this time, the little mouse directly rushed into the blue-eyed toad's nest and fought with it. The blue-eyed toad's mouth spat out some poisonous fog from time to time. The little mouse seemed to be a little afraid of the blue-eyed toad's poisonous fog. Phantom Sword Art. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and used the phantom sword art. Countless illusory swords directly stabbed at the blue-eyed toad. While fighting with the little mouse, the blue-eyed toad was caught off guard and was stabbed by Fang Chen's illusory swords. Blood immediately flowed out of its body. Gugu the blue-eyed toad angrily roared. It seemed to have sensed Fang Chen's power and rushed out of the cave. Seeing this, Fang Chen inwardly cheered and chased after it with the little mouse. At this time, the two women were anxiously waiting for Fang Chen in the mountain valley when Mu Gui and Mu Ku suddenly appeared. Senior apprentice brother Mu Gui, it's the two of them. How are they? Beautiful, right? Mu Ku saw the two women and chuckled. When Mu Gui saw Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian'er, his eyes widened. They really are stunning beauties. I must have them. Mu Gui's eyes emitted a terrifying golden light as he excitedly said. His cultivation was at the first level of the spirit vortex realm. If he could obtain these two women and dual cultivate with them, he might be able to break through to the second level of the spirit vortex realm. Mu Ku, starting today, you are my brother. Mu Gui was very happy. Many thanks, senior apprentice brother Mu Gui. Mu Ku was very happy inside. Mu Gui walked into the depths of the mountain valley. When he approached the two women, they also noticed Mu Gui. It's him. Jin Xian'er recognized Mu Ku behind Mu Gui. Beauties, I am Mu Gui from the Mulong City's Woodheart sect. If you two follow me, I can guarantee that I will let you live very comfortably. Mu Gui stared at the two women lecherously. "Mph, in your dreams." Jin Xian'er coldly said. Don't be ungrateful. When Mu Gui heard this, he directly released his powerful aura and enveloped the two women to intimidate them. When Lu Lianxue and Jin Xian'er sensed Mu Gui's strength, their expressions greatly changed and they looked at each other. "Mph, a shameless person like you wants us to follow you? Dream on." Lu Lianxue coldly snorted. Her body flashed and she directly entered the formation. When Jin Xian'er saw this, she also entered the formation without hesitation. Seeing the two women instantly disappear, Mu Gui's expression became gloomy. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Mu Gui solemnly said. Could the formation be set up by that brat? Mu Ku softly said. Senior apprentice brother Mu Gui, that brat must be in the formation. Mu Gui coldly sneered and said, a mere formation wants to stop me, Mu Gui. When I break the formation, these two beauties will be mine. Ha ha ha. Mu Gui laughed loudly. He was very confident in breaking the formation. After the two women entered the formation, they breathed a sigh of relief.